Okay. Welcome to another live stream, everybody. Guys, BigJackFilms here. So I was not planning this live stream because I needed a bit of a break. And just a little bit of a background before we get started. Everybody, welcome to the live stream. Hello, Orsis the God and Abdun. I can't pronounce that. A little bit of a backstory behind this live stream. So I was not planning this week. I was actually going to take a couple of weeks off. I'm going to still have fan mail fanatics on Wednesdays for a little bit. But here's what happened. I was supposed to do an opening night tonight for The Jungle Book. And I thought I had finally obtained on Amazon Prime I could watch it. That is not the case. Turns out they have an extra fee for Jungle Book. So I was going to do an opening night tonight because I do want to bring those back. But that got in the way, and I don't want to disappoint everybody. There's no video on Friday, so I said, fuck it. I'm just going to do a live stream with a couple of guests, and we're just going to shoot the shit, talk movies, not really a panel or anything. This is just talking about stuff and how things are. Good to see you, Star Master. Good to see you, Eldorado. I can't pronounce that. GMK Boy 2001. Hi, JetMan1954. Good to see you guys. So we're just going to shoot the shit tonight. Nothing in particular happening. Just because I couldn't get a video out today, I'm going to do a live stream tonight just to keep you guys entertained. I did send the invitations out, so we're going to have our first guest on. If he wants to show up now, he's more than welcome to. Their close is clear. If he can get his ass on here, I have no idea. Let me just try to put that on. But yeah, things have been pretty chill this week. Lockdowns are still in effect. I'm just working on videos. In fact, I should let you guys know, working on the next King Kong review, which will hopefully come out the first week of March. I'm really trying to work my ass off, but the file is so big that it's actually going to be it's really slow to work on. So it's coming, it's happening. It should be here soon, but that will be in the works. And I'm hoping to get a trailer out by essentially next week, hopefully. But that's only if this damn thing will frickin' work, because I'm it's really slow in rendering right now, and my computer is actually going through some issues on my tower because we have to get a new software installed for virus and stuff. So that's why it could be a little bit slow. But we're going to bring our first guest in now, so I'm just going to give him the thumbs up to give him the coast clear. He's been on here before. But yeah, it's just a very chill stream, nothing too exciting, no fan mail. In fact, I'm going to film my next fan mail probably tomorrow and have that out for Wednesday. But yeah. Oh, yeah, the video is going to be great, Star Master. It's one I've been holding off for about a couple months now. Actually, for 2 years. And I'll give you a hint. It was filmed simultaneously with another episode. So that will be coming down soon. So look forward to that. Trailer will be out hopefully Friday. And I'll hopefully have early previews out on Patreon. Which, by the way, guys, if you want to go support our Patreon, just $1 more will get you early access to all of our content as well as other special features. We could really use the support right now. We were doing really well this month, and then YouTube, for some reason, is starting to, stock down a bit. So if you guys want to go support our Patreon, please go and do that. That'll be fantastic. Thoughts on Disney's Joker, Cruella? I do not care. I really have lost interest in the live-action remakes, and I feel like this is just a big-ass ripoff. It's not even Disney's Joker. No, this is a ripoff, guys. Cruella is a ripoff of Joker. And I'm getting sick of these companies, both Warner Brothers and DC, just saying, oh, that's the new hot ticket. We should just rip them off. I'm so sick of the ripoffs. Save that for, the Korean and Japan and English knockoffs for Kong and stuff. I'm surprised there haven't been any ripoffs with all the kaiju movies coming out in terms of Kong or Godzilla, actual legit ripoffs. Not like that Asylum crap, unfortunately. Thoughts on the Mortal Kombat movie trailer? Looks good. Better have the fucking theme song. That's all I want is the original theme song. That's it. We will have these discussions tonight about movies coming out and so on. In fact, Nerd Cage actually gave me an idea today for a 1-minute movie that I might give a try. I just got to figure out how the hell I'm going to do it. So, because normally the 1-minute movies are not scripted. They're all improv, and we just try to do the stuff every few seconds. I did not see the Lady and the Tramp thing. And actually, we have our first guest in the house. Not what I was expecting because our guest is trying to get in prior. But guys, please help me welcome, of course, a person who has been coming on to the streams for a while. And also, yes, Light Post Films, you can come in now. Please help me welcoming all the way from, I forget where. Hopefully it's not where the Ice Age is happening. Matt from Monstrosities. How you doing, man?
Of course it's where the Ice Age is happening, Jack. That's how I'm getting my power, from my own personal generator. No,
wait, are you serious?
No, I'm joking, dude. I'm from Arizona.
Okay, well, it hasn't hit too hard there. And we actually have another guest already coming in, right on cue. You've met him before, Matt. But guys, please help me welcome a person who just put out a new episode, finally, of Fandemic. Indie fan, Brock. How you doing, man?
Hello, everyone. I am doing quite well. Hold up.
I'm actually going to change. Let me change the format here. Let me just see if I can find a...
I was hoping for
There we go.
I was hoping for HEWY TOONMORE so we could talk more about Jack's bulbous posterior.
Knowing DeviantArt, they probably started up the fan art already for that.
Well, I know you hope so, Jack.
No, I just think that's just like that's what's expected. But how you doing? How you doing, Brock?
Actually, better. Especially given that I am recording from the place where the magic usually happens when it comes to big effects, kablooey stuff.
Very good. And by the way, guys, go check out Indie Fan's new episode on what was it? The top 5 things you will not review.
Yeah.
Yeah, I make a cameo on there, and a few other people make a cameo, and I'm actually helping Brock out on a few extra episodes in terms of fan films for him to talk about, because I feel like his show is worth getting more out there.
It is.
Yeah. So, how we all doing? How's the last few weeks been?
So, but I've been busy.
Busy, dude. Busy. I am up to my freaking neck in editing stuff, both for work and both for the channel.
Oh my god, same. Like, I'm trying to get my next Kong review out. So all those previews I've been sending you guys, like, those are for the review. It's just, the problem is my computer is really slow at rendering, and I'm waiting for my dad to get my new antivirus software installed. So things are a little slow, but I'm trying to get it out at least by the beginning of March. So, pretty big episode.
I've been editing and writing. One is, if anyone's listening, I'm sure a prequel series for Fandemic, but it's more like a mini series in a sense, which would eventually lead and foreshadow something that would like a tie into this guy.
Yeah, I know. I didn't. If you guys go watch the new episode he put out, there were a couple of hints to my show. I do make a cameo. It is a really good episode. I actually had a couple laughs at it. But yeah, man, you got to put out more in Fandemic episodes, because there is a lot of stuff out there that I think is worth potential. Like, I want to see you cover the fan make shot-for-shot remake of Toy Story that's on YouTube.
Now that you mention it and brought that to my attention, that will actually happen.
Yeah, because I mean, I have a couple of fan films on like playlists that I have that are some of my personal favorites. That, I mean, I've actually considered just doing a Let's Talk, because now that I've brought that back, about how fan makes, which is something I've come up with, the term I've come up with, fan makes, which are basically, they're fan films but remakes of other movies.
Better copyright that stuff, Jack. Someone's gonna steal it.
Trademark. Fan makes is a trademark of BigJackFilms Incorporated.
Speaking of fan films.
But yeah, it's basically things like, I mean, like my remake of Kong, that remake of Toy Story, the 1991 shot on Shidio remake of The Terminator, and even going down to the fact that, like, one thing that I think kind of sparked it was looking back on the discussions of when The Last Jedi came out and how there was a petition to get a remake done by Disney itself and Lucasfilm, which was basically a free check for them. But I'm going to quote, one of my favorite inspirational filmmakers and one of my favorite books about filmmaking, Make Your Own Damn Movie, by Lloyd Kaufman. You guys should get this book. This is a really good book. Direct Your Own Damn Movie. Please get your hands on it. Wonderful book by Lloyd Kaufman of Troma.
Movies.
What?
speaking of movies,
Yes.
as everyone here would know, in the comments will know, I'm making a movie that takes place in a pandemic continuity, so I may as well give you a sneak peek with one of the props I've been making.
All right.
You heard of Kylo Ren's sword, Kylo Ren's lightsaber, right?
Yes.
Well,
The cross guard. Oh God, where's he going?
Oh God, does he have swords like you do, Jack?
Oh man. Oh Jesus Christ!
Okay, you know, indie fan, I don't appreciate this because now we're gonna have at least guaranteed at minimum 20 minutes of Jack whipping out his swords to see who has the bigger sword. So I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what you just did, indie fan. It just.
Well, I love the design, number one, but actually that is a tip I use because we're still working on the Star Wars prequel trilogy. In the original trilogy, we filmed most of the sabers with the actual Force effects ones, which they lasted pretty good. And then like we used my old Skywalker Force effects that I've had for a decade. But once we finished shooting that, the thing just like crapped out. So I actually resold it. But now with the lightsabers I do use, because Brock is kind enough to do the saber effects for us, which, by the way, anybody who needs lightsaber effects, he can do them really damn well.
Just tell me via email.
Yeah, send him an email if you need lightsaber effects. But what's really great is that he's using the same technique, because I go and get those $10 telescopic cheap plastic lightsabers that don't have any electronics that are part of the blade builder set. I take out the crap blades and replace them with PVC pipe, and it works wonders for prop sabers that you want to use for combat. They're light and very easy to use, and you don't have to worry. And look, it's cheaper than, like, I know everybody wants the Ultra Sabers, but these are cheaper and easier to manufacture, and if you get the right digital effects, you can make it look amazing. In fact, I found out the PVC sabers are what they used on the sequel trilogy. They used that technique because PVC piping got a lot easier to make. So if you look at the behind the scenes, all the lightsabers are using PVC pipe because just more durable. And for practice, when they shoot the movie, it's actually, they do use custom made Ultra Sabers from what I gathered. So,
and I think we all know who to thank for that one.
Ultra Sabers, the fans.
Well, no, in regards to making PVC in regards to using PVC for lightsabers.
Yeah, PVC lightsabers, they're the best. So that's definitely something to work on. So yeah, back to the idea of the fan make discussion is that, you know, they wanted the studio to make it themselves, but I figured, hey, you've got the funds, you've got the campaign, make it yourself. If you got it, you can just make it yourself. And basically, it's kind of an idea where it's like, if fans don't like a certain product, redo it and then compare the two and say which one is better. It's just the concept. And it doesn't matter what the movie is. It's like, here's a different person's vision. It's kind of like doing a fan edit of a movie, but you're just redoing the entire movie on a proper budget. So, I mean, I know there was some issues with that regarding, there was like the whole thing about the Star Trek fan films, which was total bogus. Have you heard of that story, Matt?
Yes, of course I've heard about that. Yeah, Paramount can go suck a whatever, but the thing is, I'm not really quite sure if it is Paramount because it might be Bad Robot. Ever since J.J. Abrams and his shitty-ass company took over Star Trek, the entire franchise has been suffering for the better part of 12 years now. What's that, indie fan?
And you said frack you to J.J. Abrams.
Oh, yes. Yeah. No, he is the worst thing to befall two of my most beloved franchises of all time, Star Wars and Star Trek. I know
he is a wannabe Spielberg. He is a wannabe.
You know, he's a wannabe a lot of things, but he's obviously smarter than the rest of us because he probably has, you know, tens of millions in the bank. So, you know, whatever.
And nostalgia sells. That was the main thing with all his movies, all about nostalgia. In fact, I found out, like, after The Rise of Skywalker came out, he's been signed on by Warner Brothers to do a Superman movie. So let me guess. We're going back. So let me guess. Remember Christopher Reeve? Remember the Donner movie? So I'm gonna guess he's probably gonna direct the next Superman with Henry Cavill, and then they're just gonna brighten it up and use the John Williams music again. Which, okay, I'm okay with that because I didn't.
Didn't they already kind of do that with the what was it, Superman Returns or whatever it was? Wasn't that?
Really? Here's the thing, though. I actually really like Superman Returns.
Ooh.
No, I mean like it could use a bit of a color change, like a brighter color.
All right, Jack. What actor or key grip has a connection to Kong 76 that makes you like that movie?
That doesn't make any sense.
It does make sense because the movie was awful, and there's only
first of all,
something like that that would
okay, the reason I'm soft on it because it was technically my first Superman movie. It was my first Superman movie. I saw it in cinemas. I'd never really seen a Superman movie outside of like the Reeves movie on TV, glimpsed as a kid once or twice, but nothing. I didn't grow up with Superman.
I need to stop being sarcastic on your streams because I've noticed every time I am given this look by you, indie fan not so much, but by you and HEWY TOONMORE, like I'm the biggest moron on the face of planet Earth. Now that's entirely possible, Jack. I'm not saying I'm not the biggest moron on the face of planet Earth. But what I am saying is that when I make jokes, you look at me like you're like, what the hell are you talking about?
I don't understand your references.
Reference, yeah. You don't understand mine, I don't understand yours. It's fine, you know.
Well, I mean, you grew up in the 80s, I grew up in the 90s.
I grew up in the 80s, I grew up in the 90s, fool. I'm not that old.
Really? I thought you were like an 80s kid.
No. I was born in 85. I don't even remember the 80s. 90s was my jam, dude.
Oh, you grew up the year the DeLorean time machine was made.
Oh, a reference. I get that one, Jack.
But yeah, it's one of those things.
Look at that. Look at Indie Fan's face right now. He's terrified by this conversation.
He's like, "Mommy, Daddy, stop fighting."
And don't go there, Jack, because I have a dirty mind and I know how to use it.
But anyway, so yeah, it's just the idea that fan films, like this whole thing of like, you know, if a fan base doesn't like a product, just make it yourself and then compare it, you know, as long as you have the proper money and stuff to back it up. Like, I see that, what is it, the reimagined of the Obi-Wan Vader fight from A New Hope. Granted, I'm going to be one to be on par with the original because that's what it is, but the recreation to kind of match the prequel trilogies and stuff is actually, that was a solid recreation. Now, imagine somebody taking that kind of quality and adding it to like a remake of a film that most people didn't like and part of a franchise. That could be done. And it's just more, and that there are a few things. I mean, obviously you don't want to be too public about it because then you'll probably get a cease and desist, but more so just make it on your own time and make it sort of underground, like kind of like how they did Batman Dead End, which is one of my personal favorite fan films. Like that's a masterpiece.
That I reviewed in my first season.
That have you seen Dead End, Matt?
Yeah, you guys ever seen Hunter Prey? Made by the same guy.
Oh,
is that a is that a Predator fan film?
No, it's an original movie done by the person who did Batman Dead End.
Yeah, because
I get footage of that just so I can review the shit out of it for my show. So if anybody could send me a copy of it, I will thank you.
It's a good movie.
I don't have a copy of it, but I did watch there was the documentary about the making of Dead End, which is on YouTube, and you see what it took to make it and how this guy had worked with Stan Winston and all these guys. One of the things I actually shocked.
We worked on Guyver 2 as well. Best tokusatsu, best American tokusatsu movie ever made.
Guyver 2.
One thing that did shock me is who he had originally cast for Batman and the Joker. He originally had signed on. He was on board Stallone to be Batman. Like, if you go watch the documentary, he went to Stallone, and Stallone was all for it despite the potential legal issues. And he said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll do a guerrilla filmmaking. It'll be like the first Rocky." Like,
the first Rocky was not fucking guerrilla filmmaking.
Well, I mean, Rocky 4 is the best one in the series.
No, hold on. No, you just said Rocky was guerrilla filmmaking. It was not guerrilla filmmaking.
Well, it was independent. It was kind of independently made.
But there's a difference between guerrilla filmmaking and independent filmmaking. I'm fighting you on this, Jack. I feel very aggressive.
Right there. Jack?
Yes?
What did you say about Rocky 4?
I love Rocky 4. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, not that part. I love it too. But what did you say about it being better than the first one?
I think it's the best one of the series.
Go to the corner.
No, I'm not. It's my show. My rules. You have no power here.
Jack just likes it because of that crappy robot that Apollo Creed had.
I got a question from Darth Godra. There's a really good fan film made of Ditko's Hero. The question: have you watched and reviewed yet? Actually, no. But please send me a link. I would love to see it.
One tip I do, Brock, is whenever people come up tell me stuff in the chat, I take notes so like I know to figure an idea about it later. Because actually, with the Kong reviews now, is that because I pretty much covered the majority of it, a lot of these episodes are going to be very sporadic episodes. So if it's stuff I missed or if it's fan requests, I've already gotten a few requests for a couple episodes, so I have them in my little idea jar so I can pick one if I'm bored and I need something out. But yeah, so basically he had gotten Stallone on board, and then when they were able to do that, they were actually wanted Mark Hamill as the Joker, as the live action Joker. And remember, this is like 2002, so they could have pulled it off. But then Stallone's lawyers got involved and he had to bail out. But the reason they wanted Stallone is because the director is a big fan of the Neil Adams Batman comics, which I grew up with too. I like the Neil Adams Batman. And he felt Stallone kind of fit that look. And so I was like, yeah, like, so I would recommend the documentary. It's actually pretty fascinating to see how this guy had a hell of a success with this fan film, and then it just kind of went nowhere afterwards. He made a couple of movies, but everybody, he apparently it's a story about how somebody's ego can kind of just bring a downward spiral on a director. Very fascinating documentary. It's actually longer than the movie itself. So,
Natalie White has a question for all three of us. What was our opinion for Singular Points' design?
I like it.
I do too. I kind of love the theropod design for Godzilla. And hey, it beats Godzilla being a tree.
Hey, whoa. Hold the horses there. That's okay. You didn't mean it, buddy. You didn't mean it.
Oh, I do. I freaking do. Those movies were horrible. I felt like...
I mean, Horrible is going pretty far. They did some good stuff. I mean, they're not the best, but they did some good stuff.
Okay, name me one good thing.
Name you one good thing. Okay. Sound design, soundtrack, character design, the atmosphere, the technology of the world. There were a lot of good ideas in there. Maybe not necessarily pulled off in execution so well, but I mean, I would take that over a lot of the other stuff, man. It was Battlestar Galactica meets Godzilla, and that for me was like perfect, you know? Not going to sit here and say they were perfect movies by any stretch of the imagination, but anime Ghidorah is freaking amazing.
Okay, I think you insulted Brock like 5 times in like 2 seconds, because not only do you bring up everything good about it, but you also say it's comparison to Battlestar Galactica, which I assume Brock is a fan of.
I love it.
Yeah. The one thing I'll say, because I haven't watched the anime trilogy, I will say I do like Godzilla's design.
Hold on, Jack. You've never seen the anime trilogy?
I have not had time to watch it.
Hold on. You are on my channel giving me crap about those movies, and you're telling me you never even seen them?
I've seen bits of them, and I've only heard bad word of mouth. So I decided to not really watch them.
Telling me
what?
You're just a sheeple.
Kind of. With that trilogy, kind of. I will give it a chance. I know it's on Netflix. One thing I do like is the design of Godzilla in that, because it's basically Mount Godzilla, or Mount Gojira, as I call him. And it's very reminiscent of the 2014 design. Very reminiscent. But with Singular Point, I brought this up in Matt's stream. It's Fusion Godzilla. It's Fusion Godzilla from G-Fest, which is that huge...
Oh, yeah, from Battle Royale. That was a good movie.
No. That's Hyper Godzilla. That's Hyper Godzilla with the white eyes and sort of the sleekness. Fusion Godzilla is like, it's this guy, it's a cosplay, it's a guy in a suit, but this thing's like 7 feet fucking tall and looks like it's on steroids. It's like if Shin Godzilla had skin. It's kind of terrifying.
Point is going to be awesome. I'm seriously hoping for some stellar stuff. I mean, they've been really knocking it out of the park as far as like creativity goes for the Reiwa stuff, from Shin to the anime trilogy to Singular Point. So anything Japanese Godzilla made, I'm all for. So it's going to be good.
If they make a Godzilla hentai, you'll probably watch it too.
Oh, David
well, probably. The thing is, you'll probably watch it too, since you did the King Kong thing, which, by the way, you did for Valentine's Day. Did you not?
Abdu Niang asks me, what is my opinion on Predator in 1990, and do I like the Godzilla Millennium design? Well, if you're referring to the first Predator starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, I liked it. I didn't see the second one. As for the Millennium design, is it from 2000, Megaguirus, GMK, the Kiryu Saga, or Final Wars? Could you?
GMK has the best design out of that whole series.
Guy.
Well, this is something I did want to bring up because we were bringing up Batman and so on. I don't know if you guys heard this news, but DC Comics is putting out a set of new comics over the summer, and it's going to be a continuation of the Batman Burton universe and the Richard Donner Superman universe. So they pick up after Batman Returns, and with Superman, it's debatable if it takes place after Superman 4 or Superman Returns. That's the big question. Is it like that's what I'm more curious about? Like I'm looking forward to more of Burton's Batman in comic book form, but I do want to see where the continuity takes place in terms of the Reeves Superman movies. If it's going to be after 4 or after Returns, because do we count Returns as 5? I can't remember if like people count that as 5.
I don't know.
Because from what I heard, it basically takes like people have debated if it takes place after Quest for Peace or Superman 2, basically ignoring 3 and 4.
Yeah.
I have no idea. But that I'm actually really excited for because I want to see what they do with the Billy D. Williams Two-Face, what they do with the Riddler, what they do with that version of Robin. Like I want to see where that goes, and I think it's because they are building up to the Flashpoint movie. Which they also cast Supergirl, by the way. They just cast her today.
Starmaster996 asks all three of us if we wanted to add an old character / giant monster for the old Godzilla films, but the MonsterVerse, who it would be.
Gigan.
Oh, okay, that's a good one. That's a good one, Star. For me, I'm not sure this would count since he was never in the movie. Probably Bagon.
Bagon. You mean Baragon?
No, Bagon.
Bagon.
Bagon's
basically unused concept. Imagine
it was a Baragon, but on fucking steroids.
I mean, it depends on what iteration you're talking about, Brock, because like it came about in the 80s with the Return of Godzilla, and then it was going to be used for
90s.
Mothra versus Bagon, and then it appeared technically in the Super Godzilla video game for the SNES.
Godzilla video game.
Oh, that sucks.
Ever since then, it's just been like everybody's wanted the monster to come back. So there you
I want to see Gigan, and the way I could see Gigan is simple.
Jack, it's not Gigan. You want Uganduru, my friend. You want the giant condor from Godzilla.
No, I don't. No, I'm talking.
Yes, you do.
Jack, you want it because the condor was originally supposed to
Condor.
Yeah, see,
you mean the giant
what I'm
claw?
talking about.
You mean the giant claw?
No, the condor.
Condor.
Yes, for Condor and Godzilla Earth.
Or you know what, Jack? You know what would also be really cool? I'd love to see the Biden-saurus make an appearance in the.
Dino Nerd has asked me.
Well, before we hold up, Brock, hold up. Before we do, I want to answer why I want Gigan.
All right.
The simple version, Space Muto. That's it. He's a Muto from space that's mutated into the form of Gigan. I think that's because I remember when 2014 came out and the trailers were coming out, a lot of those claws that were coming down on the Muto, we didn't see it, looked a little bit like Gigan, so I was kind of thinking, is Gigan going to be in the movie? And I think that if, like, say a Muto ended up in space and mutated, yeah, go for it. Make it space, essentially a space Muto, Gigan.
I just want to point out that Darth Gojira says that Biden-saurus should be in the MonsterVerse, Jack. I'm just saying.
On Skull Island as a little tiny creature, fine.
All right. Dino Nerd asks, have you guys heard that some guys are making King Kong 05 creatures for Jurassic World Evolution mods?
Ooh, okay. If they make Biden-saurus, then yes.
Biden-saurus.
What?
What the hell is Biden-saurus? What's
going on? Oh, no!
Oh, Brock.
Let it go ahead. Tell him that. Tell him.
Brock, this is a weird story. You probably had to be there, but I'm going to share the tale anyways for Jack's whole chat, right? You know, a couple weeks ago for work, I was working on a video that was actually going to be shown to the president of the United States. Okay, so it was kind of a big deal on my end. And as I was working on it, like really, really like in-depth work on it, Jack is texting me. He's like, you know, hey man, have you put down your Kong 76 pre-order yet? And I said, no, man, I didn't even know it was coming out. Like I've been like neck deep in this Biden video that I'm doing, right? And now normally, Brock, like when you tell somebody that kind of news, they'd be like, oh wow, that's really cool. Or like, oh, congratulate or something. You know what I mean? But Jack just goes, well, anyways, you know, the TV edit is going to be on the Blu-ray. It's going to be this amazing thing. And he just goes on. So we bring him onto the live stream that night. And I decided to harass him with it. I'm like, Jack, can you give me a little bit of credit here about the Joe Biden video that I'm working on? And he just wouldn't. He would not give me just even a scotch of credit, like none. He just kept on going about the Kong 76 Blu-ray. And then we found out that it was apparently it appeared in both the Kong 05 video game as well as the Ancient World of Kong, whatever the art book was.
The Natural History of Skull Island.
That one, yes. There is, in fact, a denizen on Skull Island called a Bidensaurus. And Jack had a bit of a meltdown because he just was like, I don't care about Joe Biden. He's an old man.
I thought they were.
And I was like, Jack, I'm your friend. Just give me some credit. Just say congratulations, good job on you, Jack, or on good job on you, Matt. And maybe about after 2 hours of this, he finally said, fine, Matt, good job. And I said, thank you, Jack. That's all I wanted. But the Bidensaurus lives on. And we got Jack to agree that if we raised $100 for his Patreon, that he would in fact do an entire expose video on the Bidensaurus of Skull Island.
Because I thought it was a joke.
Same here. Also, none of you people are getting my book.
What?
None of you are getting my book.
Oh, I don't have to worry about it, Brock. I got a deal in the works to get that book. So here.
Well, speaking of books, I put this out Wednesday.
That's it. We're just moving on from the Bidensaurus. No reaction from Brock. Nothing.
Yep.
Brock, you don't have anything to say about the Bidensaurus. It's just like, it's a thing.
You know, that was a real thing in that book. So if you'll excuse me, I will go to the corner.
Anyway, so I mean, Matt, you whore yourself out with books all the time on your channel, so I might as well have my cake and eat it too.
You whore yourself out on my channel all the time, fool. You being a whore is like nothing new.
I did get these recently in the mail from Amazon, and I did do a video on it Wednesday, but I'm going to be reading this soon. I got the Universal Orlando, the unofficial storybook. This is on Amazon.com. Goes through the whole history of the park from its early conceptions to Harry Potter. But one thing I would recommend everybody getting if they want a little bit of an extra insight on the 70s Kong, I got John Guillermin, the man, the myth, the movies, about the director of the movie. He also did Towering Inferno, Death of the Nile. He did a bunch of movies back in the day, and this was actually kind of a sponsor from his wife Mary, who's an incredibly nice person who I've talked to a lot, and she recommended I get this book, so I'm going to be reading through this soon. Definitely worth checking out for a little bit of that extra Kong 76 content that is in here. So, I mean, that and the Creation of Dino De Laurentiis, which is another book I would recommend. But I think actually, because when do school have their reading week most of the time? When does that usually start? March?
I don't know. It's been years since I went to school, and honestly, they were draining. The final years were draining.
I will more than likely take that week off to do a reading week just for myself, just to read a couple of books and everything, because, yeah, it's been a while since I picked up a book and done anything. So that's happening. There were so many announcements the last few days that has been going on. I mean, I'll be honest, I was kind of like, I don't know about Snyder's Justice League, but now with that last trailer, I am kind of curious to see how it plays out. So, it looks interesting. It I mean, it's good to know that Jared Leto and Zack Snyder are pretty much like they're self-aware of what they're making and with the Joker and everything. Like, yes, we quoted the meme. You're welcome. Oh, like, have you not heard of that? I mean,
I'm probably the only person on the face of planet Earth that doesn't care about Zack Snyder's Justice League and also doesn't really understand why it's all a bunch of hype around it. But that's just me.
Because Josh Whedon butchered his original vision.
Yeah, but Zack Snyder wasn't exactly a great director to begin with, so I don't know why everybody's pretending to like act like his DCU stuff is like actually good. Man of Steel was awful. BVS was worse. And now he's like getting his hands back on Justice League, and it's like suddenly it's the second coming
the
of
guy looks like
Coppola,
he
Spielberg,
snorts
and Lucas at
cocaine
once.
in every movie shoot he's on. He looks like the type of guy who snorts a lot of coke.
Ooh, Starmaster996 has another question for us. Since the new Godzilla vs. Kong is coming out, what side are you on? To me, I'm Godzilla because I believe he's innocent.
Kong.
Same. No, Godzilla.
Matt.
Team Giant Condor, or if
Team Bidensaurus.
Team Bidensaurus, yes.
Yes. I'm Team Kong. I want to get one of those shirts off Amazon because it reminds me of like the old Kongfrontation shirts, like the merchandise they used to sell at the park, which is pretty cool. Actually, there's a person I know who gave me connections to a guy who works at the park right now who actually does manual technician stuff on the animatronic at Reign of Kong. And I've been talking to him recently because I asked him, okay, the animatronic is amazing, but where the fuck's my banana breath? Where is it? And they said, well, we couldn't install it. You can install it. You just stick a banana Febreze in the fucker's mouth.
Why the hell do you want the animatronic to breathe? No, Brock, hold on a second. Hold on. Why would you want to smell Kong breath, Jack?
Do you not remember the original ride at Universal Studios?
I mean, yeah, but like if we're gonna bring it up to more realistic standards, that thing's gonna be like rot of death, Kong breathing on you.
Well, it's like
a fresh banana.
There is, but look, the ride's unrealistic as fuck anyway. I mean, it's mostly 3D screens and shit, except with an animatronic at the end.
I think realism went out the window, Jack, when they had a 50-foot monkey, you know.
Actually, technically, it's 25 feet.
And, you know, hold on. You forgot to, Jack, you didn't correct me on the biggest thing. It's not a monkey. It's an ape.
It's an ape. It's a gorilla.
Sorry, Brock. What was that?
I had this idea that I shared with Jack, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. You get like there's the whole confrontation.
Yeah.
Yes. Since there's going to be the new Godzilla vs. Kong movie, and it's all big and shit. What if Universal, if they had the chance to revive it, also adding Godzilla, so it's basically Kong and Godzilla, and then eventually the climax is them at each other's throats?
The only way I could see them doing that is in Universal Studios Japan, because they had the Shin Godzilla versus Evangelion ride, which apparently was amazing. And one thing I am actually kind of like, that does look cool. They have a Evangelion style Mechagodzilla cup you can get, which I'm like, I kind of want that. That thing
was a popcorn bucket.
Yeah, it's Kiryu, but in the color of Evangelion, which is pretty kick-ass.
Brock, I like the idea. I'm not gonna hold my breath for it, but it'd be kind of cool if it happened.
Yeah,
I just thought it'd be cool. It'd be a cool idea.
Definitely.
It would probably only be in Japan just because Hollywood and Florida already have their Kong attractions ready to go and they're open all the time. So it would be very hard to get Godzilla in there. Although I suggested the idea, because I know a few people who work at Universal, the concept of, because the thing is that the Simpsons ride replaced the Back to the Future attraction, which was stupid.
Go on.
That was stupid. But because Disney now owns the Simpsons, now they're going to have to pay more royalties to Disney. So my advice to Universal is wait a couple of years, cut your losses, close down the Simpsons attraction. Now you might be thinking, okay, bring Back to the Future is the obvious thing. I'm going to make a compromise. Not Back to the Future. You can still have the same simulation ride with the 8-passenger DeLorean and whatever, but here's my idea. Ready Player One, the ride. And what you do, here's how it works. You don't wear Oasis goggles or anything, but all the vehicles are different cars. So the 8-passenger DeLorean, the Batmobile, the A-Team truck, Kit from Knight Rider, you can pick which one you want to be in. And you go through and basically the car is your gaming console thing, like the Oasis. And not only is it an
battle.
Not only is it an OmniMax Dome experience, but it also is kind of like the Men in Black attraction where you can use like a zapper and shoot the screen. So it's an IMAX Dome shooter simulation ride. And yeah, you can do like obviously the race in New York. So that means you can have Kong, Jurassic Park, you can have all that, and then you can go into the battle and have Mechagodzilla fight Ultraman or the Iron Giant or a Gundam in there. Yeah. Oh my God! Like that would be one of the vehicles. You could choose a freaking Gundam. I know. He doesn't like the G word. I gotta remember that. But yeah, so I think that would be a really cool compromise because then you can technically bring Back to the Future, but have all this other stuff in the middle of it. I think that would be a great compromise because obviously Universal has a good deal with Warner Brothers right now, so just why not? That would be the best alternative, I think, to replacing the Simpsons attraction. So basically, the old generation gets their ride back, and they get a new ride with it.
Oh, I would pay top money for that, and then some.
Well, that or they do just bring Back to the Future, and they just update the 2015 part to like 3,000. Like, that would be interesting. Just bring because look, Back to the Future is still profitable. Like, it's still a profitable franchise. Do I want a fourth movie? Fuck no. But I think just essentially, a ride that's kind of updated would be okay.
They're not gonna do it.
Oh, they probably wouldn't. It's just because of like the technology. I mean, like unless you update the technology is the only thing.
It would only be in conjunction with a movie or something.
Could do it because the Back to the Future ride is in a sense timeless. I mean,
it kind of is. The only problem is like every time you go into the Institute, you'd be stuck in 1991.
Now, is it timeless because it's literally a time machine and it can just go to whatever time period it wants?
Well, hey.
See, there's the look again. There's the look from you both. Like I'm a big freaking idiot. Maybe I am.
Well, no. You know what? Actually, you do have a point.
I'm just being sarcastic.
You brought up an interesting idea. They could bring it back, but what if they pretty much took the angle that Star Tours did at Disneyland? They do The Adventures Continue, and you basically split the ride in separate things, and then they basically generate a different version every ride, so you can go to different time periods of whatever you want.
I don't think as many people care about Back to the Future as we would like to think. I honestly think that. I think it'd be cool to like conceptually come up with something like that, but ultimately I just feel like unless there's a new entry or a remake or something, some way that it's going to bring in a bunch of people because it's like, it's like, hey, there's a popular movie or something. Like, I don't think it's going to happen,
The only way I could see them doing it is like, I don't want to see a fourth one. I don't want to see a remake. I don't know. Like, it's just some ideas here and there that they could do. I mean, the only way you can experience the ride now is through the DVD. But even then, the ride footage is so cropped. Like half the screen in the footage is a simulation of the dashboard of the car. That's stupid. Like, you can't even see the full IMAX footage. And it's such a butchering. The only thing that is decent is you see the full pre-show. And that's the one thing I do like about theme parks is when they have a good pre-show that kind of has a story, even though nobody gives a shit. You're just waiting in line for the damn thing. Like, you go on the Simpsons ride, for example, the entire pre-show is just clips from the show, like some of the best clips from the series. And it's like, okay, where's the story? I remember back in the old days, I used to go to Canada's Wonderland. We had the SpongeBob 4D attraction. And in that one, while you're waiting in line, it would just be a clip show of some of the best of the series, and then you would get on the ride, and it was just like, ride was okay. Actually, the ride was actually pretty solid. Good humor. Good humor for that ride. I was very surprised with that one.
They need to make a Forrest Gump ride.
Oh God, you end up in Vietnam. I gotta find Bubba.
They're sending me to Vietnam.
I just asked David the Master 2021 because he was asking what we thought about the movie. I said, hey, who would you cast as the characters in Forrest Gump amongst us three? Me, Jack, Brock. Who would be who in the movie?
I'd probably be Forrest. I think, Matt, I'd cast you as Lieutenant Dan.
Who would I be?
Bubba.
Wow.
No, you can be Lieutenant Dan without the legs.
That doesn't make any sense.
Sergeant.
Or I'm trying to think of what's some other character.
Brock can be that kid on the bus who tells Gump, he's like, you can't sit here, you know, like he
No, he can be Haley Joel Osment.
I am not going to be your kid.
So, Jack, who are you? Are you Gump?
Yeah, I'd be Gump. But no, but then I got to
You would be Gump, actually. And I don't say that insultingly. You would be Gump.
I know who I would be.
Did you know they made a sequel to Forrest Gump?
Yeah, Gump novelization.
No, it's called Philadelphia.
Oh, God damn it, Jack.
Jenny gave me AIDS.
Okay, speaking of which, I think I know who I'd want to be if I was going to be cast. Jenny.
Oh God! So basically, we have to dress you up in drag and make you look like Buttercup from The Princess Bride.
Hey, I don't mind.
Inconceivable.
Jack,
we went there. Welcome to Jack's live stream, everybody.
I haven't seen Princess Bride in a while. I gotta go back and watch that. That's a good movie.
Starmaster asks Jack, would you ever be in a Kong film? If you did, who would you play?
Well, funny story behind that, Starmaster. I guess because the movie's coming out and I don't give a fuck. A while back when the movie was in production in Australia, I had a friend in Australia whose parents did casting calls on the film. And their son was a fan of mine, and the casting person actually was on one of the Skype calls I was on and said, you know, we could have put you in the movie on an on-screen role. I would have been like, what the fuck? Right? So I could have. What?
Are you talking about GVK?
Yeah, I could have been in GVK.
Oh, dude,
but by the time they told me it was too late because they were already shooting. But they did give me a production T-shirt. They did give me a T-shirt as a sort of, like, because they apparently people who were working on the movie knew who I was. Because when they were doing research on the movie, they actually did watch my show. I'm like, okay, but it was kind of because I always imagined my cameo would probably just be like one of those street pedestrians running away when they're fighting in Hong Kong or something. But I could just picture myself just vlogging. Hi, it's BigJackFilms here. Welcome to the location tour for Mighty Peking Man. Oh fuck! Just have like a Cloverfield moment. Like, oh fuck.
My favorite games are Banjo-Kazooie and Super Mario.
I love that meme so much. Oh, we won't bring it up in full detail, but God, that's a horrible meme. But yeah, so I could have been in the movie, but I got the call too late. I would have done it in a heartbeat. I would have vlogged it, and then I would have kept the footage and told Warner Brothers, don't worry, I'll release it when the movie's out. That would have been interesting to be there, because apparently, I don't know if they were shooting on sound stages or out and about. They were probably shooting sound stages, which I don't like. I wonder if they were shooting in Sydney, because the Fox Studios in Sydney, some of the biggest sound stages in the world. They shot all of the episodes 2 and 3 in Sydney. Actually, they shot apparently. I remember watching the DVDs for Revenge of the Sith, and they would always go to Sydney when they were shooting the Mustafar sequence in Revenge of the Sith.
Do it.
So that's a very good question, Starmaster.
Starmaster asks, what are your thoughts on Shin Godzilla?
Best movie of the legendary era so far.
Hold on, Jack. It's not the legendary era, okay? It's the Reiwa era if you're talking the Japanese stuff.
Well, I'm talking the entire set, all the movies that have come out since.
I'm sorry, it's two separate things, dude. You got MonsterVerse and you got Reiwa. It's legit. I know you don't believe me, but it's true.
Well, I mean, this is also coming from somebody who does put 98 as part of the Millennium series.
98 is not part of the Millennium series.
Final Wars had 98 in it.
It doesn't matter. 98 is a completely different production. The Japanese don't recognize 98 as part as either the Heisei or the Millennium series. It is literally part of its own offshoot.
They do have to take some responsibility, though, for that movie.
Okay, well, we're not talking about responsibility. We're talking about if they recognize it as part of their eras. The MonsterVerse and American stuff is literally separated from the 4 Japanese eras.
But yet, okay, yes, they're separate in terms of companies, but in some of the continuity, 98 does take place in both DMK.
Still, and I understand that, but they still, what I'm trying to get you to understand is that they don't count it as like, oh, it's a Millennium movie. They don't count it as that. You are correct that they recognize it in continuity, GMK, Final Wars, whatever.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's just my personal preference to make things a little bit more organized, just to keep everything in one category. Because I mean, like, I like to think that just like, I know it's called the Reiwa era, I understand that, but just because it started with 2014 and coming on now is like that.
I'm gonna be the Godzilla nerd on here and correct you on everything because I'm right, Jack. God damn it.
So do we include do we include the original American cut of Godzilla King of the Monsters with Raymond Burr as part of the Showa era?
I don't actually think that has any continuity in there, you know.
But like, do we count it as part of that era?
I would.
See, that makes no sense. It's an American production.
It's not an American production. It's an adaptation. They took the Japanese production, did some other stuff with it. It's like saying the American cut of Godzilla 2000. It's like, does that actually count as a Millennium movie? The answer is I don't know. But a movie like Godzilla 98, a movie like Godzilla 2014, they're completely different. They're not.
Yeah, Toho did. I mean, it's a distributed movie, 54 and 84 when they did the American cuts, basically.
Not a distributed film. They didn't distribute it. They made an entirely new movie out of it.
Oh, Starmaster 996X. What is the bad Godzilla film you have ever watched and promised not to watch again? Godzilla's Revenge.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
You know what? Actually, you know what? It's that, or I don't know if anybody would take insult to it. I am not a fan of Godzilla versus Hedorah.
I don't mind.
I find it argument from me.
My era of Godzilla. A series of movies that I can't stomach because they're just so long and boring is like from Son of Godzilla to Godzilla versus Hedorah. That whole time period of movies I just can't stomach. Even Destroy All Monsters I can't stomach because it's so boring. The last act is amazing. The last act is fantastic of Destroy All Monsters. But the entire build up to that is so fucking boring.
The second act lags a little bit, but I would say that the build-up with the monsters attacking Tokyo initially, that's pretty good. But it's when they send the astronauts up to the moon and that whole thing, it just is like, oh my God, just get it over and done with already.
Well, I'll bring this up with Zane Jones. He says this is his least favorite, but you know what? Oh, no, that's Conquer. I actually think Space Godzilla is one of the best entries of the Heisei era.
Oh, come on, Jeff.
I like Space Godzilla.
Baby, don't kill me. Why do you got to stab an old man in the heart, huh?
Well, I'll say this. I like it more than Battle for Earth.
Boomer.
I like it more than Battle for Earth.
It's Space Godzilla is not good. There's a lot of good ideas in there. The execution was
The design is great.
I don't care about the design. The execution was awful. There was a lot of great ideas in there. The blood coagulant. You had a character who wanted to get revenge on Godzilla for killing a character like 3 movies prior in Biolante. You know, Mogura was kind of cool.
And it also wonders if Biolante is still in canon because of
it was one of those movies where it was like Kawakita was getting so lazy with his effects. You know, I mean, the asteroid belt scene, for instance.
Godzilla's tail.
His tail?
Oh yeah, there's a shot like of Godzilla in the ocean, and you see his tail like fall apart in the back.
Well, I mean, there's that too. I mean, this was like supposed to be the 40th anniversary movie, and it really should have just been better.
I mean, I'll agree it does have problems. Like, I am not a fan of Godzilla.
I like what Nintendo Fan 101 says. He says the execution was better than all the anime trilogy. Well, you're wrong about that, man. You know, look at the anime trilogy, the soundtracks to those compared to Space Godzilla. Same composer, right? But the anime trilogy stuff, the music in there is amazing. And yeah, the execution in the trilogy was a hell of a lot better than Space Godzilla, man. They were getting.
I did not like Godzilla Jr.'s design in that. Like, what a downgrade from Mechagodzilla 2.
Hey, your boy Derek, my boy Derek, is in the chat right now.
Okay, Derek, I sent you a link to the chat. I sent you a link to the stream if you want to join us.
Derek, help me, baby. Help me.
Get your ass over here. DMan, you need to come on my channel for the first time. Get your ass over here.
Derek is a busy guy, just to let you know.
I know, but it's like he's never appeared on my channel. It's like
I know, but he's like
I personally like to meet the guy.
You need to break the Big Jack Films channel virginity, buddy. You have to.
Nintendo Fan, fair enough.
Yeah, it's just Space Godzilla. It does have issues. I will admit, it does have effects problems. It does have a lot of plot, too much going on. It's very Halloween 6 kind of. It has that kind of vibe to it. But it's more so the reason it's like I like Space Godzilla's design. I hated Godzilla Jr. I like that they brought in Mothra. I like kind of the space stuff, and I do like the battle. Like the final battle feels very reminiscent of like an anime movie. Like not like a Godzilla anime, but like you ever watch like an anime movie based on a series and there's like the big battle with the big movie villain.
I think you're looking more like it feels more like a 70s battle, like Godzilla versus Megalon, where the back end of the movie is just super heavy with action stuff.
I love Godzilla versus Megalon. What are you talking about?
I'm not sitting here saying that it's a bad movie because I enjoy it too. I'm just saying, stylistically speaking, I think that is more akin to what you're talking about than an anime movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's also because I did grow up with it. I did watch it on VHS. It is my nostalgia goggles. I mean, if you're compared to the rest of the Heisei era, it is one of the weaker ones. I will put it above Battle for Earth, Mothra Battle for Earth. I actually do not like that one. I felt that one. It's
ironic because I agree with you. Mothra's bad. It was the highest ticket seller of the 90s era, the most popular one. But like, I agree with you on that.
Is it as good as 84, BATTYALANA, and King Ghidorah and Destroya? No.
You know, I hate to say it, Destroya is not even all that great either. Like, there's things about it I really like, but it doesn't hold up.
Godzilla versus Destroya is my favorite Godzilla movie.
Fair enough.
Say it right.
Destroya.
No. You gotta say it with more feeling. You gotta go.
Destroya!
That's better.
It is my favorite of the series only because it is one of the best films in the series to have a proper finale to the character. Like, God, that scene at the end, tears. I get teared up. Like, there's only a few of the Godzilla movies that actually make me tear up. And oh my God, he's broken the Big Jack Films virginity for the first time on the channel. Please help me welcome the.
Are we about to steal Greatness Mountain?
In my opinion, the *1 Godzilla YouTuber.
Wow, thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Aside from you, Matt,
thank you, Jack.
DMan1954.
What's up? I'm here to rescue you, Matt.
Derek, thank you. Thank you.
I heard your cry. See, Jack, that's what you needed. You just needed to pin Matt down and get him so desperate that he needed to cry out to the universe for me to help, and then I show up.
I feel like this is like a big. This is sort of like a versus event on my channel where it's like, so we meet at last, demon.
It's the Godzilla verse calling.
Nice to meet you, sir.
What's up?
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
How goes Greatness Mountain and all the mountaineering?
Busy. I cannot stay long. I'm working on things right now off on the other tab, but I'll stick around for as long as I can. But I've got
I'm trying to get my next Kong review out for March, so I've got a big one planned. I mean, I might as well spoil it. I'm doing a review, not really a review, but sort of a location tour of all the stuff from New York, because this isn't a April Fool's prank like last time where I did where I was doing that, but I was actually in Toronto talking about the locations from Yeti giant of the 20th century. This time I went to Manhattan. I shot this when I did the musical episode, but I'm looking at all the locations from all the movies. So that should be really fun.
That'll be real cool.
Yeah.
Oh, Cyrus is giving a nice little compliment to D-Man. You should highlight that.
Which one's
talking about the Dead Meat podcast? It's the very last comment.
Let's comment. Okay, so this guy?
Yeah.
It blew my mind too. It blew that one was not something I expected to occur.
I mean, you gotta come on here at some point. We gotta collab a bit more, man. Because I credit you as like the #1 Godzilla YouTuber aside from Matt. Like you guys are kind of neck and neck.
He's only saying that, Derek, because I'm here. If I wasn't here, it would just be completely Well,
it's interesting because I always felt like, because when GojiFan93 kind of essentially retired, I always felt that D-Man was kind of the one who he passed the torch on to.
Well, yeah, no, I will sit here and admit that Derek is the biggest Godzilla YouTuber, and with good reason. I'm just saying, whatever. I've never debated that fact. I've told Derek this privately and publicly many a time. I just am giving you a hard time, Jack, because that's the most fun.
By the way, I forgot to mention Derek, Brock, Derek.
Yo.
Hey.
He does some pretty good reviews. Derek, you should check out his stuff.
Yes, I do indie films and fan films because I felt no one else was doing it. I mean, I saw people do fan fiction, even newspaper comic strips. There was a person of that name once, so I thought no one's done fan films or independent films, so I thought, why not?
You did discuss Battle Royale, right?
No, not yet.
You gotta do Battle Royale. Right?
Get the Greasy Strangler.
Greasy Strangler.
You gotta do Alan Maxon's Alien Planet once
that
it
one
comes
too.
out.
Okay, hold up. Let me write this down. Give me
we
the
need
name.
to support it right now because it's in the Indiegogo stages. But Alan
Derek?
Maxon's Alien Planet.
Derek, he's only going to write down Alien Planet. He's not going to write down the Greasy Strangler.
Well, there's no Greasy Strangler fan film.
All right, Greasy Strangler.
Matt, make the Greasy Strangler fan film.
Why would I make it a fan film of the Greasy Strangler?
Okay, here's what I'll do. We'll compromise. Matt will write it, and I will direct it as my junior year film in film school.
Along with the other 5 films you're directing.
Yeah, I can't believe that, dude. When it was bad enough when I had 2, and then they were like, also, there's another one that you didn't know about.
Dude, I can't even believe that crap when you were talking about that the other night. Like, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I hope get enough sleep, drink plenty of fluids and crap, and just take care of yourself because, man, dude, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's really stupid.
David wanted to know my thoughts on my favorite Castlevania episode. I haven't finished the series. I'm still on season 3. Okay, you guys keep talking. I'll be right back. I have to get a drink because I'm parched, so I shall return.
Oh, snap. Jack's gone.
And now this will give me an excuse to show off another one of my props for the movie. One moment.
Oh, boy, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. We're still getting prop source being shown. Damn it. Derek. Quick, everybody in the chat, go over to Derek's channel. Come over to my channel. Go to the After Darks. Derek appears there sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, when I can.
Oh, Christ.
What the hell is that thing?
It's a giant gun. Or it's a ship.
That was for the movie. I kind of based it on Halo and the Pillar of Autumn from Halo and the destroyer class, mega class destroyers from Babylon 5.
It's a model ship.
Yep, and the best part is they glow.
Wait, fuck, you built that?
Yep.
What the fuck?
All by hand.
Bruh. Damn. I just gotta film it right. That's pretty impressive. Fuck.
That's what she said.
Not to Jack, she didn't.
Me. Don't
no,
I had to go get
on his bulbous buttocks.
I had to go and get my big box of donuts, so. Which this live stream is not brought to you by Tim Hortons. I'm sorry.
Or Adam and Eve, for that matter.
Derek, can you bust out your sword prop or something to show us?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh God.
I unfortunately, Jack, I feel ashamed of myself because I literally have nothing to show.
Well, I would show my new prop, but I'm gonna wait till Wednesday
Why Wednesday, Jack?
Props.
because it's part of the Fan Mail Fanatics.
Okay.
Here's something for Jack's prequel series.
I love that gun.
Here you go. It's not Jack. I'm sorry, it's not real. I hate to break it to you. This one's like,
Oh my God, that's impressive.
it's I don't know. It was like a Halloween thing.
I
got it many a moons ago.
I got a foot long.
$5 foot long.
I don't need to spend $5 at Subway because I got my foot long right here.
Oh boy, Derek, it's a little over an hour and we're already talking about Jack's genitals.
You did this. I want you to know. I wasn't.
At least Jack isn't Jared.
Oh.
Oh boy. Anyways, yeah. So we all showed off our swords. What's next on the docket, Jack?
We're just shooting the shit. I mean, I actually want to know your thoughts on this because I know it was kind of announced throughout the whole Kaiju wave that we went through a couple weeks ago. But Paramount did announce they are doing a actual legit sequel to Cloverfield. And personally, I do not care, and I will wait to see a trailer to make my decision because I have been tricked twice now with this sequel, and it just has not happened. Because my idea was they should do the first movie like the same event in New York, but from a different person's perspective. Because when you have a giant monster attacking the city in 2008, there's going to be cameras all over the place. So it's more so like, how can we continue the story where you're still telling the same event, but it's like, hey, how about these guys, instead of dying, they actually survive the event. We see the aftermath of the nuke going off in Manhattan. We see what happened with the monster. Like, there's ways you could still continue this without essentially just, oh, it's an anthology series because we went all Halloween 3 Season of the Witch on this franchise. Even though I do like Halloween 3, I just want to see more of like...
Yeah, that's like the best Halloween movie. Just throwing that out there.
It has the best soundtrack. It has the better soundtrack. Although, like, I mean, the Halloween series is very 50-50. I do like 4. I do like Rob Zombie's first one. Hated the second one. And I did enjoy the last one that came out. I am looking forward to Halloween Kills. That actually looks really good. But I did want to know your guys' opinion on the potential Cloverfield sequel that they announced.
Derek, you want to go first?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to schedule a shoot for tomorrow morning. You know, honestly, Cloverfield is my least favorite of the Cloverfield movies. I thought that 10 Cloverfield Lane was pretty good, and Paradox, I think, is way better than people give it credit for. I'm just hoping that this one's good. I thought that the found footage pretty much single-handedly killed that first movie. It's a very unbearable watch for me, and I didn't like any of the characters. I thought that there was a lot of cool ideas, like the little parasite monsters and the tunnels and everything. So there's a lot of cool ideas in the movie, but overall, that movie sucks. The only thing that I hope happens is that we get the soundtrack back, because that theme song for the movie,
That was wonderful.
oh my god, it's so good. I listen to it all the time.
Total Afukube. That was total tribute to Afukube.
Yeah, it's very good. I listen to it frequently. So I'm hoping that would return. But other than that, just make the movie not found footage, and then I'll probably like it about 1,000% more.
They did say in the article that it's not only going to be a sequel, but it's actually not going to be a found footage movie. So, okay, you know what? I can kind of see that, where it's going to be a continuation that actually isn't that. And yeah, hell, they could have the story about the camera. They can make the story about the footage. Like, maybe it's the only footage that survived the event. You know, and now it's like a big kind of like, who's got the tape? Who's got the footage? You know, something on that par. But honestly, you want to have the monster come back in some form. Maybe even this could be they could have a new monster. Like they could make this their a new series where it's like here's a new monster that the creature gets to fight.
Can I be really like politically incorrect? Am I allowed to do that, Big Jack, on here?
It depends on what if it's not racist or homophobic, it's fine.
Hey,
have I ever been either of those?
Yeah, Matt, remember your history of like always being a good guy? Well, keep that up because we all know that you're not like.
All right, go on now. Go on. I'm just
no, forget it, Jack. No. Apparently, I'm a racist and a homophobe now.
Also,
so
I'm just kidding.
And Brock is ready to change the subject anyway. So
actually, Stans asked me a question. Do I like Tim Burton films? And if I
didn't
do,
even answer the question about Cloverfield. Come on.
Okay. Let Nat answer, Brock.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna take this moment. I'm just gonna breathe in. Just enjoy. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I'm with Derek on this. I did not care for number 1. In fact, I don't like any of the Cloverfield movies. It's good to always have more kaiju movies coming in because it keeps the genre alive. I'm glad that people are looking forward to it. I personally will probably not be the first one in line, but if there are people who are looking forward to it, then I mean, by all means, be excited about it. It will probably end up passing on my end.
All right. So Sands asked me, do I like Tim Burton films? And if I do, have I seen Frankenweenie? Well, I like his work, but I've never seen Frankenweenie. I'm more the guy who saw classics like Ed Wood, Nightmare Before Christmas. I don't know if this would count. Might know this probably wouldn't count. So 9, but that's not.
Frankenweenie is the best Gamera movie. That's all I have to say. It's the best Gamera movie.
Yeah, honestly, that movie just made me feel old for some reason. I don't know. I mean, that film came out when I was 17 years old, and I am 25 years of age.
Well, look, as coming from somebody who's kind of anti-Gamera, I'm not the biggest fan, although I like the Heisei trilogy. I did like Frankenweenie just because it has fucking Gamera in it. I'm like, okay, that's a good Gamera movie.
Okay, there are some good jokes. I won't lie about that.
Yeah. D-Man looks like he's holding back something about Gamera right now.
No, I read the chat and I was very confused by it. That's all. It's okay.
Don't make me this.
JT and Nerd Cage might pop on at some point. I did send them the invite.
I'd like to meet those two as well.
They're really nice guys. Yeah, Ed Wood's great. That's one of my favorites. I don't know if you guys.
Amen to that, Godra.
I don't know if you guys saw the. Oh yeah, actually, this is funny. We bring up Tim Burton because JTIsReborn and watched every Burton movie this week, and I think it was mostly due to the fact that we were watching the Super Bowl, and there's a car commercial that just came out.
Oh,
that was a sequel to Edward Scissorhands about Edward's son Edgar. And Winona Ryder is in the special as basically the girl she was in the first one. And it made me realize that means they fucked in the first movie, and that means Vincent Price's inventor gave him a penis.
Ooh. And I had to say this meme. And then they fucked.
Yeah.
So hey, Derek, what's worse, a Monstrosities After Dark stream or a Big Jack live stream that's going to be public for the rest of time? I'm curious.
Good question.
That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
I feel like, it's like, I don't know. I'm certainly not shocked by the discussion of the day. He goes, a Big Jack live stream, he's going to be there? Okay, I know what we're in store for.
Oh, hey. So Jack, do you want to keep going on about Edward Scissorhands?
No, I just want to point it out because I thought that was actually as an in-joke joke. That actually is really funny. But yeah, there's been the Super Bowl kind of like, aside from like the halftime show and that commercial, kind of sucked. I don't watch much Super Bowl. I only watch for the commercials and shit, but not really much happened. I mean, there was the Japanese Godzilla vs. Kong trailer, but all it was just Japan saying, yeah, fuck you, Kong.
Honestly, I was bummed
for the Super Bowl.
The trailer for those movies. I would have paid money for that shit.
Yep. Oh, and we have another guest coming in, has entered the match. Please help me welcoming person who's come on the stream a few times, and he's been really looking forward to coming on. Jay of Nerd Cage Live. How you doing, man?
Yo!
What's going on?
Not much. Jay, this is Brock. Brock, Jay, you guys haven't met each other?
Brock, nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Brock does a show called Fandemic where he reviews a bunch of fan films.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good show. Good show.
Jay, I haven't met you before, but I'm a big fan of Nerd Cage Live, which actually appears on YouTube on Thursday nights at 8 p.m., I believe, Eastern time, right?
Very nice to have fans out there, especially in Phoenix, Arizona. Didn't even know we had fans out there in the middle of the desert.
I know, it's crazy, right? Nice to finally meet you.
Yes. And D-Man. Been following you for a while. Nice to finally meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. I've heard a lot about you, mostly from Matt.
Really?
What are you talking about? This is the first time.
Do I want to know?
No, I mean, I've heard, like, you've referenced his channel quite a bit in the After Dark.
And this is Lars. I don't know if everybody can see Lars, my beautiful boy here. He's
Aww.
little
He is a
camera
beautiful
shy.
boy. Your dog's fucking gorgeous, Jay.
Popper.
Are you
How old
feeding
is
him
Jay?
chips?
How old is he?
He is 4. Just turned 4
Oh,
on
he's
Christmas
just a
Eve.
puppy.
Yeah.
Are you feeding him chips?
No, it's American dog treats.
Now he's a Saint Bernard, right?
So
Yes.
better than the stuff that you're eating right now,
It's
Jack.
Beethoven. It's Beethoven.
Yes.
Except there's no Charles Grodin. There's no Charles Grodin to pick up his mess.
Yeah, and he's also. I was gonna reference Cujo. I mean, not gonna be hiding in the car
When you
with
realize
a baseball bat.
Beethoven is just Cujo versus Fred Wilson. Look at that X-ray dog.
Yo, so
You
one
can
fact
sell it
about
as a
Cujo.
paper tiger.
Fun fact about Cujo. Yes, they had a Saint Bernard, but they also had a man in a Saint Bernard suit. And since Saint Bernards are such gentle boys, they also had a Rottweiler as a double because they couldn't get the Saint Bernard to be aggressive enough. So they actually had a Rottweiler as a doggy double.
So basically, Cujo used suitmation. So is Cujo a kaiju?
Yes.
He had to be giant for that.
Well, that's just Clifford.
Speaking of Clifford, someone made a Godzilla versus Kong poster, and they took out Kong and they put in Clifford.
I love that. The way Clifford beats Godzilla, he teaches him rhymes and numbers and shit. God, no one does
Taught people rhymes and numbers. I don't remember that.
Wait, you don't remember Clifford doing that shit?
Not that.
Oh,
There
there was a couple cartoons that did that crap.
So long since I've read any of those. Since I read any of those books, my goodness, that's such a long time ago.
Well, there were a couple of cartoon series in like the 80s that did that.
And 90s.
Mm.
So, can we expect an indie fan BigJackFilms crossover talking about all the Clifford incarnations that are out there? Like, is that what we can look forward to?
Actually, Brock and I have considered doing a crossover over the summer. We're actually gonna. We want to do it with Lost Media Junkie Bradley.
No. Clifford, the big red dog.
No. We have hold on, Matt. We kind of have this planned. So it's gonna be me, Brock, and Bradley Dunn of Lost Media Junkie, which all of you should go subscribe. I actually sent him the invite tonight if he wanted to jump on. We want to discuss a Lost fan film by the Fine Brothers that today would not slide in the least. It is actually they've actually buried it. The Fine Brothers themselves buried it. Now, I don't know if you guys remember in the early days of YouTube, they did those Lost parodies back in the day with like the action figures. Well, before that, they used to do a show. It was a mini series, and if you splice it together as a movie, it's like 3 hours. It was a show called G.I. Joe: The Epic Saga. Now, it was basically they took all these G.I. Joes and they made it a series, but it was a very adult-oriented series. They had other action figures, but they did all this really fucked up shit that today the Fine Brothers would not get away with, like, because they're all family-friendly now. And it actually got banned early on because Hasbro sent them a cease and desist for using their action figures. Well, nowadays, I don't see the problem. But This is early internet, like when copyright was a bullshit thing.
When
But-
copyright was different too.
Jack. Look, I mean, it's beautiful. Like it has some intrigue. You know, it has a story that hasn't been told. But I really am just not feeling it. You know, I can't speak for Jay, but I'd like to hear what Jay and D-Man have to think. But I really do think that a Clifford documentary by you and Brock would be something that people would watch into. Look at the chat. You got an F from Sands right there. They want to see the
Oh
Big
my
Jack
God.
Films Clifford doc.
All right then.
I mean, Clifford's in season. You could hit that algorithm, man.
Oh my God!
Derek
What
could possibly
wolf?
direct it as his 6th film. You know, you could maybe help you write it or something.
I'm just going to sit here and eat my donut.
I'll do a bet then.
Oh,
I'll do
All
a
right,
bet
what's
then,
the bet?
and then we'll probably
What's the
make that,
wager?
and then we'll make that documentary.
oh God! Oh Christ! Brock, do not put me in a corner.
Oh no! I'm going there, buddy, and you're gonna listen.
Oh God!
Whoever raises $600 for this guy all the way down here, you know who I'm referring to, will make it.
I'm so confused.
Give Big Jack Films $600. We'll make the movie.
Done.
Actually, I already said to Jack privately earlier today what what I'd like to see and what I'd like to be a part of as far as a Big Jack project.
I do like that because when does that particular movie come out?
April 16th.
Okay, we got time.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll actually do want to bring that. I do want.
I have some ideas. Like I said, we can collaborate on a 1-minute script. Just saying.
No, not. We won't bring up our project, but I do want to bring this up. I'm actually really kind of excited for this Mortal Kombat movie.
Yes, my man. That trailer, I will say it right here, right now. That trailer was better than Godzilla vs. Kong, and Scorpion vs. Sub-Zero is gonna be a better fight than Godzilla vs. Kong.
Yeah, it's only gonna be like
Just
10 seconds.
saying. I don't care who's gonna cry about it, man. Listen, I'm here for the blood, the guts, the glory, the fatalities.
Went the distance, and now you're not gonna stop.
Hey, I said my piece. I'm just saying it's gonna be.
I have one.
And I'm not the only. Listen, I'm not gonna call any names out, but I'm not the only kaiju fan that's more excited for a Mortal Kombat than GVK. Just saying. There's been several people who privately messaged me who don't have the guts to say it like publicly, saying, "Yo, this looks better."
I will say one thing about the movie, and it looks fine. It looks great, but I ask for one thing: it better have the fucking theme song.
It was in the trailer, dude.
It was
like the original version, no remix, none of that horse shit. I want the OG first movie track.
No, they should do an orchestral remix of it because they gotta like distance themselves from the original movie and just can't like, copy it and whatnot. I do have one complaint though, and I don't care. I said it on my stream last night. I'm not a fan of Melina, how she's portrayed. Melina is supposed to be butt ugly with them teeth. Okay? She ain't got it.
What I'm wondering is where the fuck is Reptile?
He's in the trailer.
I didn't see Reptile in the trailer.
Kano rips his heart out.
Oh well, spoilers. He's dead.
It's in the trailer. I'm not spoiling anything.
That's what I love too about the movie, about the trailer. It spoils every death in the movie, pretty much. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
He's dead.
It just sucks because I really wanted to do like the week before the movie comes out. I wanted to do like a place your bet, like wager, like a week before, saying who's gonna live, who's gonna die. And now we can't really do that because we already know.
Sean, you need to come on here and discuss this, though. You need to come on here and discuss this. No Johnny Cage. Yeah.
Bold prediction. Johnny Cage will be in the post-credit scene.
He probably, they're going to franchise this out. So This is the thing, though. If this does well, can we try another attempt at a Street Fighter movie, but this time do it right?
You know what? I said it last night. I think this movie's going to break the video game movie curse.
Well,
the video game movie curse is over when this movie
Rampage
comes out.
already did that. What do you mean?
Rampage was great. Detective Pikachu, I hadn't seen it, but I heard
that's not like based on like
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Sonic.
Sonic was a bang.
Neither is that. That wasn't like based on like the actual storyline of Sonic. That was
I didn't see
Sonic.
Sonic.
What are you talking about?
Well, and then there's also the Illumination Mario movie.
That's an animated movie that's coming out. I mean,
Speaking of Nintendo,
Can I be honest? I am sort of partially a fan of the original Super Mario Brothers movie. I know it's not Mario,
pleasure,
but I kind of love it. Like, just the fact that you know that John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins the whole time were just drunk off their ass making that fucking movie.
Yes.
Oh, it's no, actually, the one fact I love about it, it was shot in the same soundstage as they shot King Kong Lives. They shot it in North Carolina.
Wasn't it like kind of rumored they used some of like leftover shit from Blade Runner?
They probably did. They probably did.
It hasn't been confirmed, but I think a lot like people behind the scenes kind of like hinted at it. So
Pretty sure the Gaming Historian has a really good video on that out there, about the production of that movie.
I'll say this one thing I'm really pissed off about. Speaking of like big game YouTubers, I did not care for Film Game Theorist review about Kong Skull Island. I did not care for that video.
I haven't really watched. I haven't watched
it.
They fucked
Why
up.
did you
They
watch
fucked
it?
up. They didn't know, because here's the thing. They said that the Wanderer, which is a ship, one of the ships shipwrecked on the island, is the one from the original. No, it's fucking not. The Wanderer was in the public domain novel. That was in the public domain novel. The SS Venture was in the original. They could not. They didn't even think about looking at the novel at all.
Yeah. Why would you watch any kaiju content made by a channel with like more than 300,000 subs?
I just saw it on my feed. I gave it a quick watch, and I was like, "Wow, this is bullshit."
Oh, and also not to mention, not to mention this. Game Theory doesn't know shit about sword fighting, so don't take his advice on fencing.
I did a better video. The top 10 sword fights. I did a better freaking video, which all of y'all should watch. That's a great video I worked on.
Speaking of swords,
Oh,
Yay!
Hey Jay, you got to go bust out your sword. This is what we do on Big Jack's channel.
Oh Christ! It's Cloud Sword from Final Fantasy.
I got. Where's mine?
Where's mine?
I
Oh,
moved
coming back.
give me a minute. I might have one. Hang on.
How's it going, Derek?
You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to. I
floating
will be
footage
showing
right
this
now.
on Fan Mail Fanatics, but I want to
Go
show
check
my
your
new
Twitter,
toy.
Derek.
I'm showing my new toy. Oh yeah, you got the Highlander sword. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got the sword of Zorro. Look at that.
Jay, is that the Highlander sword?
Yeah.
Hold on. Jack, zoom in on that shit.
Okay.
the
Oh, no,
cloud
yeah,
sword?
I'll get to. Hang on, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's Duncan
beautiful.
McLeod. It's Duncan McLeod's sword, not Connor McLeod.
That's beautiful. Yes, sir.
Highlander's amazing. Best
movie of all time.
I did get mine. This is the sword from the Mask of Zorro. This thing is a beauty. This is my new favorite toy. Freaking love this. I will show this off on Fan Mail Fanatics, but got it off Amazon. Look at that. Look at that, for Christ's sakes.
It's no Highlander sword though, Jack.
What the... you uncultured? Yeah, you want the big thick swords. I like my quick killer ones. Like, this is a beauty.
The big thick sword and what was it? The thin killer ones?
Just the quick and deadlier ones. They're like vipers. Yeah, you've got Cloud Sword from Final Fantasy. I am tempted to get that though. Oh, what the hell? Oh my God! You've got the hook swords from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You son of a bitch!
Well, Cabal.
Well, they're the hook swords from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, Jay, come on.
I'll say this: I kind of want, I want to find a replica of the Green Destiny from that movie because that's one of my favorite swords. Or I want to get one of those swords that's like it's a solo sword, but you split it down the middle and it becomes two.
I want a replica of John Borman's Excalibur.
Oh, from 80. Oh yeah, I want Excalibur. I do want Excalibur.
Oh, hold on. Can I do a bit of a reference to that movie? Hold on. Let's see if this works, because people that will know that movie will know this. A dream to some, a nightmare to others.
There you go.
Fuck. Oh, he disappeared. Like in the movie. Okay. I do want to get Excalibur at some point in my collection.
Hold on. Why is it that whenever you do a fucking reference on anybody's channel, it's like everything has to stop? It's like, yeah, and then somebody else does a reference and you're just like, oh yeah, he did that thing that Merlin does in Excalibur. Anyways, did you know my Kong 76 movie is coming out on Blu-ray? And blah blah blah.
Oh my
God.
God.
You got to give some people some credit, man. You got to expand your horizons. You got to look at Jay's.
That is true. Like, that was a great reference, Matt. That was a wonderful, fun, obscure reference. I like my obscure references.
How much more obscure could you get than John Borman's Excalibur, Jack?
Because that's one of the greatest King Arthur movies of all time. Which, we got one more guest in the house.
Oh boy.
He's finally showing up. I don't know where the fuck he's been all day. It's Sean of JTIsReborn.
Yo, hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, dude?
Oh, not much. Just been kind of busy today.
Sean, you haven't met Rock Sean.
It's an honor.
Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, D-Man.
D-Man, Sean.
Hey.
I mean, I've talked to D-Man before through Twitter, but I think that's about it. Never face to face.
D-Man, I'm below you.
Indie fan. Jay, nice to see you again. Matt,
yes,
good to see you again.
Sir.
Good.
So we're all just shooting the shit tonight. We're just talking about movies. We're talking about swords. We're talking about all kinds of shit. I don't know if Donnie has a question here in the chat. Have you heard that the Wizard of Oz?
No.
The Wizard of Oz. Why? Why are they bringing that old piece of shit out of the grave?
Yeah, the one with the hanging munchkin.
Listen, Jack. Can I explain why I hate the Wizard of Oz? I'm not gonna hate people for loving it. Listen, so I'm from Syracuse, New York, but the town I grew up in, Chittenango, New York, where I went to school, is the town that L. Frank Baum was born in. He's the guy who wrote the books. So the town I grew up in, they always had this stupid Oz parade every year, and all those stupid munchkins would come to speak to our school and talk about the Wizard of Oz every year. I goddamn hate that movie with every being of my body. Like, I can't stomach it. Fuck the Lollipop Kids. Fuck the Lion. Fuck the Tin Man. Fuck the Scarecrow.
Oh, Jay, baby Jay, you're killing me, dude. And I love you. Wizard of Oz is top 5 favorite movies for me of all time. The song.
I don't care. I'm aware of that, and I don't care.
I'll say one thing, Jay.
If you grew up in my town, Matt, you would hate that movie. Guarantee it.
I love you.
And here's another reason why I hate this movie. Maybe, Matt, you're going to turn the corner after I tell you this. So Judy Garland was molested and raped on set by the Munchkins. I'm not making that shit up.
Jesus Christ, Jay!
Welcome to Big Jack Streams, everybody.
I'm just saying.
Munchkin rape. We turned a new corner.
I'm not making this up, dude. She was 16. She was molested.
Okay. Holy crap.
Look,
so like I have more reason to hate this movie is because that stuff was allowed on set.
Jay,
look it up.
Jay,
can you send me a link, not like of like film that might exist of this, but like a link that might actually document this?
No, it's a documentary. It's called The Hanging Munchkin.
Yes, yes, because that's exactly what a documentary would be called about the rape of Judy Garland, called The Hanging Munchkin. Jack.
From the makers of The Greasy Strangler, The Hanging Munchkin.
Oh, Sean, welcome to Big Jack's stream. I'm glad you stopped by. I hope you enjoy your stay.
I'm sorry, whoever left that comment just like I just got childhood trauma and it all just came out.
Can we agree on one thing, Jay, about the movie? One thing that's actually pretty solid. That twister effect is actually really damn good for that time period, and it still holds up. In fact, I'll say that those twister effects, better than the movie Twister.
Have you seen the Return to Oz from like 1984?
Oh God!
That movie.
That movie's madness.
Both of those movies are good.
The moose that's a couch.
Then you have Oz the Great and Powerful.
I actually did like that one.
Yeah, but it's got the James Franco, another
but it's got Mila Kunis.
Me too, pretty hard. Just saying.
Don't talk shit about Mila Kunis though. She's actually pretty cool.
Okay, she was pretty high as the witch. I'll give her that. But like,
yeah,
but I'm just saying, like, look at the Wizard of Oz track record. When I just told you about the first movie,
she
and the
made
first
green
James Franco,
people.
I'm just saying the track record of these movies, man.
She made green people outside of Captain Kirk's library attractive. Just saying.
Oh, God.
So this is what I jumped into tonight. Wow.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah, welcome.
Listen,
Sean.
I'm never getting laid again after being on the stream. I've accepted that.
Jay, I could have told you.
Anyway, so I don't have to worry about that.
It's over for me.
So there. Yeah.
What was that, Brock?
Well, I'm ace anyway, so I don't have to worry about that shit.
Oh, yeah, okay, you want to keep up this track record? Okay, Eduardo says, yeah, the Wiz movie with Michael Jackson, directed by the guy who did Batman and Robin.
Oh, Joel Schumacher.
Look how fun. Like, Derek is just having the time of his life up there.
I'm just working, man. I'm just trying.
Mr. Spyro, for the majority of the stream,
Day in the life of D-Man.
Silent as the grave.
So
I look like
Jack,
the light on my camera looks like I'm ascending into like another plane of reality. It's so bright.
I think you already have, Sean.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm already dead, and
I look like a
I'm
serial
back
killer.
here.
You died from Angry Jay's rant about the Wizard of Oz. I'm officially nicknaming you Angry Jay on these streams.
I'm not an angry
Jay's
person.
not really
Just
angry,
The Wizard
though.
of Oz just brings the worst of me. That's all.
The Wizard of Rants.
He's like, he's basically Judy Garland, and the Wizard of Oz are the Munchkins. I mean, that's why.
He's the lion with instead of courage, it's just balls of steel.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll say this: the Super Nintendo game sucks.
Oh my God! Yes, that was terrible.
I have that game. It's a piece of shit. I paid $2 for it.
You paid $2 too much.
I mean, I paid worse.
You could have done better than the $2. You could have got yourself a McMuffin, or I don't know.
Well, actually,
What's
McMuffins
dollars?
Like Egg McMuffins here are like $5, not $2.
Oh, that's
Did you
right.
spend $2 in Canadian or USD?
Canadian. No, that's American.
Okay,
Yo, all
so
the Tim Hortons in Syracuse all closed after a year or two.
Oh, well,
tried.
Jay, I'm sorry, but I have a big box of Tim Hortons donuts that I'm just gonna wave at your face because they're freaking amazing.
You know what? I wasn't too big on the donuts there, but the hot chocolates and the flavored hot chocolates there. Oh, yeah.
You forced my hand into another one of these.
Jay, you have not experienced the amazement that is the honey cruller donut.
God, Jack, you're worse than the Power Rangers movie.
I'm
with Krispy Kreme.
I'm trying to lose weight, man. I want to be a skinny booty call, okay?
No,
I'm trying to
freaking.
lose weight.
Oh, you know what? I tried. What company was that? Dunkin' Donuts.
That was Krispy Kreme.
I tried Krispy Kreme because they have one here in the city. Did not like their donuts. I thought they were garbage.
They're good. I'll give them that. I think Krispy Kreme's good.
Krispy Kreme.
Dunkin' Donuts has better donuts.
No, I worked at Dunkin' Donuts when I was in high school. I can tell you that right now. Krispy Kreme better.
Hi, Derek.
Well, actually, I wanted to know because I've already discussed the movie. What are your guys' thoughts on the 2017 Power Rangers? Because quite frankly, hated it.
I actually
okay.
That was fun.
I'm mixed on it. I mean, the Ranger suits look good. The Zords look terrible. Rita is hilarious with how over the top she is. The product placement for Krispy Kreme, I was laughing in the theater because it was so obnoxious, like Wayne's World levels, but not parodying it. It genuinely was. I felt like I was watching Garth, and he's like, it's like people only do things because they get paid, and that's just really sad. But
it's funny how the movie was shot in Vancouver, and yet they have Krispy Kreme and not Tim Hortons be the product placement. Which makes no goddamn sense. I mean, I agree. The Ranger suits look good. I mean, this is Weta. Weta did the Ranger suits, actually, I found out.
Yeah, but Weta didn't do a good job on the putties or Goldar.
The putties I can give a pass. Goldar, what the fuck? What did they do?
I like the 95 movie better.
Oh, yeah. A freaking Ivan Ooze, man.
I got a poster of it signed.
Opening night because that was the peak of my love for Power Rangers when that movie came out. So
I remember when I was a kid, I didn't see it in theaters, but because I grew up at the tail end of Mighty Morphin around season 3.
I got a number of years on you, so
like I grew up on season 3, but when the movie came out, I got it on home video, and I remember it was a night. It was like me and a couple of friends, and my mom made peanut butter cookies, and we got the tape and we just watched it. Just nostalgia for that movie is awful.
Jack, when I did my skydiving video, I put the song that they used to skydive over my jump. It just fit too perfectly.
Yeah, when you jumped out, Sean, were you like, "I'm gonna be the eagle, be the swallow"?
Oh, Jack.
Yes.
That reminds me. Speaking of Power Rangers, after I do the Sonic fan film with a friend of mine, I am going to do the crappy Power Rangers fan film with Katie Sackhoff.
Oh, nice. Actually, okay, I do like that. Is that the one that's like got the R-rated?
Yep.
That was a better Power Rangers movie than the actual 2017 film.
Yep, I can agree with that. One of my friends showed me that. I was like, okay.
You know, you could have taken like those first 10 seconds with the flashes and made that the teaser for the movie.
And I'm going to say this right now. Props to Amy Jo Johnson. She still fits in her Pink Ranger outfit, and she still looks good.
You know what's funny about that story? Because that's when she was doing a thing. She was playing guitar in the city, right? Well, first
she was
of all,
in Canada filming that Flashpoint show or whatever it was.
Well, here's the thing. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Because here's some crazy stories. So Flashpoint was a series that was shot here in Toronto. They was shot here. Amy Jo Johnson was in it. She's the Pink Ranger. But the person who created the show was a woman named Stephanie Morgenstern, who voiced Sailor Venus in the original dub of Sailor Moon. So you have a show that has Sailor Venus and Kimberly the Pink Power Ranger. I'm like, I still don't get why Toei, they own both franchises in Japan, Sentai and Sailor Moon. Why have they not done a crossover yet? Why hasn't that happened?
I'm sure Saban has a lot to do with it.
Jack,
I mean,
hold on. The whole reason why it took forever for like Kamen Rider and Sentai to eventually like merge together, you know, and you don't really have a lot of crossover with that stuff over there. It's a fairly new concept just within the past decade. So maybe it might happen one day.
Film yet? Like nobody's done a like the Superpower Beatdown guys at Bad in the Sun. That
sounds like something for you, Jack.
I might actually.
But not to mention, don't get us started on.
I did want to bring this up, Jay, is that when she did that whole promotion thing in the suit, that was not only done in Toronto, but that was actually a friend of mine who cosplays the Pink Power Ranger. That was her suit that she lended to Amy Jo Johnson.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't the actual suit.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was actually a cosplay. I think it was a what's the name? Aniki cosplay, who does those amazing Power Ranger cosplays. They lend it out to she let Amy rent it out, and it fit perfectly. So I'm like, okay.
I said, God bless her, she still fit like that. No.
Yeah, and I'm still under the assumption that in the 2017 movie, that the cameos with Amy Jo Johnson, Jason David Frank, is that they're pulling an RPM where this movie takes place in a alternate dimension, an alternate universe of the Mighty Morphin team. That's the only explanation why it can have some still be considered, like I can still think, okay, there's something there. They're just not going to continue that now because I think they're going to reboot it or something.
Yeah, they got Brian Hill writing it. He wrote some stuff for TV, and he also wrote a couple of comics that I have. So
did he write any episodes of Power Rangers?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't think so. I think he's just writing the movie. But he wrote a pretty good Batman and the Outsiders run. So
I love how Matt's just like gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's begging for us to kill him. Apparently, that's what he's saying in his little.
Kill him with the greasy strangler.
Jack, you got to pull up Jared Osborne's comment right now.
Hold up. What if Tim Curry? Oh my god! Oh my god! That would have been amazing. But I think he was busy making Congo.
You know what? It worked out because I love Paul Freeman in the '95 movie. He's a lot of fun. He's the best thing in the movie. And Tim Curry gave us that performance in Congo.
No, the diamonds are here. It's funny too, because like I remember as a kid when the movie was coming out, I always thought Ivan Ooze was played by Christopher Lloyd. Like, to be honest, he actually would have been good as a Power Rangers villain, I think. Just Christopher Lloyd. But then, I mean, honestly, you look at the early...
Probably the Power Rangers was 188 gigawatts!
Sorry, gang, I got to head out of here. Paige just called me. I got a bit of an emergency to take care of. So I
All right, no
go.
worries. You want to plug in your stuff before you go? Matt, plug in your stuff.
Go watch Monstrosities, a vlog of Tokusatsu. Follow us on Twitter at Tokusatsu Vlog.
And fuck the Wizard of Oz.
Thanks for coming in.
Later.
Right, be safe, dude.
Yeah. So where were we? Oh, okay. We're somehow smaller. We're now little boxes. We're now the Brady Bunch. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's that, and then also the early promotional material for that movie used not only 10 tracks, but I believe there is a cut out there that used music from The Predator, which I think is like, if you go watch the VHS promos from the Page Master, and they have a preview of the movie, and they use music in some of the sequences.
I don't have a collection of VHS tapes I can go through, Jack.
You can go on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. Like, they literally use music from The Predator, and I'm like, release the Predator cut. Because now I want to see a fan film where the Power Rangers fight the Predator. That would be cool. I get
I'll tell you one better.
What?
Batman crossed over with the fucking Guyver.
Yes. I would watch that, actually. Can you get Mark Hamill to come in, then it actually turns out it was the Joker the whole time?
And make it practical.
Make it practical.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Well, suit and all, just.
Oh, that'd be great. I'm just trying to see what questions we have here. I have heard of Paramount Plus. I don't know if things like Kong 76 is going to be going there.
The streaming wars, man, are killing me. You know, I gotta like pick and choose.
Oh,
Kong 76 is already on HBO.
I will say this:
so.
I will subscribe to Paramount Plus when the next season of Picard drops.
I'm a Babylon 5 guy. Anyway.
Matt left at the worst time because I was just gonna say, like, I love Picard and bring on Picard season 2. So yeah,
I actually didn't mind Picard.
I loved it. But yeah, Paramount Plus is basically CBS All Access but juiced up. So again,
it's mostly Star Trek nerds that are going to be on that. I guarantee it.
Huh?
I don't know. From what I heard, like the new Star Trek shows, a lot of people aren't really fans of it. So,
yep.
Well, actually, I wanted to bring up. So the thing is with Paramount, and we were bringing up the idea. It's like if this Mortal Kombat movie does well, and they do, say they do Street Fighter. If they do like a redo of Street Fighter, I do want one thing to happen. When Ken shows up, he has to come in a red Lamborghini. And they have to play one song as they kind of do it in slow-mo. They have to play Mighty Wings from Top Gun. Because it sounds so similar to Ken's theme from Street Fighter.
Street Fighter has had plenty of chances. I could care less if they make another Street Fighter movie or not. I'm hoping that the Mortal Kombat cinematic universe takes off.
Yeah, where's my boy Johnny Cage? How do you have a Mortal Kombat movie and no Johnny Cage?
Again, I think
Johnny Cage was based on Jean-Claude Van Damme. It was originally going to be an arcade.
I mean, look, there's a lot to bitch about. There's no Johnny Cage, no Katana. You know, I think they didn't want to splurge all of them at once. So I think they're gonna, if this does well, they're gonna do another one, and there'll probably be like another movie about what's going on in Adenia, what's going on in Outworld, what's going on here, what's going on in Lin Kuei, Cyber Ninja.
Can we get Shao Kahn back from Annihilation?
Oh God, I pretend that doesn't exist.
The Budge is under attack, and it is glorious.
But I will defend Mortal Kombat Conquest. So.
Well, yeah, it's again with Street Fighter. It's weird because I actually did see The Legend of Chun-Li in theaters.
Oh God!
I actually didn't think. I mean, it's not a Street Fighter movie.
Heck.
No, it's not a Street Fighter movie. It's bad on that level, but as it's just a simple, crappy sort of non-Jason Statham action kung fu movie, it was fine.
I think the first Street Fighter movie I can enjoy the same way I would enjoy Super Mario Brothers. Like, it's a guilty pleasure. I can get a good laugh out of it. So, but the Chun-Li movie tried so hard, and it was just so bad.
Did Legend of Chun-Li come out the same year as Dragon Ball Evolution?
Yeah, it was 2009.
Yeah, same year. Same year. Because Because it's funny because I always thought I thought that Chung-Li was played by the same person who played Chi-Chi in Dragon Ball Evolution.
2009 was a bad year for science fiction. You had Terminator Salvation, you had Transformers.
Oh, I like that one.
Transformers, the second one.
Revenge of the Fallen.
You know,
what does Sean want to share here? Sean, what the fuck?
No, I just wanted to pull up this clip. Just
play it. Just play the
stop.
Oh God.
Listen.
Look at the acting. She's like, I am a robot.
I will never forget seeing. I remember how excited I was as a kid before this movie came out. And I remember I was 10 years old and I walked out of the theater mad. I was so mad as a kid. How, like, oh, God.
Well, we're bringing up, with Mortal Kombat.
Always be with Percy Jackson, man. Always be with Percy Jackson. They brought the Gatling gun. It was today.
Oh God, just
okay, here's a good one, guys. Who would you cast as the new Shao Kahn in the sequel?
Josh Brolin.
Who? Josh Brolin?
Yep.
I would say Benedict Cumberbatch.
He's got don't get me wrong, Josh Brolin's is ripped, but he's not like we need like someone who's built like John Cena or built like Dwayne
The Rock Johnson. John Cena or Jason Statham.
Massive.
John Cena or Jason Statham as Johnny Cage.
No, you got to get the Miz as Johnny Cage because he's already pretty much playing that on Raw sometimes.
Yeah. Well, we're bringing up 2009 movies. I did want to say I actually did enjoy Terminator Salvation. I mean, looking back. Now with the last few sequels, it is the better film because it is in continuation with the last three. And whereas Genesis and Dark Fate were just reboots and they were fucking garbage.
I think I hate all three of them. That's the thing. Like,
there's only two good Terminator movies.
Terminator 3 more than any of the ones that came after that. If you want the
Terminator 3 is underrated, I actually think. Terminator 3
I don't hate it. I just don't, it's nowhere near as good as the other two, but it's nowhere near as bad as Salvation Onward.
I mean, no, Salvation I'll give a pass, but compared to Genesis and Dark Fate, Nick would have an issue with this because he loves Genesis and Dark Fate. I'm like, oh no.
Oh, dude, I tried. I was excited for both movies and I was let down by both. I'm never gonna be fooled again.
At this point, just give us RoboCop versus Terminator. Just give us that.
Yeah.
That.
Movies.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few people who doesn't hate Terminator Genesis, but that's mainly because I didn't watch the trailer before the movie.
Smart move, but the problem was it reset the whole series. It was like, because I was actually looking forward to it because Salvation.
The ideas were there. The idea for Genesis was there. It just wasn't executed very well. Dark Fate just basically borrowed like stuff from like the TV show and from the other movies, and I just didn't.
I have not seen Dark Fate.
I didn't like the beginning spoiler. I mean, there was so much not to like about it. Like,
I think
killing John Sarah Connor Chronicles up to a point.
You know what? Sarah Connor Chronicles wasn't that bad.
Yeah, Cameron was a great character.
I had a problem because you get the sexual tension was there.
Well, it was that.
It was just so weird. Like,
I think that was the point.
And she takes her shirt off and goes, "Here, feel inside of me." Oh, it's cold.
Jay, that was the point. I think that was the point. But it was more just like it did. I did like the fact that she was a protector for John, where the T-800 wasn't. Like, that was interesting. And also, I think that actress.
And shout out to Shirley Manson. I love her. I grew up a huge Garbage fan, and she was great as that T-1000. It just sucks that she wasn't really like the villain. It turned out I was kind of let down. But
and yeah, you know what, Jay? I mean, I know the whole robot sex thing is sort of a thing you're kind of iffy about. This coming from somebody who
has sex with robots before.
Yes. Yes, in my show. Yes.
I still remember during my early days before I joined Jack's crew, when that happened, I had the same reaction as Will Smith when he found out his mom was sleeping with another man.
Mama, no.
No, the best reactions came from Nick Jackson and Rice Duke. I will be right back, guys. My battery's about to die.
All right.
Okay. Nice pajamas.
4.
So, Sean, Mortal Kombat trailer. Come on, let's go.
Fucking awesome. I loved it. I loved it. It was hard. My favorite part of the trailer is where Sub-Zero like stabs Scorpion, uses his own blood as
the blood stab. Yep. I cannot wait for that fight. That's like the fight I'm waiting for, man.
Oh, it's gonna be
Sub-Zero's gonna be the show stealer. I cannot wait.
He's apparently the main villain of the movie.
Yeah. Which makes sense because he's Bihan. Bihan was the asshole. That becomes Noob Saibot. So
yeah, it's tough because like I don't know who I like more between Scorpion and Sub-Zero. They're both.
I've always been a Sub-Zero guy, like growing up. So
it's really tough for me to choose because, like I said, I really love both of them. Like in the video games, I think I like being Scorpion more because he would have that like instant transmission move where he'd be like, "Get over here," and he just stab somebody and set them on fire. But Sub-Zero with his cool ice moves and that, God, they're both neck and neck. It's really tough for me to choose because like sometimes I'm like, yeah, Scorpion, and other times I'm Sub-Zero, and then Reptile will be third because they're all ninjas. That's what just made them cool.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like I said, I grew up from the beginning. I guess I can say it. So we're gonna have a Mortal Kombat watch party on April 29th with Master Daniel Pesina. So that'll be very much looking forward to that. It'll be great to watch the movie with someone who created the property. So,
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I would like that.
Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. So yeah, mark your calendar, Thursday the 29th of April.
Okay, hold up. All right.
8 p.m.
I'm trying to get one
If you're in the East Coast,
here.
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm on the East Coast with Jack, so
Of April, what time?
8 p.m. Eastern.
8.
Well, I'll say this too. I do want to invite you guys because I don't know if you guys have ordered your Blu-ray for Kong 76.
I will get it. I will get it. I will gladly join your watch party for that. Absolutely.
Sean, did you order yours?
Not yet.
Dude, dude, order it. D-Man, you gotta order yours. You gotta get it because, dude,
I think I ordered mine, but I will have to double.
Is it available on Amazon yet?
It's on Shop Factory's website, but I think like the first 500 buyers get a what is it? They get a free poster.
Certainly, that has already been.
Well, of course it has because it's obviously selling pretty damn well.
Yeah, it's not on Amazon yet, unfortunately. But don't worry, we still have. God damn it! I'm looking at
King Kong
Lives.
There's a question in the chat.
$64 for King Kong Lives.
Starmaster 996. Highlight that. I think I can answer that. I will not name names, but I think there is a rights issue with Johnny Cage on film. I'm not
really.
I'm not gonna get into it, but
Is New Line still a thing?
Yeah, New Line's producing this movie.
But I thought they were bought out by Warner Brothers.
They still make movies. They just did it.
Yeah. So, like I'm hearing rumblings that there is an issue with the rights to the character of Johnny Cage on film, not for the game, on film. So I'll leave it at that.
Actually, D-Man, Kaiju Network wanted to ask this. He said, because he's doing an interview for a guy who worked on Godzilla versus the Griffin, if you had any particular questions you wanted him to ask, like to the guy who worked on that.
I don't have any off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it. I can hit him up in DMs. Kaiju Network, you said?
Ooh. Mind if I ask one?
You're more than welcome to.
What gave them the ideas for the design of Godzilla and the ideas of the concept of the Griffin?
I will let him know. And by the way, guys, we have another guest on here. This guy has been my brother. He has been one of my biggest collaborators. He is like my best friend in the world. He played King Kong in my remake. Please help welcoming. Prior, he was known as Studio 95, but he is known now as Obscure Media TV. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. What's up?
Yeah, so you haven't met these guys. So Sean of JTIsReborn is over there. Brock, indie fan, you know him. Haven't met DMan1954, who is the #1 biggest Godzilla YouTuber on the planet currently. And Jay of Nerd Cage Live. Jay, you need to invite this guy on Nerd Cage at some point. He does amazing content.
Yeah, we'll link up.
Right on, yeah. I'm down for that.
What's up, Bradley? How you doing?
I'm not bad. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay.
I think this is the first time like Sean and Brad have ever met face to face. I know you guys talk, but it's like met face to face.
Yeah.
Right. It's a first. It's a historic live stream. I mean, we got the 6 of us here. We had Matt on there. It's iconic.
I feel
I'm glad I got to work on time to be here. I really am. So, Jack, thank you so much for inviting me.
No worries. We'll go over time. Essentially, I feel like Jesse Eisenberg and Batman v Superman. Woo!
Hey, yo, Big Jack! Don't forget to tell everybody what's going on March 11th.
March 11th. So yes, I will be on Nerd Cage Live on Jay's channel. I don't know what we'll be discussing.
We're gonna figure it out. I don't know what the debate's gonna be, but we'll think of a good debate. We
will think of some good debates, but he does have a trailer on his channel. Definitely go check it out, guys. But yeah, actually, Starmaster is like, Bradley, how are you? We miss you. You're a legend on the channel.
Thank you, Starmaster. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, like your you've got your new content, your new gig going. Like it's doing really well.
Yeah, my channel's been doing well. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, his Lost Media Junkie stuff is amazing. He some of the stuff I didn't even know existed.
So I'm gonna find it.
Yeah, he was formerly known as Studio 95. He does a lot of game reviews for our channel, which we got to get a 16-bit show out for you.
I gotta get to that.
But actually, for a lot of people who are familiar to my channel, he's not only a regular on the show. On my review show, but he played Herb the cameraman and Kong in my remake. So he was the one who was in the ape suit the whole summer, sweating his ass off in 50-degree weather, man. Like, this guy's a pro.
Well, not quite 50-degree weather. I'd probably kill me, but yes.
We're talking Celsius, though, right?
Yeah, we're talking Celsius.
I was going to say, is 50 hot in your weirdo backwards weirdo measurements?
You mean our common sense measurements, unlike the American?
Nah.
Celsius is stupid.
Exactly. See?
Now Fahrenheit's retarded. Sorry.
See, like I can understand the metric system for a lot of things, but when you get to Fahrenheit and Celsius, it's like this big complicated measure. I'm like, just Fahrenheit just makes more sense.
Well, it's funny
I don't know, because 0 degrees Celsius is actually when water freezes, and then Fahrenheit's 32. So it's like I think 0 makes more sense as a freezing point, but
I love this. Because that's the name everybody calls Kong right now, Brad, for Godzilla vs. Kong is Brad played the monkey.
Monkey.
You know what? Jack, I've always wanted to ask you, because I know Titan Goji did a brilliant review, but have you ever seen Ape or APE, whatever it's called?
Yes, I have. I have reviewed it. I own the DVD, which is really rare now. I want to get the Blu-ray that's apparently with 3D. Like, they actually made it like the Blu-ray 3D conversion. But I have reviewed it. Yes, I know of the iconic scene where the giant ape crashes the chopper and does this. Classic.
Hey, if you want to know Jack's favorite ape-related movie, it's called King of the Lost World.
Oh, God.
And the movie literally killed Titan Goji.
No, here's the thing, Jay. I have credited that.
The funniest things.
King of the Lost World is the worst movie I have ever seen in my life. That is my #1 movie I hate, I despise, if it was a person, it would be a dead body in a graveyard.
So that's your Wizard of Oz, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, fucking. Although Brad's worst movie of all time, I can vouch for this because I made him sit through this, is Banglar King Kong.
Yeah, that was awful. That was fucking awful.
Do half of you not know what Banglar King Kong is?
It's Bollywood King Kong.
Okay, so 2010. A company in Bangladesh, which is a poverty, poor-ass fucking country in Bollywood land, or whatever the fuck it is, made a remake of King Kong as a Bollywood musical, and it's 2.5 hours long, and it feels more like 4. It is musical numbers, and then occasionally, like, you have Kong, and it's nothing but National Geographic stock footage. The Kong suit is just a licensed Peter Jackson costume, Halloween costume, with crappy... I know what? I need to pull up fucking footage of this thing.
Ah, boy.
Because you guys are going to be like, what the fuck? And it's on YouTube. I reviewed it in season 2, one of my earliest reviews, but it is it's almost laughably bad. This film, and you can find it for free. It actually is kind of fascinating because it has all the stock footage from it, like, even if they don't use footage from, like, they use the suit they bought, they use stock footage from Kong 76 and Mighty Joe 98 for some of the gorilla stuff. The highlight of the movie is stock footage of a crocodile roaring, but it makes a fart sound when it roars. It is so bad. I'm going to pull up footage of this because you need to see this to believe it.
Should I review this shit?
What?
Should I be reviewing this shit?
You can if you want. I'm the only one who's potentially reviewed it online, except for a couple other people. But
that's over. Me.
I'm gonna share you guys a little bit of this. You guys just need to see this. And look at that. Look how my review was right there, ready to go for people to want to know my thought. But here's a couple clips from the movie.
You've been planning this all night, bro.
Yeah, this is bad.
Full screen it, Jack.
What are those memes I see on TikTok?
This was the birth of TikTok.
This is real.
Is that a battleship?
They literally use footage from Mighty Joe 98.
This looks charming.
It's like the Room of monster movies.
My abandoned radio play is better than this schlock.
I know, it's awful.
Absolutely terrible.
You probably never saw the light of day.
Oh my god. Here's the highlight coming out. Here it is. The farting crocodile.
Fuck. Why is there a sword?
There's a musketeer. Why are they playing music from Gladiator?
That's beautiful.
Wow.
This is real.
Like,
is Bangler King Kong a kaiju?
The giant.
I'm not seeing Kinky Kong.
Oh my god. This could be the worst kaiju movie of all time. It's what is happening? I had to review this in like the second season. This is fucked.
Holy shit. What is this?
I don't envy you.
It's a mess.
It's called Bangler King Kong. You can find it on YouTube. It is...
Even my friend who is texting me at this moment is in literal pain.
Oh, what, from watching that?
Yes. Now apologize, my friend.
I'm sorry.
All 5 of you.
We're sorry.
That's my idea.
Like, it's worth
Like,
watching. Like, if you want a movie that'll just fucking... It's actually kind of... Like, look, I know Bradley hates it, but I find it kind of fascinatingly bad. Like,
I just find it annoying.
part of me wants... No, what, Sean? We should get Ryan and we should do a watch stream of it.
No.
I'll probably watch this drunk on Snapple.
High. Watch it high. It's amazing. Like, like... Derek looks the most stunned. He's his. I'm just gonna be like,
you know, I feel like you've sent that to me before because some of those clips look like scarily familiar. Like I've seen some of those clips before.
Your stunned silence is very reassuring, Wazowski. You know what? You know, I'll say this. It actually is better than King of the Lost World. King of the Lost World gave me cancer.
I've never seen
Giant Claw.
No, I can't.
Giant Claw is a better movie.
Yeah, Giant Claw is better. King of the Lost World was
Look,
awful.
You know what? There's a movie that I consider the second worst film I've ever seen, and it's actually better than King of the Lost World, and that's Hunchback of Notre Dame 2 is a better movie. That is like number 2 worst movie.
What about
Wait,
your favorite movie, Jack, King Arthur?
Oh my God, Jay. Okay, I'm gonna just tell Jay this because he doesn't.
Was that
know.
one of those straight-to-video Disney sequels?
Okay, Hunchback of Notre Dame is my favorite animated Disney thing of all time. Like Hunchback of Notre Dame is like making love to the most beautiful woman in the world. Hunchback 2 is like watching that beautiful woman get raped. It is a
That's an interesting comparison to both of those movies.
It is garbage. I was so mad. Like freaking hate that film. I hate it probably more than Kirk Cameron.
Kirk Cameron.
Yeah. Oh my God. Terrible film. And SCRYE Productions is here. SCRYE, I sent you an invitation on Twitter if you want to join us.
SCRYE.
Come on, the more the merrier. Come on, let's go.
I don't know, man. He's frozen in Texas right now, man. I don't know if he'll be able to make
it.
Shit. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I want to help the people of Texas, but I really don't know how.
I don't know how either. I mean, what bugged me about it is all the animals that are
the turtles frozen in the beach and died.
It's the zoos.
I have my gripes with Texas, but there does exist a lot of good stuff. Hell, there's a voice actress online with a voice of gold.
Well, yeah, I wonder what's going on at Funimation right now. They've got some problems in the studio. Did the pipe?
Yeah, I've seen pictures on Facebook. Oh my God, my pipes burst and this and that. I'm like, oh my God, it's like Snowmageddon down there, man.
The best thing about it is seeing people take the floodings and make it put over music from Titanic. That's like the best part. Literally, Texas is Titanic. No, I've seen on TikTok there'd be like flooding in apartments, like the stairwells would be flooding, and you just hear. You see like the guys with the violins. Okay, you know what? Titanic is underrated. I don't know why people hate it.
No,
I hate it.
I don't like it either.
Why?
It came out. Listen, it came out the first time.
It's just boring.
Jack, every Titanic movie is awful.
Except the one with Tim Curry.
His scenes are... He's Tim Curry, so he makes anything better.
Tim Curry and Catherine Zeta-Jones, and it's amazing. And hold on, do we have another guest? Oh my God! He actually is here! He actually made it, and he's not freezing his ass off. We got another guest in the house. Please help me welcoming Adam from SCRYE Productions, if it'll let me... Oh no! It says I can only allow 6 people in the stream.
It's okay. It's okay. I got to take off anyway, so he'll take my spot.
You'll take your spot. Okay, D-Man, do you want to plug your stuff in?
Nah, it's okay. Go check out Alien Planet, made by Alan Magson. Indiegogo live now. Go support it.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, D-Man. You're welcome here anytime.
Thanks for having me, despite the fact that I was working all the time. But
Sarabat, Tomoyo.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to finally meet you, dude.
Yeah.
Take it easy. So we'll bring in Adam from SCRYE. All right, here he is, guys. Replacing him, it's Adam from SCRYE Productions.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Going good. Going good.
Are you a little warm? Are you warmer now? How you holding up?
Well, the power's been on steadily for most of the day, actually, so that's a plus.
Yes.
Right.
I think it's because the temperature has gone up and things have started to thaw out. All the windmills have started to thaw out, and all of the pipes at the natural gas plants have all started to thaw out.
I mean, all the propane and propane accessories are working in time.
I just wanted to point out, as soon as Adam comes in, Matt comes back and he's in the backstage, but we can only allow six people in the chat.
That's funny.
Who's getting voted off the island?
You're talking about Matt Burkett?
Yeah, Matt Monstrosities. He came back, but he's gone now. I think he realized that we can only allow 6 people, but that's fine.
Dude, BigJack, upgrade your StreamYard. Or
I know. I have to pay for it. I can't afford it right now.
Maybe if you stop buying like King Kong VHS tapes,
stop buying swords, and maybe you can afford it.
Sacrifice like 2 VHS tapes a month, and you can upgrade your.
Well, I actually did sell a few Godzilla tapes a while ago for a good lot. Like I think somebody paid like $100 for them. So
Gonna upgrade with that money.
I could have. I mean, I might. You know, like I mean, I might be getting an HBO Max subscription, so I might do that actually to get more people and get a like.
Well, you're gonna need it for March or no, excuse me, April 15th. You're gonna need it for April 15th.
Right for the
You could say it. Watch party. We're having a watch party for GVK on the 15th.
Yeah, I actually one thing I'm actually considering. Hang on, I want to check the private chat. I think Matt said something in the private chat. No, it's Adam says rip. But yeah, so I'll definitely have to update it because I do want to invite a lot of you guys down for the watch party for Kong 76 for the Blu-ray. So, because we're gonna be watching the extended TV cut, which
yeah, I'm looking forward. All I ask is can you do it on a weekend?
I can do it on a weekend. That is a given.
Thank you. So because I want to be sure. Yeah. That's my only request. If we could do it on a weekend, like I'll have it. I'll have my queued up. My setup's gonna look different because I'm gonna be facing that way where my TV is. And you'll see my other, lovely displays.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love doing watch parties. So.
But yeah. By the way, Brad, this is Adam of SCRYE Productions. Brad of OBSCUREMEDIA TV. He does y'all both do amazing content. You guys gotta share emails.
Okay.
Whatever the kids do nowadays.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Adam. Finally.
Right, how's it going, Jay?
Yeah, Brad's my bro.
Big fan. I'm a big fan of Godzilla Apex. Just want to let you know that.
I appreciate that so much. Now with Spanish and Japanese subtitles. So.
Oh, muchas gracias, señor.
I'd actually consider taking my Kong fan film or my show and try to get it dubbed into like Japanese or something.
You should. I mean,
I don't know how to do that though.
Jack, do you speak French?
Not really. I did take
not really. You're actually in like the like French territory.
I mean, excuse-moi.
The only form of language I know is some ASL, but that's only the vulgar ones.
If I'm gonna learn any language, I do want to learn Spanish again because cosplaying Zorro, I do want to update like my cosplay both like language-wise. But I do want to learn more Japanese.
I'm just giggling right now because Osiris the God just asked. What are your thoughts on the movie 2012?
I like it.
I'm thinking of Texas right now.
When I was 14, and keep in mind I was retarded little shit, so I didn't know the whole Doomsday 2012 thing was nothing more but a hoax. So I was paranoid as shit. I didn't see the film, but I heard it was bad.
Oh. You gotta see The Day After Tomorrow. That's another one.
And coincidentally,
both those movies in theaters.
Wait, that's one here. And coincidentally, a year after it happened,
what makes it hilarious?
This whole stuff made by ancient peoples is nothing more but a bunch of nonsense. Not something.
You know what makes it funny though? Think about this. 2012 is supposed to be the day the world ended. What if the Mayans fucked up and actually the last two numbers were reversed?
2021.
2021. Oh fuck! It's like we miscalculated.
Somebody made a meme. The Leonardo DiCaprio meme of him, laughing, holding the glass, saying the Mayans made a mistake. It's 2021.
By the way, Brock, is that a force action lightsaber?
Yes, but it doesn't turn on. I only use this for okay, hold on. I use this for like the prop hilt thing or when it's
and with women in the bedroom.
I use this for fighting.
The activation key, yeah, because I don't know if you guys remember the commercial for the force action lightsabers, but it had easily one of the worst narrators I've ever seen for a Star Wars commercial because he doesn't just go force action lightsabers, he goes force action lightsabers. Like,
Jay Smith, highlight Jay Smithers' comment. Okay, so Titan Goji was the one that convinced me to purchase that film, and like he hyped it up. Now I'm not knocking the dude. He hyped it up. I didn't like the movie, but that movie probably had the best Japanese destruction scene I've ever seen. So the movie's worth the watch for that one destruction scene, and you'll know it when you see it. But the rest of
What
the
are
movie,
we talking about? What movie?
I have no idea.
the conversion of Japan.
Okay, has anyone seen Geostorm?
It's a Toho film.
Oh, Geostorm, i.e. the actual G.I. Joe movie. Or no, it's the live-action remake of Recess School's Out.
Do they try to control the weather?
Oh, the one with that.
Yeah, dude, have you not seen the Recess movie?
It's been so long, I can't remember.
James Woods' master plan in that movie, Evil James Woods, is to basically create Death Star technology to change the weather as to hold the world hostage.
That's exactly Geostorm,
Literally,
except
no, like he creates a Death Star laser that puts the moon into a different orbit that is going to create a worldwide ice age. So, and it's all because he wants to get rid of summer vacation and be president of the United States.
Yeah. Here's a few problems. If any of you like me saw the movie Threads, you would know that shit like that, any superpower like that, would cause massive consequences for the environment.
Wait, so it doesn't matter. Like
everything else dies.
The test score
I got one better for you.
Everybody's fucking dead.
literally Geostorm is that, but with Ed Harris trying to eliminate the line of succession so he can become president.
No. He wants to become vice president. A lower position. Okay, first of all, here's my problems. First of all, with the Recess movie and that film, first of all, why you're doing this all for test scores? You can't really get test scores up if everybody's fucking dead from food supplies gone, animals dead, environment's fucked, economy, like, what's the point? Second of all, you want to hold the world hostage with a weather machine just to become a president of one country? Do you not learn anything from Cobra?
Maybe he didn't see G.I. Joe.
No. But
G.I. Joe doesn't
you
exist.
have this technology and weapon that Cobra would be throbbing over, and you use it to become president of one country. There's a word that's called rule the fucking world.
I would use that to cause world peace. I would tell them, hey, knock your shit off, or everyone else dies.
Yeah,
I'd hold everyone at gunpoint.
Position like that, what's the point when you have a planet-destroying weapon? It makes no fucking sense.
Everybody needs to take a page out of the Emperor's book from Star Wars.
Have you, any of you guys or anyone in the chat, have you ever guys seen the Toho movie Gorath?
I have not.
Gorath?
Yeah.
I've even heard of it.
That's the one about the meteor that comes down.
Yes,
right?
and it's referenced in Godzilla Final Wars. They call the thing Gorath. But anyway, the movie Gorath from like 1963, I think it was. So it's about a giant planetoid about to fucking whack the fucking Earth. So what do? They put rockets on the South Pole to like move the Earth out of the way. We're
gonna take Bikini Bottom and push it over here.
I know. Let's take planet Earth and push it somewhere else.
Dude, it's so great. And then it causes all the like crazy storms around the world. And then of course you see Maguma. For those who know who Maguma is, that is the giant walrus, Toho walrus.
So it's Justin Long from Tusk, but giant size.
And fun fact, he was supposed to be in Destroy All Monsters, but the last minute they switched him out with Baragon.
And Baragon did like nothing in the movie.
Basically, this movie is basically Deep Impact, but with aliens.
Well, there's no aliens.
Well, because you branch in the Meteor in Final War, so I'm assuming we're going to be getting David Bowie from Labyrinth alien guy.
Well, no, in Final Wars, in Godzilla Final Wars, they referenced that the planet the Exilians were talking about they named it Gorath, which is
Well,
we did some really ridiculous disaster storm type movies. Any of you ever seen The Core? They literally stopped the Earth's core to rotate.
I saw that in theater. Oh my goodness! And in the beginning, the birds start falling and whatever. And
my two favorite disaster movies of all time, if I had to pick, is between Earthquake with Charlton Heston, just for the miniature effects.
Yes.
Although I hated the ending. Because Charlton Heston pretty much kills himself over this worthless bitch instead of the new hottie.
Charlton Heston dies in every movie.
Well, yeah, that.
He died. Well, he didn't die in Planet of the Apes, but he died Beneath the Planet of the Apes because he blew up the world.
He lives in
died
Wayne's
in
World.
the Omega Man.
He died in the Burton Apes movie, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah,
Oh, I just watched that today. Ugh.
Charlton Heston was the
it wasn't that bad.
It's boring.
I can get some enjoyment out of it.
Charlton Heston.
I can enjoy Tim Roth because Tim Roth is hamming it up like crazy.
Well, what did I tell you, Sean?
He lived as Moses, and he did live to tell the people that Soylent Green was made out of people. But like for the most part, he gets in every movie.
Sean, what did I tell you about Tim Roth being great as a bad guy in every movie he's in?
I don't remember you saying this, but you know what?
Dude, he's like the Basil Rathbone of this generation. Like, he's good. He plays villains so good. He was Abomination in the Hulk.
Yep. He's coming back finally.
Great. He was in Planet of the Apes. But two movies I loved him playing a bad guy in was The Musketeer, which is basically
Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs.
Well, I mean, The Musketeer was just the Three Musketeers, but with a Kung Fu Wu-Tang movie as a Kung Fu Wu-Tang. So they're using like fencing swords, but they're doing all this Kung Fu shit because Crouching Tiger made $1 billion. It's not the best reference adaptation, but it's still a fun movie to watch. Like, you have a scene at the end where all these musketeers are charging on horseback into this castle, and then D'Artagnan and Tim Roth are fighting in the castle, and then they're fighting in sort of the wine cellar, and they're on these ladders, and they're like doing kung fu on the ladders. Like, it's insane. And the only thing other than that I liked about the movie was the fact that the opening titles, which they play on a loop at Universal, is pretty much a ripoff of the John Williams Superman theme. Like, it sounds so eerily familiar. But
Hold up. Let's talk about John Williams real quick. I just want to say, because you said ripoff, that man ripped off so many classical composers.
Here we go.
No. What? So what? Star Wars is just the soundtrack to Mars?
No, Star Wars is like a lot of ripoff of like classical composers. I'm not talking about movie score makers. I'm talking about before movies were made.
Yeah, like Beethoven.
He ripped off so many classical composers that you probably don't even know. And well, I didn't realize it, but everything from like the Imperial March, pretty much almost everything you hear in Star Wars is a ripoff of a classical song that he just barely, and I mean barely, tweaked. Everything is in the same key. It's the same speed.
He also hates stuff. He also hates Ifukube, by the way.
No, I didn't say I hate Ifukube, but I used to revere John Williams, and now I'm just like, wow. I thought that man, I thought he was like an artist and a creative. No, he just knows how to copy other people's work and tweak it just enough to say it's original.
What about Jaws? He didn't rip Jaws off, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh God, here we go.
E.T. He ripped off E.T. You'll search it up. Search up all the
How do you spell unpopular opinion? ADAM.
Yeah, oh my God. Well, it is what it is.
I did want to get back to Tim Roth, but if you guys want a good movie with Tim Roth, this is his greatest villain performance, please go watch Rob Roy. Rob Roy, Liam Neeson, Jessica Lange, John Hurt, Tim Roth. The cast is enough, but the movie came out, it's kind of forgotten about because the movie came out actually the same weekend and day as Braveheart, and it's a movie about Scottish fighting the British, and guess which one?
Freedom! Why would you release it the same day as Braveheart?
Inaccurate. Braveheart.
Why would you release it the same day as Braveheart?
It was kind of around, it was 95, the summer of 95.
I feel like that happens like every year. There's like two movies that are like kind of competing with each other, kind of the same thing. Like you had your two Snow White movies, you had your two Volcanoes movies, you've had your two asteroid movies with Deep Impact and Armageddon. It's kind of like two similar things every year.
With Rob Roy, Tim Roth plays a bastard and a half. He's like Biff if he was a colonialist. He's
another good Tim Roth. Well, he's not a villain.
But Eddie Case.
4 Rooms with Tim Roth.
Yeah, he's
that's a good one.
I'll just kind of spoil the movie very mildly without going into too much detail. But in the movie, Tim Roth plays a complete dipshit, and he basically takes Rob Roy's house. Rob Roy and Jessica Lange, their husband and wife. He burns down his house, rapes his wife, and then basically, you know, does all this fucked up shit. But literally, like, the words he says after he commits these crimes, it's like, dude, you're an asshole. Like, after he has his way with Jessica Lange, he's like, a fine fit you are, Mrs. McGregor. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude! So, at the end of the movie, Rob Roy challenges him to a duel. And it is one of the greatest sword fights I've ever seen in a movie. Like, it is.
Is it better than the sword fight in Die Another Day?
Yes! Yes, dude, like, it is hardcore. Liam Neeson's using a fucking basket hilt, like, broadsword. Tim Roth using a little kind of fencing thing. Oh, it's so good. It's so good, Rob Roy. Please go watch that, guys. You're missing out on a great film. In fact,
I have it on VHS.
Better, a little, like, story-wise, not scope or film, better than Braveheart. Way better. And it's more historically accurate.
How can you talk shit about Braveheart, the greatest movie ever made?
Okay, Braveheart's amazing.
By the most, you know, joyous individual in Hollywood.
Okay, Braveheart is so historically inaccurate, but it's pretty much a Scottish Robin Hood movie. It's Robin Hood. That's all it is. Although it's no, I mean, it's kind of, I think I like it a bit more than Prince of Thieves, but I do like Prince of Thieves just for Alan Rickman.
Yeah, Prince of Thieves. Yeah, Prince of Thieves is entertaining as hell.
I still have yet to watch Prince of Thieves, but meanwhile, I sat through in the theaters. I saw Russell Crowe's Robin Hood and the Taron what's his face with Ben Mendelsohn Robin Hood in theater. I've seen such bad. I saw the what do you call, like, the holy the holy trinity of bad. What is it, like, medieval movies? Robin Hood 2018, King Arthur Legend of the Sword, and Paul W.S. Anderson's Three Musketeers. I saw those in theaters.
Paul W.S. Anderson's Three Musketeers is the third worst movie of my
life. Zack Snyder just announced that he's doing a new King Arthur movie.
You know what? I will give it out. It'll be better than fucking Legend of the Sword.
I'm a Snyder fan. I'm very curious to see what he's going to pull off, and I really can't.
I was so happy I got Jack to watch King Arthur Legend of the Sword.
I am expecting basically 1981 Excalibur meets 300, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, Excalibur is one of Zack Snyder's favorite movies. That's literally what. When Superman stabs Doomsday. That's exactly what he said, like, in his commentary. He was just like, he just wanted to do it just like Excalibur. That was his tribute to that movie.
I do. Okay, if that's the case, I'm kind of seeing the connection now. It's like, okay, Zach, you can do your 300 King Arthur movie. That's fine. Please bring back 04 Tuna.
I got a question for everybody here. Oh, okay. How do you guys feel about the Justice League ratio?
Be
honest.
The open
What do you mean the ratio?
That
the
it's
aspect
not going to be widescreen. The bars are going to be left.
It's called open mat. It's called an open mat, Jay.
Yeah.
Right. I think the issue people have too, because like I said, we're so used to things widescreen to where it fits both sides. But
yeah,
this one,
he made it for IMAX. That was the whole point. It was he wanted to do it as an IMAX movie.
Right. Like, because when I watch the trailers on YouTube, I feel like I'm kind of like. It's harkening back to the days of full screen, but I don't know. I'm kind of mixed on it. Like, I'm like, if it were in the theaters, yeah, but since we're kind of like watching it from home, I just feel like part of my TV is being wasted. I don't know. I mean, I'll watch it just fine. It just like I got to kind of have to get used to it again because we're so accustomed to widescreen with everything.
Brad, what are your thoughts on it? On the aspect ratio and Zack Snyder's Justice League and when it's coming out?
I never even seen the first cut of Justice League, so I don't really have much.
Dude, you are lucky because you get to experience it, like, you know.
I'll say this.
I got a press screening of Justice League when I went to it. Nice. And I'll admit, I had fun the first time. I have fond memories of that screening. It was it was like 100+ rabid fans in there. I met some cool people I'm still friends with to this day. We were laughing, having a good time, and I think it's kind of like sometimes when you see movies with the crowd, you enjoy them more than just rewatching it again, because I watched it like at the beginning of the year, the 2017 version. I'm like, wow, this really sucks.
That sounds like something I said to Jay once in a conversation about the whole reason why people actually like going to the movie theater.
Yeah.
It's the audience's reaction now. You
Yeah,
know?
and I'm gonna say this too. So the night of the Super Bowl, like I went to my parents' house to watch the Super Bowl, and like I was waiting for the pregame shit to start, and I'm flipping through the channels because my parents still have cable. I don't have watch. I watch everything online. I'm flipping through the channels. Justice League's on TNT, and then I'm watching it. I'm like, oh my god, like this movie did not age well. Like the Steppenwolf didn't age well. And I'm just gonna say this though, like. Another thing, it's kind of hard to watch now, knowing all the behind the scenes with Josh Whedon and the way he was. Like it's kind of hard to watch now, knowing everything, all that bull crap that was going on.
Who's Josh Whedon?
The guy who did the Avengers. He wrote Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah, and all these accusations are coming out about him now. Like ever since Ray Fisher complained and no one kind of believed him, then Momoa and Gal Gadot backed him up, and now like. All these people from like Buffy and all and are all
tell you what. There's so much chaos surrounding.
What did he do?
He was degrading to women, and you know he called like who's that one? She called her when she was pregnant, called her fat, and like he was like awful. Like he was like really awful to everybody on set, especially the women.
Who are we talking about here? I'm a little
Josh Whedon.
Josh Whedon. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
And everybody,
I'm having a hard time putting a face to him.
He's that fat, like redheaded, ugly dude who always wears the striped sweaters and he's overweight.
He looks like Thanos without the purple.
Yeah, like I was never a fan of him, and like with all the stuff coming out about him, I'm like, you know.
So wait, if he's like, Ginger Thanos, does that mean he's gonna give everybody a ginger snap?
Is it Whedon or
Whedon?
Joss Whedon.
Josh Whedon.
Oh, it's Joss with 2 S's.
Yeah, J-O-S.
Oh, I was like.
I will say this about Snyder's Justice League. Well, first of all, I want to bring out what Brad said. I actually skipped out on Justice League in theaters. I didn't see it until it came out on TV, and I was like, "Wow, this looks like a TV movie." It just didn't. It looked too bright. It looked too like I was all for one. The only changes I didn't mind was the fact they brought back the John Williams and the Danny Elfman Batman and Superman stuff. That was fine. I wanted more of that.
Yeah, I disagree with that because, like,
well, if it was in a separate set of movies, if this was for like Superman Lives or Batman, Tim Burton's third Batman, fine. Like they're good covers, but for this movie, no. But yeah, the colors and everything. But with the Snyder cut, with the aspect ratio, I'll say this: it'll make for good. Custom copies on VHS.
Wait, no, you can't fit a 4-hour movie on a VHS. No,
you have to get the 2-tape VHSs.
Wait, Jack, pull up my screen.
I don't know if I can, but I can try.
I'm just saying, like, for those who skipped out on the movie, you guys are in for a treat, you know?
No. You should watch both of them because literally the first minute of the movie.
I'm debating if I want to rewatch it. Like I'm thinking about I'm going to go Man of Steel, BVS into Snyder Cut, or should I go Are you
going to include Wonder Woman now?
And then, no, just watch the whole DCEU. Well, everything's connected now, anyways.
I am going to do BVS for sure because on Nerd Cage we're going to do a retrospective of BVS because
the Ultimate Edition or
theatrical edition though. You have to do the extended cut.
Yeah, you gotta do the extended cut of BVS because the theatrical cuts out.
I love the extended cut's a million times better.
I remember going back to rewatch it.
I don't know. I really just want to go into just watch the trilogy as it's supposed to be. Man of Steel, BVS, Ultimate, and then
here's what you do: watch Justice League first, then go back and start the trilogy as is, so that way you can kind of see the differences.
Okay, there we go. Maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah,
lower the bar.
And maybe I'll probably squeeze in Suicide Squad just because Jared Leto.
Oh God! Oh no! You got to wait for the Ayer cut when that eventually comes out. I don't
think that's going to happen. Like,
there's one thing.
Would I love to see it? Yes. Do I think it will happen? No, because as bad as Suicide Squad was, it made money. And
I think that has more of a chance to then.
There's one thing that Sean brought up about that I've been talking to him about, like off chats and everything, that I think they're going to do with this cut. we're gonna see death in the family. We're gonna see Jason Todd's death. And I'm like,
it's not Jason Todd.
It's Dick Grayson.
It's Dick Grayson.
Oh, it's not Jason Todd? What the fuck?
No, it's Dick Grayson.
Yeah, that's not, no. See,
we're gonna see it though. They're gonna show the death of. They are gonna show it.
It should be Jason.
Jared Leto is the one that burned down Wayne Manor with Robin in it. He knows who Bruce Wayne is.
I know, but yes. I think it should be Jason.
It should be Jason Todd.
It should.
Well, here's the thing. In the Suicide Squad movie, by that time that came out, like people kind of intervened or just like, okay, this is Jason Todd. So that's one of the things, like Zack Snyder, there's things I like that he does, but then there's other things where I'm just like, Zack, come on, just...
Yeah, because he killed Jimmy Olsen.
He killed Jimmy Olsen for no reason. And Jimmy Olsen's, you know, like he's Superman's pal because Superman apparently can't have like friends outside of...
He can't have a sidekick.
Right, and even then, Jimmy Olsen still kind of stood out on his own. He has his own comic book series, so he's Jimmy Olsen.
Honest to God, like... When the Snyder Cut's done, I mean, I don't know if the Snyderverse will continue. I hope it does. I don't think it will. But what I hope we get is a Ben Affleck prequel miniseries.
I agree. Miniseries.
A miniseries. I don't think Ben Affleck's done. I think Ben Affleck's.
Well, he's coming back for the Flash.
Here's what I would like to see with Batfleck. We see the first one should be very similar to something like Mask of the Phantasm. We are following the present Batman, but we're seeing flashbacks of him, how he started and how he got around. Second movie, introduce Robin. Get Robin in there. Have our Batman and Robin movie. Look, it's been too long since Robin's been with Batman. It's been way too long.
Well, they're doing the Bat Family on Titans.
Well, fuck Titans right now. We're talking about the Bat.
I love that show.
We're talking about the Batfleck thing. I'm talking about Batman and Robin.
Batman.
We need a Batman and Robin fighting side by side as a team, and not some campy Schumacher Team 60s thing, Adam West thing. We need proper Batman and Robin. Third one, death in the family. Just do it. And
why is it so hard for us to get a fucking Bat Family together? It's Batman reboot.
It's too campy.
Dude, speaking of Bat Family, I cannot wait. Any gamers in here? Gotham Knights.
I am bummed for one thing. They have Tim Drake looking just stealing Damian's outfits. He should be in the game too. Because, you know, this League of Assassins background, the swords and all that, that would have been fun to play as. But no, I get denied there.
Yeah, but at least you get, I don't know if you play Injustice, but Injustice 2, we got Damian Wayne, and he was my main in that game.
Oh yeah, like for sure. When he comes in, he's such a shitbag in the game. So because like I don't know if you read the Injustice comics by any chance. Have you?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and, yeah, because Tom Taylor did like he kind of like when he wrote his Deceased series, he kind of changed things up a lot because he got a lot of backlash for like how he kind of wrote Damian early on. But like Deceased, he went the complete opposite direction and went the extra mile to like make it so far removed from his Injustice. Like if you look at the writing in Injustice 1 versus Injustice 2, it's very different with how he writes the character. So, but you know, things will turn around. I mean, he's getting his own Robin series that's coming out in April. So
the thing is like I want to go back to the Batfleck thing. It's like when it comes to the Robin thing, like I know it's like Dick Grayson or this. Here's what I would like. There'd be a double twist here. Joker does kill Jason Todd and Wayne Manor, but it turns out that Joker is actually Tim Drake. So you do both Death in the Family and Batman Beyond Return of the Joker.
But Jared Leto is the same exact age as Ben Affleck. I know he looks like he's 25, 30 years younger, but...
I just think they should do something. They can't do Dick Grayson like that. They got to do Jason Todd or Tim Drake between those two.
I just remember them saying they were going to do a Nightwing movie with the guy who made Lego Batman for the longest time. But
just do a Nightwing spinoff.
I've also heard, and like, because Ben Affleck didn't do his Batman movie. Like, there was kind of like some things going on. I was hearing stuff that he was working on it with Jeff Johns, and apparently,
that's the thing. Ben Affleck hates Jeff Johns.
I don't know if he does because he said in when he was doing The Way Back that he said he loves Jeff Johns. So I mean, I don't know.
I hope. Listen, I am perfectly fine with if Robert Pattinson's going to be like the Batman of like the movie theater. I'm hoping that Ben Affleck will have his like version on HBO Max. I am totally fine with 2 Batmans. I am.
Well, don't you mean 3? Michael Keaton.
Oh yeah, Michael Keaton. Yeah. Yeah,
That's man. I can't.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm sure the general audience might be a little confused. I'm all for it.
Okay, what are your thoughts
Mac
on?
It's like the perfect platform to get some of these like DC Elseworlds out there.
Right. What are your thoughts on the crazy side when it comes to the Snyder Cut?
What do you mean the crazy side?
Well, I'll just say for an example, like the other day there was a small Godzilla versus Kong clip, and then they got flooded with people complaining about it, and because they're like, this was released the same day.
About the Snyder cult.
Right. I have it separated. Gotcha. I have the Snyder Cut fans who are really cool and really chill, doing all good things for charity and all that. And then when it comes to the crazy side who think everything is out to get them, and just the negative side.
Doesn't every fan base have that group of people? So.
Every race, every organization, every government, every fan base has that 10% of extremists.
Right, but there's a loud portion.
Monsterverse fans and Toho fans.
They're called terrorists.
Listen. Here's how I feel about. I'm repeating my stuff I said on my channel, but here's the thing: I'll never knock anybody for disliking Zack Snyder, the director, because I feel his movies are an acquired taste. I personally love his movies, but anyone who doesn't like them, I'm not going to be mad about it.
Right.
But I will say this though: don't you dare dislike the person, because all the crap that he went through, like I said, with his daughter committing suicide and the way the studio treated him. And everybody, Gal Gadot, Jason Momoa, they all love him. They all love working.
Everybody who works with Zack Snyder loves him.
He's not like a Hollywood person. He's actually a genuinely good person and a good person to work with. So don't knock the dude. But if you want to knock his movies, fine. Don't knock the dude. And whether you like him or not, be happy he got to finish his movie.
No. I want
to ask Jay this, and I want to ask about Sean. I told Sean this, and he agrees with me. But I want to ask Jay because, Jay, how familiar are you with Dragon Ball?
I know who Goku is. I know the 9000 meme and everything.
Okay, how would you feel about
Perfect
this?
Cell too.
How would you feel about this? Zack Snyder's Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. You know what? Titan Goji said straight up. He says Man of Steel is basically the closest we got to a Dragon Ball Z.
Just get Michael Shannon to play Vegeta.
I mean, me personally, I think Zack Snyder could do something else. But if he did a Dragon Ball Z movie, whatever, I'd watch it.
That'd be amazing. I want to see him tackle the androids. Sean, can you imagine Zack Snyder designing Perfect Cell? What that sort of Doomsday or that freaking like in the Snyder Cut? Fuck.
Okay, see, here's the thing, though. I would hope that he incorporates color into the designs, because a lot of it, I'll say this, though. Darkseid, I think, looks pretty good. Maybe a little too Bayformers-esque with some of the armor, but I think Darkseid looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Steppenwolf in both versions, I don't like the design. See, here's the thing, though. I'm like, okay, if he was going to make everything really alien, sure, but then he immediately has Granny Goodness in there looking humanoid, and I'm like, either what are you doing in that regard? Why is Granny Goodness looking humanoid instead of the Sod?
Yeah,
right. If you're gonna go fully alien, then why is she not alien looking? So in that case, you should have just had Steppenwolf looking. What I would have done with Steppenwolf, I would have just, since he's worked with this actor before, just have Gerard Butler in there. I mean, they've already done if you look at this footage too, the Greek gods and that were shown to be a lot taller in the flashbacks and that. Just do that. Have Gerard Butler in there as Steppenwolf, with the beard and goatee and the red armor, kicking ass and stuff. I think that would have been excellent.
I will say though, CGI is miles better than it was in 2017. I know some people are so complaining about it, but man, after recently watching Justice League before the Super Bowl,
it's
night and day, like side by side comparison. It's night and day.
It's embarrassing when you look at it because. Man, I tell you what, the making of the Justice League movie is got to be a movie somehow.
They gotta make, dude. We said it on our stream on Thursday night, dude. 10 years down the road, they need to make a movie about the whole Justice League filming.
I want to change the subject because this is this needs to be.
Rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
This needs to be
started as the ratio, the screen ratio just turned into a
This needs to be a nerd cage debate. Get Sean on there. He would love to come on.
All right, cool.
But I want to change the subject. Something for Brad to ask because he's been rather quiet.
Sorry.
What was the best thing about playing Kong?
The best thing about playing Kong? I don't know. I guess the best thing was oh, I know. Just there was a scene we shot, the whole wall scene where I got to destroy a bunch of things. I think that was probably like my favorite thing that I got to film in the Kong suit.
Yeah, like
the miniature houses and stuff, and I got to just destroy everything. And that was
in the movie. I don't know if Sean's seen it. I don't know if Brock's seen it. I don't know if Adam or Jay has seen our remake that we did. It's almost at 1 million views, by the way.
I will. I'm going
remake of your Kong movie.
Yeah.
What do you mean you don't know if I've seen it?
Have you seen it? I can't remember. I'm sorry, Adam.
Yes,
I'm
I saw
the
it because
only
I did a
person
video
that's
on
seen
it.
I'm just kidding.
Well, Adam.
What?
Go on.
What about it?
Did you see it?
Yes.
And?
Oh, we already had this discussion.
Well, talk about Brad. Like, how was Brad in the movie?
As Kong?
As all the characters he played. He was our Kenny, essentially. Not Kenny from Godzilla or any of the Kaiju. Kenny as in Kenny from South Park.
Everything was really good. I didn't like. As far as your performance goes, like you pulled off everything pretty well. It's the thing about the movie is there's a lot of passion behind it, right? And even though it's a fan flick and it's not like it's super special effects heavy, but it was something that took 5 years, so the consistency of the movie wasn't necessarily the same all around. The acting, the people's, you could feel the energy from everybody involved while watching the movie. So anybody who like knocks it for it being not as perfect as a Hollywood movie or something, they need to go like look in the mirror and really check themselves on their opinions of quality art that's made.
I agree. Yeah.
That was really nice. I will say this too. We are actually because this year marks the 10th anniversary since we started filming in May of 2011.
And makes me feel old as fuck.
I know, but in December it'll mark the 5th anniversary of the film, and I'm finally putting together a documentary about the making of it with interviews with the cast and everything. So hoping to have that out by December. So you're gonna get to see a lot of
try to get it finished right on.
Yeah, you get to see a lot of stories from all different perspectives on the film, and get to see kind of the process of how it got made. And yeah, because I started that movie around. I literally got inspired because I had new technology. I had a new camera, a new computer, and new equipment. And I had just gotten back from Universal in Hollywood. I experienced the Kong 360 attraction. Knowing the character was still relevant, I'm like, you know what? With the technology I have today, I could probably pull this off. So wrote the script started really with the script in September 2010. And then it was sort of around my last year in high school. And I cast all my high school buddies, Brad included. And we would all just have these meetings and production meetings at lunches at school, and we would talk about the movie. And we shot it from May of 2011 till October 2013. That was main principal photography, and then the effects came in like a year later, and it was good. Would I do something like that again? Probably not. Like I know a lot of people want a sequel, and I'm like, hell no.
You're gonna make the Peter Jackson trilogy that never was.
God, no, yeah, where he fights Nazi creations. Yeah, I don't know if Nazis do kind of still
you, Peter
exist
Jackson.
today.
That would have been awesome. Why did we not get it?
Well, like if you were asking me if you want the Son of Kong to fight Nazi creatures, well, Nazis still exist today.
If you ever really want to understand why things don't happen in Hollywood, it ultimately comes down to what's safe and what'll make money.
One movie, speaking of that, there's one movie I am disappointed never saw the light of day, even in this time.
Which one?
War Eagles.
How have they not made that movie yet? Do you guys know what we're talking about?
It is dinosaurs, giant birds, and the climax is rather than Kong climbing the Empire State Building,
Why haven't? Okay,
the New York Americans teaming up to fight the fucking Nazis. That is kick-ass.
Okay, basically okay, so here's what it is that Willis O'Brien,
because it's too political.
Well,
That's
no, here's
why.
the thing. So Willis O'Brien, when he was making a bunch of projects after Kong, Giant Behemoth, the Black Scorpion, all that jazz, he had pitched this idea for War Eagles, which was basically, think the beginning of the Lost World, where they go find an island plateau full of dinosaurs, but also these natives that ride giant eagles. So think the Hawkman from Flash Gordon meets the Eagles from Middle Earth, right? Except that, so basically, I guarantee if it was made in the 80s, Brian Blessed would have played the head of the War Eagles. You know, stand by my Hawkman, dive! But they basically, the explorers and them meet up with the War Eagles, so it's very Avatar-based. Then they go back to New York, and the Nazis, it takes place in World War II, so we got a bit of that Rocketeer feel in it, like the Rocketeer, Raiders of the Lost Ark. The Nazis literally plan an airstrike in Manhattan, right? So not only do the Air Force have to combat them, but the War Eagles come in and fight the Nazi planes. So it's very Avatar, Pearl Harbor. I'm like, you know what? This movie should be made. That would be like a Joe Johnston Rocketeer-esque adventure movie.
Hey, yo, Jack, there's
one personal thing I would put in the movie, but I don't think it'll be allowed.
Yeah, because of just the political stuff and everything.
No, actually, it's more of a copyright thing.
Yeah, because I don't know who ons the rights to it currently. So what were you going to say, Jay?
Oh, there's someone in the chat here. He popped the question twice. Zach Gayaxa, I don't know how, I probably butchered that name. He's asking about Halloween Kills. That's a good question. And I also want to say that John Carpenter the other day just said that it's likely going to go to streaming.
That would make sense.
Probably HBO Max, I would imagine.
No.
Yeah. Well, I've been hearing HBO Time Warner.
Who owns Blumhouse?
Universal. Well, Universal, I heard, is thinking of making deals with HBO Max to distribute their movies.
Well, but they got Peacock, though.
Well, currently a lot of Universal stuff is run on Netflix. They have a deal with Netflix. Well, no, it would probably go to Netflix because Universal has licensing deals with Netflix.
Halloween Kills should do what Bill and Ted 3 did. Just make it on demand. Let everybody rent it for $20 or whatever.
Well, it's only the reason I would say Netflix.
Do a hybrid release.
Well, the reason I would say Netflix is because one of the dealings with Universal, but also because Universal has a good connection with Netflix. They're helping produce Camp Cretaceous, which is the Jurassic Park Netflix series. So they're doing a lot.
And the King Kong anime.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, they're doing a King Kong anime?
Oh yeah, it's
you haven't heard this?
I haven't heard. I've
Brad is sort of a outsider looking into
it's
a MonsterVerse Kong anime.
This is part of what confirms the theory that Kong's going to win the movie of Godzilla versus Kong. But yeah, they're doing a MonsterVerse Kong anime based on, and this is a rumor, but we don't know for sure, but it's based on Kong being in Skull Island and I guess everything that happens between the movie, the Skull Island movie, and what happens in Godzilla versus Kong. So it's going to be everything. It's going to be basically 40 years worth of story to tell or whatever.
Sweet.
I will say this because I know there was rumors of them doing this as a live action series, but it got canceled. Thank you, Kaiju Network, for confirming it. But I would like to see them take elements from. Hold on here. Shit, it's in the back. I want to see them take elements from Joe DeVito's Kong, King of Skull Island book. Because I would like to see them give Kong, aside from the skull crawlers, another enemy to face. And my theory was I would like to actually see this on the screen. Didn't like the books. Gaw. Yeah. Gaw would be a great antagonist for Kong.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, Sean, you don't know who Gaw is?
What about Bidensaurus?
God damn it. Oh yeah, Brad, that's real.
That's a real creature on Skull Island. It's called Bidensaurus.
Really?
Yes.
I'm not. We haven't known about this for I didn't know about this for 15 years.
Great.
Well, yeah, well, I'm excited for Halloween Kills, and yeah, I hope they keep that momentum with that series where they, this reboot sequel series.
I am very much looking forward to Halloween Kills as well. I did reviews on all the movies, but like Halloween Kills, I think is going to be a lot better than the 2018 film because the 2018 film starts out pretty strong. Third act is kind of anti-climactic.
Yeah, I had my nitpicks too, but I still enjoyed it a lot. I really did.
This one. I know from what Carpenter and the crew have said that this one's a lot better than the previous film because the first one's kind of like the reintroduction setup. This one's just gonna amp it up to 10. It's gonna be pure like mayhem, kind of like a John Wick type slasher film.
He saw the mask. It was Keanu Reeves the whole time.
You know what? I want Keanu just to randomly show up.
John Wick versus Michael Myers. I'd watch that.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not want to see that? So I've always wanted to see that. I've always wanted to see that.
Michael Myers kills his dog. He comes and fights him for revenge.
Oh my god,
that would be a great fight. Who would win? That question is, who would win that fight? That's the biggest question.
Okay, how are we portraying Michael Myers? Are we supernaturally Michael Myers, like the Curse of the Thorn bullshit? Are we going like just kind of like a strong guy who's still vulnerable? How are we portraying Michael Myers in that fight, though?
It's hard. I mean, we're going for like giant Andre the Giant Michael Myers from the zombie movies.
Yeah, fucking. You know what? I'm gonna say John Wick because he'll just cut his head off, and then that'll be it. But then again, he could somehow survive that when you go to Resurrection.
Here's the thing with the
oh god, Resurrection is comedy gold though.
I'll say this about the franchise. I will say the Halloween franchise is probably my favorite of the slasher monsters. Like Michael Myers is my favorite slasher monster of like the 80s. Like better than Jason, better than Freddy. I love Michael Myers. I think it's because over time, as I've seen them, because I never grew up with many horror movies as a kid, and then obviously thanks to Monster Madness and the sequel-a-thon, I know a bit more about Michael Myers and the Halloween.
And talk about like if you want to talk about multiple fucking timelines.
Well, hold on, I'll get to that in a sec, Jay. I want to get to that. So the whole thing is that I like the franchise. I really like the franchise. The first one's a classic. The second one's a decent sequel. The third one, out of it not being a Halloween movie, is perfectly fine.
It's like the old school Cloverfield.
Yeah. I really like 4. And it's only because 4 had the best twist of the series. Like the ending, best ending of the series. That's like, I wish they went that route. 5 and 6 were garbage.
You know what? I have not seen the producer's cut of 6.
The producer's cut is better.
I have not seen any of them, so I got no opinion.
It's so bad.
5 is terrible. I can get some enjoyment out of the Curse of Mike Myers, but I need to see the producer's cut. I need to see it.
H2O, I know a lot of people like, but I've watched it finally. It's a Scream ripoff. It's a big ripoff. It's Scream.
Okay, here's the thing though about H2O. I'm going to cut you off right there. They're watching Scream 2. So what I wonder is, in the Halloween universe, what's the movie that replaces Halloween within the Scream films? Is it like a Last Action Hero thing?
My mind explodes. Stop.
Anyway,
where Stallone is the Terminator?
So, yeah, I think H2O has not... I mean, I think it's because I watched it too late. Now I see the parallels with Scream, so it just doesn't age right. Except there's some parts I like. I like the ending. I like that Laurie Strode is giving 0 fucks. Fuck you, cliffhanger. You know, she's not letting that happen. I did like the nods to Psycho with Janet Leigh and the car and the music. That was nice. Resurrection's fucking garbage. What a Blair Witch knockoff to a fucking...
Resurrection is funny.
I like the Rob Zombie one.
Okay, I want to
Resurrection, Jack, is one of the funniest goddamn movies.
But everything else sucks about Resurrection. It's a Blair Witch ripoff.
He kung fu fights Michael Myers.
I really dig the Rob Zombie remake because it is a psychotic, violent remake. I'm like, that's amazing. The sequel was
all that fucking thing does is cry.
Like the second one, Rob Zombie
does is cry.
The second one was terrible. What the fuck were you doing, Rob? You were on so much drugs at that point. It's like, see, you know, that came out around a weird time in movies because, like,
2009.
Rob's a straight edge, dude.
I know, but I'm just gonna say, like, I put Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 on par with Jackass number 2. And what I mean by that is that I like Jackass number 2. Like, it is a better movie than Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. But what I mean by that, you can, like, in a way, without it, even if it's not true or not, drugs made this movie. Hardcore LSD, cocaine.
Wait a second.
Drugs.
Listen to the oxymoron you just said, Jack. Whether or not it's true, drugs made this movie.
What I mean is that the visual-wise and the concepts, somebody was making, like, it felt like it was made by somebody else.
I feel like the only reason they had that stupid white horse subplot just kind of crammed into that movie was just so he can find a way to keep his wife in a prominent role.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason that exists, because he killed her off in the first movie, but he's like, shit, I have to put my wife in the starring role somehow.
I guess my biggest problem is what they did with Loomis. That was my biggest problem with the second one.
What a
Everybody
waste
is unlikable.
freaking Malcolm McDowell.
Everyone's awful in those, especially the second one.
But I want to point out too, like, the reason I said, because the thing is with the second Jackass is that out of the whole trilogy, that is actually the weaker film. Not because the stunts are still funny, but apparently that was at a time everybody on the second film, the whole.
Did you hear about Jackass 4?
Well, I know about that, but like I know the entire gang of Jackass guys, they were all doing hardcore drugs in the second one. By the time they got to the third one, they were all cleaned up. But that was like a dark time for a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like my feeling about Halloween 2. It just feels like this was made on a mountain of cocaine and meth. Like, it just does about Halloween 2. Halloween 2018, I really liked. And in fact, I've actually subtitled it as Halloween Returns. Like, that's my subtitle for 2018. I don't like how it's the same title as the original. I just subtitle it Halloween Returns.
They're doing that with Scream 5. They're just calling it Scream.
You got you got the 78, you got the Rob Zombie, and then the 2018. They're all called Halloween.
So that's why I call the 2018, I call it Halloween Returns. It just makes more sense. You know?
I just call it Halloween 2018 just so it doesn't confuse.
Nah, I think it's just making, like, if you go Halloween, Halloween Returns, Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends, it just feels better, essentially.
It's just dumb. I hate titling things the same title as sequels. They're doing it with Scream 5. They're just calling it Scream because apparently people are too stupid to know that.
No. Pull a camera and call it Screams. With a 5 for the S.
Or they could call it Shriek or Loud Sound.
They can call it Stab.
Loud Sound.
They should probably get going.
You know what, Jack? I think you're right.
Head out, Brock. Okay, Brock's about to head out. Do you want to plug in your stuff, man?
Yes, I do.
Comment up.
My channel is LIGHTPOSTFILMS. Be sure to follow me on Instagram and my TikTok, and be sure to subscribe to me, and I'll see you there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, man. It was fun.
Yeah.
Hey, Brock, good meeting you, bro. Good meeting you.
And while we're at it, I think I'll bring Matt back since Brock's heading out. So let me just go get him. But yeah, you guys keep talking about Halloween.
Busta Rhymes, the best thing in that movie.
Hey, what about LL Cool J and H2O?
Yeah, LL Cool J was pretty cool too. Those voluptuous he's reading it. He's trying to write his adult novels.
One thing's funny too is in Halloween H2O, there's one scene where the mask is completely CGI.
Oh my god!
And then in Halloween 4, there's a scene where the mask.
X-Men Origins Wolverine bad CGI.
Oh,
like,
then
on par with Wolverine.
We've had issues with the masks before, because then there's also that scene in Halloween 4 where the mask completely changes colors.
Yeah, he's got the blonde hair when they're in the school. It's so funny how, like, I haven't watched the movie in decades. I can remember that.
You know, it's a movie I haven't seen in decades, and I want to go back and watch because I know it's still decent. Is
the Page Master?
Deep Blue Sea.
Oh, Deep Blue Sea is fun.
Deep Blue Sea. I'm
deepest bluest my head is like a
I saw that in theaters and I loved it. I haven't seen it since.
Deep Blue Sea 2 is terrible. I haven't seen 3.
Oh the first one. It's the first one.
Oh,
a fucking shark ate. Sorry, I was like.
Why call it a sequel when it's just a remake of the first movie?
Because money.
This has nothing to do with the first one. It's a remake.
Was money?
Well, I actually always Christian Deep Blue Sea as the official Jaws 5. Like, that is to me the 5th Jaws film.
My head is like
Why?
a shark's fin.
Just because
You ate my
like,
bird.
it's the best post Jaws shark movie.
What about the Meg?
Meg gets
watched
better
on
with repeat.
and it was I don't count it because it's so bad it's hilarious. I don't count that because Deep Blue Sea was the closest thing to a post-shark Jaws movie that made me feel like I was watching a suspenseful shark movie that I could take seriously. That's the problem with most of these shark movies now. It's just you can't take them seriously outside of Jaws. But
Hey,
at least
Sharknado
Hey.
doubled down.
Oh,
on it,
fuck.
man.
Wait, hold up.
Sharknado!
What was that one movie with the chick that gets stranded on a rock in the middle of an
The
archipelago?
Shallows.
Yeah, The Shallows. That wasn't a bad shark movie. It was very intense and like was one actor
Hey.
carried the whole movie.
How about Santa Jaws?
What are we talking about?
Is that real?
That is a real movie. I was on Amazon. It's the poster has a shark with the Santa hat on it.
Yo, did you guys remember the movie Open Water?
You
Yes,
know
I
what?
do.
I remember that
Heard of
being
that movie.
advertised as Jaws meets the Blair Witch Project, and I finally saw it. I'm like, this is boring.
Yeah, it's just boring.
Know what? Okay, this was sort of like, you know what? It's not a suspenseful, serious shark movie, but it brought me back to the days of Jaws 3D, Shark Night.
Oh, I
Shark
saw that
Night
in theaters. That was hilarious.
I saw that in theaters. Okay, you know what? The biggest problem I had, the villain's master plan was one of those the dumbest villain plans. Like, it's up there with like the recess schools out villain plans. It's the stupidest plan.
Okay.
The whole reason they have the sharks in the water and all that shit is to basically create illegal porn that they put out on the internet because Shark Week just censors everything.
Shark Night is just unbelievably dumb. Oh, you know, there's one part that made me laugh and pee myself was when the guy's on the jet ski and then the shark jumps out of the water and he eats him off the jet
But
ski.
that's cool. But like, look, when your shark movie has to reference Shark Week, you can't be taken
47
seriously.
meters down. That was actually a genuinely pretty good shark movie.
But like, when your movie mentions
After the first
Shark
30
Week,
minutes.
you can't be taken seriously. And I don't even like Shark Week. I find Shark Week to be very boring.
Yeah, hey, every time it's Shark Week, I get my bat repellent shark spray. Or
Like
shark repellent bat spray. Backwards.
That's better than any other. Like, look, fucking Batman the movie is another shark movie that I can take more seriously than all the other
Some
crap.
days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Batman the movie is not as ridiculous as Jaws the Revenge.
look, Jaws 3, it has its moments, but I will agree it is the worst of the 4 films. In fact, I like Jaws 4 more than Jaws 3.
Hey, Jack. I've always wanted to make love to an angry welder.
No, it has it has some of the best dialogue. It's like, it came for him. It waited all this time, and it came for him. Just has the older son. What? He just has it like that. That didn't even feel like that was scripted. That felt like as he just found out what the plot was, and he's just like, "What? This is the plot? Are you serious? This is the plot of the movie." I feel like they didn't even show him half the script. They literally filmed his genuine reaction, realizing, "Oh God, this movie's about the shark literally hunting the Brody family down."
Oh my god! You know that was supposed to be Roy Scheider who gets killed in the beginning of the movie, but he said no.
Oh, that would have pissed me off.
Yeah, because that was their whole way.
Pretty much gonna go Dark Fate on it.
Yeah, they were supposed to have him die, but Roy Scheider said no. Dad died of a heart attack. It was the fear.
The fear of it killed him.
Oh god, I love Jaws the Revenge. It's such a bad movie.
I also feel like the reason Lorraine Gary was in it was because her husband was still head of Universal at that time.
That's exactly why. Because they wanted to go on vacation. They did not give a fuck.
It's one of Michael Caine's best movies.
Michael Caine has never seen it, but he knows the house and the money he got off it is pretty good. He couldn't accept his Best Actor award because he was filming Jaws the Revenge.
My favorite part is when the shark comes up and he's like, "Oh shit!"
I met a guy when I was in the Bahamas who was in Jaws the Revenge.
Oh
and
my god!
He was telling me a story like Okay, this is gonna sound really mean, but he was talking to him about like working with Lorraine Gary. He's like, how can you work with the chick that ugly? And he's just like, I get paid a lot of money. That's what this was some tour guide who was telling us he was in the movie.
I was
This is
actually
make that like the quote of the stream right there.
It's funny how you bring that up.
This is what some tour guide is telling us. When I was on like a vacation there, he was just telling us the story, and because like again, I'm a big Jaws fan. I was just a kid, and he was just telling us that's what he said, and I'm like, what?
God.
He's like, you could see me in the movie at the scene.
I remember kind of like a story like that, Sean. Exact same. This guy got paid. I was in Cancun, Mexico. And I was there on vacation. Really nice resort there, the Grand Esmeralda Resort. Great resort. Amazing. But I was doing one of those adventure hike things out in the jungles of Mexico. You get to, like, hang out with monkeys, go diving into caves with pools and shit. It was really great.
Living the dream. Hang with monkeys.
Yeah. But I remember this one guy, our tour guide, I was talking with him, and we were talking about all this stuff, and I was talking about movies, and he said, "Oh, you ever seen Zorro?" I'm like, "Oh, like Mask of Zorro?" And he's like, "Yeah, because it was shot in Mexico in the studio." He said, "Oh, I was in that movie." I'm like, "Really?" And it's like, "Yeah, I just got paid." And what'd you do? It's like, "You don't even see me that well. I was just there to get paid. I paid well." I'm like, "Okay, cool." But yeah, I thought that was cool. Like that. Talk about a great fucking movie that is. So. Yeah, it's like
I have never once heard you like harshly criticize a movie that didn't involve sword fighting.
That's kind of true.
I can't because there's not many movies where the sword fighting, like with sword fighting, that's bad. I mean, there's a couple bad ones. There's one old Hollywood movie that I saw where the swords literally look like they're made out of like wood and tinfoil. I was like, wow, I'm not watching.
Yeah, but what was the name of that movie?
I can't remember. It was like an obscure movie.
So therefore, you can't harshly criticize it, can you?
It's just that. Legend of the Sword. Legend of the Sword. Fuck you, Sean, for making me watch that piece of shit.
Oh my god, I saw that in theater. I was gonna pee myself laughing so hard. There's literally the part where the guy's running and the music starts sounding like somebody's like jerking off. It's just like, and I had a panic attack laughing so hard. I was like, I was struggling to breathe because I was laughing so hard. Like sometimes you see such a great bad movie in the theaters, it's one of the most fulfilling experiences. Like I feel like the last time I saw a really funny bad movie was probably the Hurricane Heist.
Oh my
god. Hurricane Heist?
Okay, director of the Fast and Furious, the first movie. Yep. These people try and steal like $40 million in a hurricane. The storm literally has Emotep's face on it. It starts roaring at some random point in the movie, and I'm like, what?
He said literally has Emotep's face on it.
It does. Oh, I swear on my life, it literally just turns up.
I heard like just the premise, but now that you're telling me this, like now I have to watch it. Like
it's hilarious. And
is it streaming anywhere, or is it like via
Netflix?
VOD?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to bring this up. Jack will talk about Cabin in the Woods. For people who haven't seen it, don't watch this. Jack's gonna go on for 10. Well, I'll bring up one thing about Cabin in the Woods. I've never seen it fully.
I really like it.
Joss Whedon.
Okay, well, I won't watch it then. But I remember.
I was gonna say.
Okay, at the time it came out, I was actually working at a movie theater as a person ripping tickets and shit. Got free popcorn, got free drinks. I got to know the projectionist. This was back when the last years when they were still running film. Like I have a couple of trailers in film cans of 35 millimeter. I have the Avengers trailer on 35 millimeter, which is pretty cool. But I remember it was out, and I usually on my breaks I would just go and watch a couple of minutes of a movie. Like I would probably get like some popcorn lunch, and I would go sit down in the theater and like watch about half hour worth of a movie. Good times working at a theater. But yeah. I remember I kind of snuck in a couple times, watched bits. I'm like, the opening scene, I'm like, okay, this is just Evil Dead, like just haunted house or whatever. I come back like maybe an hour later, and then there's all this weird ass shit happening in the movie. All this weird fire. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, did they just switch to a totally different movie halfway through? What the fuck? That was literally, I was like, how did we go from like a 5 to a 500 so damn quick?
That's what made it amazing. Is just that last act of how it all kind of built up to this thing. Like, it literally just turned into every horror movie. If that was like the last horror film ever made, it would have been a good send-off, is the way I kind of see it. It's kind of like a celebration of every horror film in history.
Right.
Have you seen? I'm curious. Have you seen Exists?
Oh, is it the Sasquatch movie by the Blair Witch guy?
Yeah, I've never heard of.
Yeah,
I've
never heard of it.
It's actually really good. You should.
Movie guy too. I haven't seen it.
Okay, I'll recommend a horror movie. I feel like I do this every stream I go on, but well, yeah, Hereditary.
Oh, that movie! I felt so unsettled watching that movie.
Like, I don't get scared really, but like after I wasn't scared watching the movie, but after I was done watching it, like I kept like every time I had like the lights off in my apartment, I would have to like go like this, like make sure that there's no one like staring at me. Like,
that's one of the most unsettling movies.
Watch Hereditary. It's a slow burn. Stick with it. Oh, I think it's the best.
Music at the end is both like beautiful and terrifying, kind of like the final track.
Yeah,
I mean, like, I really didn't like
out there, man.
Yeah, like as Ari Aster's movies, like that one, I genuinely like. Midsommar, I think, is terrible. But that's just me. But like Hereditary, I was so much more engaged in. Then I got to Midsommar, I'm like, what is this? This is just every single cult film I've ever seen. I can't stand cults in movies because they never get their comeuppance. Like, I want a movie where it just kind of films like a Midsommar, like the whole way through, and then just at the end of the movie, like just randomly, like the Expendables or Keanu Reeves as John Wick shows up and just shoots all.
You just want every movie to end where John Wick shows up and kills everybody.
I want one movie that's filmed completely.
I'm telling you guys, if you three haven't seen it, I'm telling you, like, watch it. I'm telling you, it's just tell me that like I live alone in this apartment here, like after watching, like I couldn't have the lights off for like at least a day because I kept wondering if there's someone looking at me, dude.
Well, you said it was called Hereditary.
Hereditary.
It's unsettling.
I've been on
I think it's on Prime. I think it's on Amazon Prime.
I've been on like
It's funny you bring that up, Jay, in terms of like that sort of movies that like scenes and stuff, like horror movies and stuff. But I want to, before we get back to that, I have two questions here. One is from nope, that's not it. Orissus the God. Brad, are you ever gonna tell your kid you played King Kong?
Well, says, have you ever told your kid you played King Kong? I don't have a kid, but if I had a kid, sure. I don't know.
And that was the greatest day of my life, Sonny. What about when I was born, Dad?
Not even close.
Not even close.
And then I have this question I have for Roadshow. What is the funniest episode of BigJackFilms I've ever filmed? Well, first of all, I'll answer that in a question, but I want to know, like, Brad and Sean and like from like the stuff you've seen, what is the funniest episode that I've made?
The 100th episode, just because I'm in it.
I haven't seen enough of your reviews to determine which one's the funniest.
You need to watch the 100th episode. It's on Dragon Ball Evolution. It's 3 parts long. It's amazing.
I promise. Listen, Jack. I promise. I've seen some of your content, but not like all of it. So, like, I'm gonna binge your content before you come on my show, so that way.
Please do. It's like all my content. You're gonna be laughing.
I'm gonna dedicate like the weekend before March 11th. I'm gonna dedicate a weekend. I'm just binging all of it.
Get popcorn. Get drinks. Bring friends over. Get high as fuck. You're gonna love it.
I'm a straight edge, dude.
Okay, Brad. What would you say? Like funniest episode we made?
I don't know about funniest. I can tell you what the cringiest one you made was.
I think
fucking Valentine's Day one.
Yes.
Okay, that's where I'm going. So I'll say this: that was the funniest because it was not only was it probably the most edgiest, risque episode or thing I've ever
believe you got a chick to do that
in my entire career, but God, it was hard half the time to keep a straight.
Oh, it definitely was hard.
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, hard, huh?
oh, dude.
Boing, boing, boing.
We could not. No, you need to see the special to believe
the way
it.
you shake
You
it.
need to go watch
I can't believe it. I ain't ever seen it.
You're gonna be like, how the fuck did he pull this off? Nick Jackson's reaction is the funniest thing I've ever seen because he literally just his jaw dropped and he literally yeeted. He walked off. He's like, nope, nope. Like he ran out the door screaming. It was crazy, but actually, in terms of the
Jack, you gotta get Nick on one of these streams.
I do. I've been trying to get him on. He's just been really busy. But I'll say this: the funniest one in terms of filming it has to be the Kong video games episode because that was the one we got to work with James Rolfe, Angry Video Game Nerd.
Oh, yeah, that one was awesome.
Because that time was okay. So it was me and Josh at a con. We met him. I knew him before James because I met him a few times at a couple cons prior. Really nice guy, by the way, James. But we were he was at a con in Buffalo, and we drove all the way there. And it was around the time after I finished around the first half of season 3 of my show, and he had just done Kongathon for in 2017. And we bumped into each other, and he actually said he watched my show doing research for his Kongathon. Like, he watched my show, and he loved it. And we were actually having a Kong off. We were basically like, who had the most research? And we were both channeling each other out. So at the end of the day, I said, do you want to make a cameo in one of my episodes? And he said, sure, what are you doing? I'm doing the Kong video games, but I wasn't too sure if you were going to do them. And he literally said to me, nah, man, not enough shitty Kong games. And I said, oh, you'd be surprised, dude. I've done my research, right? So there's a line we did about maybe 4 takes of this. We didn't want to take up too much of his time, but we did 4 takes. And even the one I use, when he goes into nerd mode, you cannot keep a straight face. It was so hard not to, like, when he does the nerd, just it's like you can't, you're fighting your mouth to not smile. So you just see me the whole time in that, like, at the very end, I'm just twitching because I'm saying, don't laugh, don't fuck this up, because oh my god, it was just how he does it. Like, you just look at you can't look at his face. I had to literally just make sure I wasn't looking at you. Like,
I will definitely check that episode out. I'm intrigued just because Kong video games. And shout out to Osiris the Guide. Yes, I've seen The Lighthouse. I saw it in the theater. Good movie.
Yeah, but a question I actually did want to raise to everybody. You brought this up, Jay, about the whole like horror movies that like you had to like you felt so uncomfortable like watching it. What is a scene in a movie or a movie in general that you've seen, but it just made you feel so uncomfortable that it's like you can't look back on the movie again?
Oh, I got one, but everybody else go first. But I do got one.
I will say this: I think the one I did see it. I spit on your grave.
It's actually not that one. It's the third one.
That's one of the most uncomfortable.
Yeah. After we get through this topic, I probably should go because I have to be somewhere tomorrow early.
Yeah, Deliverance is uncomfortable. Oh my god.
So I every time I go like if I go on a family trip or something, every time I go to West Virginia, I'll play the sound from Deliverance. I'm kind of being that way.
God. Oh god.
You it's all fun and games rowing down the river until you hear the banjo.
I mean it's the South Park episode.
Oh my god. Do you not know what we're talking about, Jay?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, poor Indy. And Disney's gonna do it again.
And then, anyway, but shout out before the one that got disturbing the most, but shout out to Misery with the.
Oh, I love that movie.
Well, no, the one that got me. Okay, so Jack just mentioned I Spit on Your Grave. Okay, so a Spit on Your Grave got a remake in like what 2008. And they made 2 sequels of to the remake. The second sequel of the remake was a different woman, different scenario in New York City. The third one, okay, this is where I'm getting to. The third one was a direct sequel to the first remake. It was a follow-up about the girl and what she went through. Well, I should say woman. What she went through, all the trauma she went through, and how she can't talk to the guys at work and this and that because of what she went through. And she becomes friends with this other chick at her like psychology, or psychology, but like her group meetings and whatever.
Her
So
therapy
anyway,
sessions.
yeah, her group sessions and whatever. And anyway, spoiler alert, her friend ends up getting killed. And so she goes on like a full vigilante mode. Anyway, she gets this dude right in an alley, and she says that she's gonna start going down on him. And just as she's ready, she grabs a hold of it while it's hard, by the way, takes a knife and jams it. They show it. And she splits it down the middle. And I'm like, they show it. I'm telling you, watch I Spit on Your Grave 3. You can't unsee it.
I've seen kind of two scenes like that. I think there's
I've seen two kids in a sandbox, and that's more disturbing.
Okay, there's Night of the Demon, which was one.
Oh, Night of the Demon's hilarious.
Okay, well, Bigfoot ripped dick off. And then I remember watching Human Centipede 3. There's literally a castration scene in that movie.
You know what? Okay, you know what? Human Centipede 1 is like, I can handle it. Human Centipede 2 made me feel sick to my stomach.
Yeah, the second one's gross. The third one's just stupid because the third one.
The part in the second one that just I had to turn it off was where the girl gets away.
Yep.
In the car.
The baby.
She gives birth in the car, and she has to choose between like letting her baby live or stepping on the pedal with the baby's like head on the pedal. She kills that fucking thing. Said, "Fuck them kids."
I thought it was funny. I'm sorry.
That was fucked.
It was funny. It was so over the top.
The first movie was funny. Like, the doctor's hilarious. He's doing his dance. He's like, I did it.
The scientist, that role was made for Jeremy Irons, but he turned it down, I think. It felt like something Jeremy Irons would have played.
Hang on a second. Since we're talking about Human Centipede, hang on.
Oh, God.
I own 1 and 2.
Oh, good, dude.
Well, okay, so... Well, there was another. So I Spit in Your Grave, Human Centipede. Oh, there's one. I just had it. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, that's Ashley Williams from Human Centipede in the first one.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
But there was one other movie I just like. I can't sit through it. It just made me feel so uncomfortable.
Serbian film.
What?
A Serbian film.
No. Hold up. I'm trying to think. I had it. And I lost what it was. Shit. I'll have to come back on that. But yeah, it's just there's a couple. You know what? Event Horizon.
Yeah, dude, that movie's a mind fuck.
The fucking blood orgy, that's disgusting.
Yeah. Directed by Paul Anderson, who did Mortal Kombat, by the way.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Fuck.
There's some disgusting things in movies. Like I watched was it Hellraiser Judgment? There's literally a scene like where they dump a gallon of spit in some guy's mouth. It's just I gag.
Well, let's save that for a Nickelodeon stream.
Oh, of course.
But what do you guys got? Squirmy scenes. I want to hear from these two down here.
Yeah, Brad.
Sorry, what was the question again? I'm tired.
What is the movie or scene in a movie that is the most uncomfortable you've ever seen to the point where it's like, I can't watch this?
I'm trying to remember what the movie is called, but it's like the entire fucking movie is disturbing. That
The Passion?
No, that's
one of them.
Movie, I think it was directed by like Peter Jackson or something. The one with
fucking Brain Dead?
Well, that too, but there was that one with the puppets as well.
Meet the Feebles.
Yeah, Meet the Feebles.
I love Meet the Feebles.
I love it too, but it's disturbing as fuck.
Have any of you seen Meet the Feebles?
No, I have to now.
Oh my, okay, it's Muppets on meth.
Exactly. Yes! It's Muppets.
All right, I'm sold.
Yeah, okay, you ever seen Peter Jackson's Brain Dead? Okay, probably my favorite zombie movie.
All right, no, I gotta see this. What's this? I gotta write this out. What's this movie called?
They're all Peter Jackson movies. Like they're pre-Lord of the Rings. Like this is
like his early work
when he was fucking on so much drugs. Like he did some fucked up shit. His first movie was Bad Taste. That's pretty tame. But you got to watch Meet the Feebles, which was his take on basically Peter Jackson's take on the Muppet. It's
literally Muppets on crack. It's fucked in like the best way possible, but it's fucking disturbing.
I'm looking this up here. Oh yes, dude, I am totally gonna watch this movie.
Okay,
oh, yes.
Okay, dude. There's a rabbit who's very similar to like Roger Rabbit, but he's a Muppet, and he fucks so many other Muppets, and then he gets AIDS.
Yeah.
Oh, and
when did this movie come out? What year was it?
In the 80s. In the
1990.
Or 1990.
Yeah. All right, dude.
Okay, the opening scene is like very like the Muppet Show, but then it cuts to a scene where a giant blue walrus has sex with a squirrel on a desk. Has sex with a squirrel in lingerie. And there's like the Miss Piggy version is a giant hippo. It is so fucked. Oh, and they have obviously like the news rat, like the little news rat who's like the one who gets all the information, the dirt on people, is literally a fly who eats shit in the toilets.
What is this movie?
Meet the Feebles, directed by Peter Jackson. Y'all, we gotta do a watch party on this. You guys flip your shit.
Yes, I am totally down for a watch party of this.
But I need to see your first reaction because it is.
So okay, so if you're serious about this, I will hold off and I will not watch it, and I'll wait to watch it with you guys.
I'll join you on a live stream. It is amazing.
Okay, I will wait. You better hold your promise.
This is back when Peter Jackson was like
Meet the Feebles.
This is back when Peter Jackson was like just starting off, and like there was no New Zealand film industry, so it was all independently made. So they had whatever rules they wanted to do. And then the other one is Brain Dead, and to me, not only is it the best zombie movie I've ever seen, it is one of the goriest films of all time.
Yeah,
I felt sick.
It's basically just a bloodbath, the movie.
Little minor spoiler. There's a scene where the zombies are in the house. So the guy goes outside. The guy owns the house. He comes back, pushes open the door. The zombies turn, and he's like, party's over. He takes a lawnmower and lifts it up like a shield, blade first, propellers first, runs over the zombies like a freaking meat grinding shield.
Awesome.
You have a scene where one of the undead, and the thing is, when the zombies die, they don't just die, their body parts are alive. You have a scene where a stomach, intestines, down to like the tubes of an inside of a sphincter, like an asshole, is alive.
Okay, speaking of assholes, has anybody ever seen Ash vs. Evil Dead?
No.
Okay, there is a scene in season 2 where a corpse comes to life. And like its intestines grab Ash and drag him, and he gets pulled, and his head gets pulled up the corpse's asshole, and he's getting shit everywhere. And he's looking out through the stomach, and he's just like, "Oh God, I'm in the butt, I'm in the butt." And he's running around with this thing on his head like he's fucking Krang inside of like the little body.
Oh my God, I don't even.
That aired on TV. That is both the most disgusting yet the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Adam, I want to hear your gross out, and then I'm probably gonna call it a night.
Yeah.
I'd probably have to say one of the grossest movies I've ever seen was Hostel.
Okay, yeah, the diggling eyeball.
All of it, just all of it is so disgusting. Like literally watching people get mutilated while alive is just fucking disgusting. That was like it. I could not. It's movies like that literally make me not want to watch slasher horror flicks or anything like that. Like, because that just disgust. Like, ugh. Just ugh.
Before we go, I just want to point out, like Sean, you bring up that thing with Evil Dead. Brain Dead makes Evil Dead look like the Care Bears.
Okay.
But have you seen Ash vs. Evil Dead? That gets pretty.
No. Brain Dead. Okay, think of the most sick fuck of a movie. Brain Dead will make all of those look like Care Bears. Like it is one of the most. I don't know what Jackson was smoking, what he was taking, but god damn it, I want some because he comes up with some fucked up shit in that movie. One thing I will say, there's a kung fu priest in Brain Dead. A literal
I can ask for the Lord.
Who punches and kicks zombies, and he literally says, "I kick ass for the Lord."
Awesome.
Awesome.
Like, I want that as a T-shirt.
Okay, anyway, we gotta do this Meet the Feebles watch party because I'm so goddamn intrigued.
Do a live stream. Count me in. You can find it on YouTube. Actually, I think.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm totally down. I mean, preferably if you can do it on a Saturday night, that'd be fantastic, or even a Sunday night. Like,
well, I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, Brad. Do you want to come up tomorrow and just chill?
Maybe we'll see.
See what you can do. If not, probably next week or when.
Yeah, next week. Because tomorrow I'm going on Titan Goji's new podcast. So
let's say 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time, depending on when I'm doing. Okay, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So Jay, you want to plug your shit before you head out?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, please, pretty please, subscribe to Nerd Cage Live. So, spread it like syphilis. You want
spread it like COVID.
Yeah, well, not COVID, syphilis. But yeah, like Nerd Cage Live, we go live every Thursday night, 8:00 Eastern Standard Time. We usually have a guest on. We always have good times. We're doing watch parties. Now we got Godzilla vs. Kong watch party, got Mortal Kombat watch party. We got the Justice League watch party coming up, and of course we do a podcast as well. We're on every single where you can find your podcast, whether it's Podbean, Spotify, Amazon, iHeart. We're on all that stuff. So yes, pretty please subscribe to Nerd Cage Live. I'd be super grateful. We're a small channel. We're trying to grow. We're trying to make the channel even better and better and better. And we promise we're working hard every week to get really, really awesome guests on there. Everybody from like YouTubers to martial artists to musicians. So yes, Nerd Cage Live. Please subscribe. It means the world to me. Pretty please, and thank you.
And I will be on your podcast or something. When is that?
Thursday, March 11th.
Yep, I will be there. Count me in. Thank you so much for coming in, Jay. Really
fun.
Absolutely.
Yes, everybody, thank you so much. Everybody in the chat, Sean, Adam, Brad, Jack, definitely.
Well, binge myself on a weekend before the March 11th.
Yeah.
I'll send you like a little private playlist of like my favorite episodes.
All right, Jay, I gave you a follow on Twitter too just now. So
okay, yeah. If you want to follow me on Twitter, my personal Twitter is @SaintGOfficial. The Nerd Cage Twitter is @nerd_cage is the Nerd Cage Twitter. So, yeah. So anyway, appreciate that, guys. I'm gonna have myself a 1 in the morning midnight snack, and I gotta take my dog outside, and I go to sleep. And I gotta get an oil change tomorrow.
All right, take it easy, man. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Be safe, man.
Easy.
Take care now. Bye-bye.
All right.
Wait,
how do I stop this thing?
And he's gone.
Do we want to keep going, or are we?
My God, why do I look so white? Like, look at me. I'm like glowing. It's this.
I've served my purpose.
I literally Gandalf the White or whatever walking in right now.
Forgive me. I mistaken you for Saruman.
I mean, just look at
Saruman.
All right, let's see if I can.
Let's
see if I can adjust the lighting a little bit. Now it's even worse.
You gotta be Superman and Man of Steel. I am Jesus. I am Jesus.
See, I noticed you said that as soon as Jay left because he's a big Zack Snyder fan, and we would have gotten a big debate.
Do we want to keep going? I mean, like,
it's up to you.
I've just been working on a new animation.
Yeah, I'm just working on my locations episode, and I mean, it's coming out really well. I mean, by the way, I didn't show Adam, but Sean and Brad, what you guys think of the clips I sent you for the episode?
Which ones?
The one that's coming out in the little New York locations episode.
Oh, the one where I gave you the suggestion.
I did. I put that in the cut.
Yes. My one contribution, because you and I both share an affinity for that particular person. So,
gross.
We got to do like a tribute show to Tim Curry.
Yeah, like an ode to Tim Curry.
Yep. Oh, by the way, Jack, looks like you're about to hit 16,000 subs.
Fuck, really?
Holy shit!
I see Are you at 15,900?
Shit, let me check my dashboard. Hold up.
Yeah, because I was looking in it, I saw that you had like 15,900 at least.
Oh my god, let's see here. I am at 15,964. Oh my god, 64! Brad
64 bits.
Dad?
Damn it! I'm getting like my channel's kind of stopped right now. I'm at 1,700, but I got to get to that 2,000 because that's when the special video will be made.
I'm jealous.
How far in are you, Brad? How many subs?
I'm at like 620.
Oh, nice.
No, not bad.
You do something when you hit 666.
Ooh,
Review on The Omen.
quite devilish.
Surprised you didn't do anything at 420.
Actually, I should have.
Well, I'm gonna try and hit 2K by this year. I think I'll hit it. I'm only like 200 something away, so we'll see.
Yeah.
How many subs are you at, Adam?
Give me a second. I think I'm almost at 4.73K.
Not bad.
Oh, y'all got more subs than me.
You'll get there, Brad. Just gotta keep putting out more obscure stuff. What's next on your agenda?
I'm gonna be launching a new series.
Details.
It's gonna be called
Bible Black.
The Internet, where I'm gonna be.
Brad, don't tell me you know what that is.
Feel like I do. I just can't put my finger on it.
Well, there's a lot of finger putting on that show.
You know what? Out of all of that content, Sean, that is actually one of my least favorites.
Oh.
It is. I actually find it really boring. It's got a shit story.
The most shameful thing on my channel is when I reacted to episode 1 of Milk Money.
You know what? I mean, okay. No, I'm not going there. But yeah. Yeah. So what's your show called, Brad?
It's called It Came from the Internet, and it's where I'm gonna review like internet media and stuff like that. And my first one's gonna be on the Tourette's guy.
Yes.
I thought that'd be fun to look at.
Okay, you know what? I was just talking about, like, okay, let's name our favorite Tourette's guy quote. For me, it's just one simple thing, and it's where you don't see him, and he's just in the bathroom, and you just hear, "Oh shit!" That is my favorite quote that he ever did. Brad, what's your favorite?
My favorite quote.
That should be in your video, like top 10 best Tourette's guy quotes.
I got a few. I really like where he's like, he just goes fuck, 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 and then like he's carrying like a pot or whatever, and he hits his head off a light.
That's a classic. Sean.
I can't think of any.
But you know Tourette's guy?
It's been a long time.
Dude, go on. It's still funny.
Yeah, I have to.
I actually, no. There's a couple I do like. I mean, Adam, what's your favorite Tourette's guy line?
I don't know because I never really watched it.
Dude, it's so funny. It's so funny. Literally, like, it's stereotypical, but it's like, okay, so like, just he gets creative with his words, right? Like, another one of my favorites is when it's like when he's at work, and it's like, "Dad, you want some Twizzlers?" No. It's like, "But they're really good." No, and he's just like, "But fuck!" And there's like a guy working. One of his coworkers is next to him. He's just like,
Remember when Cartman got that?
Yeah. Oh my god, that was a total riff on Tourette's guy.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Or no, this one. One of my favorites. "Let me tell you about a porcupine's balls. They're small, and nobody gives a shit." Oh, dude, you need to watch. Although the best skit in the series. Dad, what? There's a bird in the house. What do you mean a bird? It flew in the window. Holy shit! Oh fuck! Oh, dude, you got one. Tourette's. Oh, Brad, we need to come up with like the top 10 best lines he ever delivered. You should add that in.
Not bad idea, actually. I might do that.
Yeah, like here's my top.
I haven't recorded the audio yet, so that'd be easy to do.
I'm trying to think of like what's some ones that you could add into the show, like that would be good, like sort of these obscure internet things. No, it'd be great. Go pre-YouTube. Like I'm talking like YTMND.
Apparently, Tourette's guy is pre-YouTube.
I know, but it's like I'm talking like before video streaming stuff on YouTube was like, or on internet was more common. But before it was kind of hard to do that, but like because in the early days there was like GIFs, there was forums, there was stuff like that. There was rarely any video.
Yeah, I want to go back like pre-YouTube for a lot of stuff.
Oh, there's a question for you, Brad. Are you aware of the Naked Brothers band or on
Naked Bakers?
We're Naked Bakers.
Oh, I thought you said Naked Brothers band. I'm like, what the fuck?
Naked Bake. No, I'm not aware of that. I've never heard of that.
I'm sitting here, creepypasta, 4chan. Like, how far are you gonna go where it came from the internet?
4chan stuff, maybe. It depends if something interests me. Creepypastas, probably not, unless I find it interesting. I'm kind of so-so with creepypastas. But it depends. If it interests me, I might cover it. I might not.
Adam, I did want to, at some point I'm going to get, because I saw you put out a cover of the Godzilla vs. Kong music that was like Junkie XL and everything. I do want to listen to that, but I do have a request for you, and I was talking with Sean about this today.
Okay.
I want to see a mashup of Danny Elfman's music from both Batman and Spider-Man. Because
Elfman?
they sound
Which
very
soundtrack did he do?
similar.
He did the Spider-Man 2002 and Spider-Man 2 themed. It's like,
but it sounds very similar to the Burton Batman music that he did.
So he did the Burton Batman movies?
Yeah, he did Batman and Batman Returns, and then the first two Spider-Man movies. But the scores sound very similar.
Okay, maybe.
I would just like to see somebody take a mashup where they can. It's almost like it's going to be a team up movie, because that was in the comics. There was a Batman Spider-Man comic, so I just want to kind of visualize like what that.
Wait, Batman and Spider-Man teamed up?
Yeah, oh yeah, hold on. Let me go find this shit.
Times.
This was a real comic.
They had a Justice League vs. Avengers thing, but there was somebody at Marvel who said something about DC. And then another person at DC was just like, we're never working with them again. Because it was like they kind of belittled them really badly.
What, DC?
Somebody at Marvel, like...
Belittled DC?
Belittled DC, like, in their characters. And I think some of the people working. And...
that's accurate.
Then someone at DC was just like, all right, fine, fuck it. We're no more crossovers.
That's accurate. I appreciate Marvel for their honesty.
Well, you know, Marvel has a knack for taking DC ideas and just, you know, ripping them off.
Yeah, okay. So,
I feel like DC characters are a lot more iconic, though. I know Marvel has their MCU, but, like, I feel like outside of that, like, they don't... Like, well, Spider-Man obviously is their most iconic character, I'd say, in the X-Men, but,
yes.
like, really...
I don't care. I particularly don't give a shit about the MCU. I am an X-Men and Spider-Man fan when it comes to
yeah, this
Marvel
was real.
comics.
This was a real comic.
That's what I That's what I was into when I was into comics back when I was much younger. It was X-Men that really got me in, and then Spider-Man, when Spider-Man crossed over with the X-Men, that's what got me into Spider-Man, and then I became a super huge Spider-Man fan. And I honestly, I've never really been a big fan of the DC universe or pretty much any of the characters.
Well, nobody's perfect.
If you're gonna do a mashup, because I see this comic image and I just hear the Burton Batman and the Raimi Spider-Man themes, and if I'm gonna like just track wise for reference, I would take the theme to obviously the first Spider-Man. More so the music from Batman Returns. Like, I find that music better than the 89 stuff as a mashup. And then
Batman Returns the other day. Crazy.
Yeah,
that
and then like in terms of the other piece of Spider-Man music I like to use, I always like the track Farewell that was used at the end of the movie, like at the first one when he's swinging around and like after he says, you know, who am I? I'm Spider-Man. Like those pieces I would kind of combine with the Batman theme, I think would be the best.
I might do it. I'm actually kind of not getting away from music, but it's not going to be my main focus on the channel anymore like it used to be.
No, you're really good at it though, is the thing.
I am, and I'm like not trying to toot my own horn. I've been practicing music since I was 8 years old, so I'm definitely really good at it, but that's not what people want.
I mean,
they
the
want
Godzilla
my-
Apex stuff, man. Like
They
that.
want, yeah, they want my animations, and because like if you look at Apex versus the King Kong remake, right? I don't even think the King Kong remake has broken 1,000 views yet.
Wait, which one?
The one I just released.
Oh, right.
So
Yeah, it's all about algorithm. I get that too. I'm in that same field.
yeah, I'm sorry. It took a week to break 1,100, and it's not so much the algorithm, to be honest with you. I really don't think it's the algorithm. I think it's what people want from my channel, or what they come to expect. Because a lot of other videos outside of my animation. So like I even did this one talking about King Kong and Godzilla. They didn't like the little editorial thing. I released the official soundtrack to Inheritance APAC. Still hasn't broken 1,000 views. You know, like, so like they just want one specific thing, which I'm okay with. Like, I understand. Like,
you found your niche that makes you the money, essentially.
Right. And so what is interesting, however, is I'm starting to get outside of my YouTube channel commissions from, like, for instance, I was just asked about Wikizilla. They just asked me if I'm still interested in doing commissions for them.
Nice.
Yoko just sent me his rough cut of his movie, The Last Session, so now I've got to work on that. 2009 Mechagodzilla Mechagodzilla. He's got a series called the Godzilla Bonds of Blood, or it used to be called Godzilla Bros Redo or something like that.
And then you got the stuff. I mean, I'm kind of wanting to see you help me out with too. So
the Kong stuff.
Well, no, the Godzilla Mechagodzilla stuff I have planned.
Oh right, yeah. But that's not in the vein of music. That's more about the animations.
Well, you know what I mean, like just that.
Right. I did get picked up, however. Again, something else that I got picked up for is somebody's trying to create a kaiju fighting game in the style of the Pipeworks trilogy, of the Godzilla Pipeworks trilogy games.
Need to remaster that ASAP.
Well, that's in the works. I think Godzilla Save the Earth is being remade by fans, and I know some people that are working on that. But this is something completely, well, it's supposed to be something completely original, and they're wanting me to animate that. And I'm just like, it's funny because I've only been animating for a year, and I've been working on music.
Like if you're getting all these people, you should start like making commission charges. Like you should start making this a profit, because like people are going to be, you know, seeing the talent you have. It's like, well,
that's what I am doing. And then I'm trying to also offer stuff up on Patreon. So like I've been making green screen animations for people who want to like have kaiju in their little whatever. Like maybe they can make something with a subscribe button or whatever. But like there's some really there's not enough of them, and the green screen things are really crappy out there. So I'm working on that. I'm also remaking themes and music and stuff and putting them creator packs, because people who want to make kaiju themed things have a problem with copyright infringement whenever they use like official music. And mine's guaranteed to not get copyright because I post it on my own channel and I don't get hit for it. So
that was me when I did my obviously my Kong remake. I reached out to my buddy Bernard Kier, who did the score to Prime Survival. But when I did my Legend review, I really wanted to use the Tangerine Dream soundtrack, but it is heavily copyrighted.
Yep.
So I hired, because Bernard is such a huge fan of that movie. That's probably his favorite movie. And I knew who to call for that, and he did that, and it sounded, the soundtrack, the covers he gave me were amazing, and I'd love to have them released. I would rather just Bernard puts it on his channel than mine, because I put a lot of the music for Kong on mine, but I want him to put that on his channel at some point. I think that would help him out. But yeah, because like there's so much going on, and on my end, actually, I finally figured out my schedule in terms of if I can get big projects done. And a lot of big projects won't be able to, like, especially around later in the year, won't be able to start shooting until like July. Until, like, things start warming up and clearing out, and once everybody's vaccinated by that point.
Right.
So, because I had a big talk with my mom, who's like producer on my stuff, and she kind of helped me organize when we could shoot stuff. So that's the plan going forward in terms of but yeah, like I mean, scripts are being done, scripts are being made. And in terms of the finale, I want all you guys involved, you know, because
that's gonna be a fun one.
It's a big one. I'm guaranteeing this video, the season finale is gonna be probably about 2 hours.
Wow.
An hour of it is a battle. Like we're going Transformers 3 on this shit. But like that's the thing, where Transformers 3 is actually a decent sequel. It's not 2. 2 is a piece of shit.
Directly beneath enemy scrotum.
Fuck that movie. Hated Transformers 2.
When I first saw it,
I've never seen any of the Transformers movies.
Okay, you know what, Brad?
I've seen every one in theaters.
The first one's pretty solid. The second one's awful. The third one's good. Fuck 4 and 5.
Bumblebee's good though.
Bumblebee's decent.
I like Bumblebee. That was more wholesome. The Transformers looked better. The stuff on Cybertron was really cool.
That's Dan Bush's The Touch. Of course, it's better.
What was that?
And it had John Cena.
John Cena.
John Cena. Oh, dude, I love all the prank calls where they're like, "This weekend on WWF, or John Cena," and they're like, "Stop calling my house."
Oh, that's legendary. In a spin swapping makeup match when John Cena.
That would be a good. Yeah, I mean,
Is Champ there?
Excuse me. Horse is the god. Yeah, still waiting for that, man.
We're overdue for a Beast Wars movie. That would be awesome to see.
Well, fun story actually. So Hasbro has tinkered with the idea of doing one. In fact, I talked to because David K and I talk on Twitter, and David K is the voice of Megatron on Beast Wars, right? You know, Megatron, yes, right? Talked to him a lot on Facebook or Twitter actually. And I tweeted to him and I said, "Hey, David, if they ever did a Beast Wars movie, would you be interested in potentially coming back to voice Megatron?" He said, "I would love to." So he was on board for doing a Megatron, coming back for Megatron. Hasbro actually made a statement saying, "We would love to make a Beast Wars movie, but we feel like it would cost too much money."
Yeah, plus the Transformers brand has kind of died down.
Okay, well, no. It's not just that. Okay, here's the problem.
Michael Bay ran it into the ground.
But here's the biggest problem. You spend $200 or $300 million on these live-action movies with actors, with explosives. Probably a lot of it goes to the cast and the crew. You do realize Beast Wars is just CGI dinosaurs and animals that turn into giant robots. You could Walking with Dinosaurs this shit. You just have to pay for the pyrotechnics and the environments. Add the CG stuff in, you're good to go. You don't even pay CG animators anyways, from what I heard in Hollywood. I don't know if you know this, Adam, but CG animators are not paid for their work.
That's not paid well, you mean?
Actually went out of business. They actually weren't paid.
Weren't like literally weren't paid or aren't paid well?
Like companies that worked on The Lion King, the Sonic movie, they were not paid.
Literally not paid.
Yeah,
like not given any money
didn't
whatsoever.
pay them, and they went out of business.
How did they not pay them?
Because that's why. Well, that's why studios go for CGI all the time, because it's practically slave labor to them, and they don't have to pay for the fucking effects.
I don't understand. They had to have gotten something.
Absolutely have to pay for the effects. That doesn't make any sense.
Well,
yeah, they have that's highly legal, and if the publishing companies of these movies or whatever that didn't pay, they would totally get screwed over and sued.
Beyond screwed and sued.
They may not be making a whole lot of money, but like I have it on good authority that they do get paid, because I speak to people at MPC, which are the people that's done like all the legendary MonsterVerse movies and Shazam and pretty much a lot of the special effects for the DC universe, and they get paid.
Well, I mean, like they get paid, but like but when they have to reach to companies outside of the main box, like Weta and ILM, there's a couple of them in Vancouver and a couple other places that had to do kind of final touches and shit. Didn't get a fucking dime.
Where do you get this?
I saw these like a couple of years ago. I think it was literally right after, I think like December 2019. I was seeing these articles that the company that helped somewhat on the Sonic movie and the Lion King, they had to shut down in Vancouver because they just weren't getting paid.
Were they reliable sources?
I can't remember, honestly. I just
That's-
remember.
I feel like it was probably fake. I
don't know, but it just
maybe not paid well, but
it would just suck if like the studios felt, oh, well, the reason we use CG on everything is because it's cheap. It shouldn't have to be that way. Like they should get as much equal pay as a practical effects guy.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I understand because we're not only paying them, but we also have to pay for the supplies and all that shit. So what? It looks better.
I just find that really difficult to believe.
I don't know. I can't remember, but it was just really kind of like, wow. No
All right,
wonder.
Adam, since you do a lot of VFX stuff, what studio do you think does the best VFX
Weta.
work?
Man, outside of it's a toss-up between Lucasfilm and Weta, in my
Well,
opinion.
you mean ILM?
Is that?
ILM. ILM
Yeah,
is what
I'm sorry.
Lucasfilm is under Lucasfilm.
Right. ILM, and it's a toss-up between ILM and Weta.
What about Digital Domain?
What have they done?
They are Cameron's company, personal company. They did Alita Battle Angel, Avatar.
wow.
They're not bad. I just like when I think about the special effects done, because I believe it was Weta who did the Peter Jackson remake, right?
Yeah, they
So-
They did the Planet of the Apes movies, too.
actually.
Yeah.
Like
so
you
when,
look at, but like what's funny is the Venture and Skull Island.
uh-huh.
All of that was surprisingly all miniatures.
Well, right, but that was still like we're talking about special effects in general, right? Not
Yeah.
just CG. So comparing things to like Star Wars, especially the prequel trilogy, regardless of how you feel about the story or whatnot, the special effects were fantastic.
I
Right.
will say,
And then when you compare those special effects, which are pretty like to this day, they still hold up seamlessly, blending live action actors and stuff into their scenes, as well as things like Peter Jackson's Kong. Again, it's easy to tell that there's a lot of CG in that, like whenever the animals are moving and stuff, because there's no way you're gonna get like something that big as an animatronic to move that way until we get like they would have to invest so much money into robotics to do something like that, which we could, but that's beside the point. So as far as the CG and the blending and everything like that is concerned, in the special effects, like ILM and Weta are probably my top two, or my in my opinion, like the best FX that can do it so seamlessly. To where you can't.
Yeah, I'd probably give it to Weta. I've just seen their work. I mean, ILM's obviously done some great stuff, but I just think of like how Weta's effects just seem more detailed and more real. I mean, I look at the work that they did on the new Planet of the Apes trilogy, especially in War for the Planet of the Apes. That's some of the most I feel like they perfected CGI on apes.
Well, I think, and I would probably have to agree with you that Weta probably is just like in a race. They're probably just inches ahead of ILM, and that's mostly because ILM got a lot of contracts after, and I would say that like their success really shot up through the roof after the prequel trilogy came out and everybody saw all the special.
Wait,
effects
ILM or Weta?
ILM.
Yeah.
So they got so much work that they couldn't put a lot of attention into any one of their products moving forward. And whereas when Weta gets contracted to do the FX, it's not like they're working on 20 billion different movies at the same time. They're usually working on like maybe a handful or
you know what? It wasn't,
you know what I mean? So they're able to put a lot
yeah.
more love and attention into it.
It wasn't the Star Wars prequels that got ILM started. It was actually Jurassic Park. Because after Jurassic Park, then everybody wanted to go to ILM, and ILM had their hands full. Jumanji,
right,
Lost
but
World.
when you compare something like Jurassic Park and the Lost World to like Jumanji and all of that's done by ILM, like Jumanji
I still like Jumanji.
It's not a bad movie, but special effects wise,
The stampede stuff's a little iffy.
The monkeys look really bad.
Oh my god, all of the CG looks really bad.
I'm gonna bring this up, like with special effects, like with Star Wars and so on. Like with Kong, the Jackson one, it's like all the CG creatures, all the creatures were CG, but like Skull Island, the Venture, like the wall, the jungles, everything, that was all models. But with New York, they had a backlot set of all this stuff, but the entire rest of New York was all CGI.
Right. I mean, that's usually how it goes. Like for the things that are a lot more close up, they'll do miniatures and stuff because it gives it that more authenticity of something
real.
Material. Yeah, exactly. But with all the stuff in the background, it's easy to do more background stuff with CG because then you can throw on blur filters and stuff like that.
But when you have, like, because the two trilogies of the 20 years ago that were really rivals at that point was the Star Wars prequels and the Lord of the Rings. Now, it's funny comparing the two. I will say that despite I
thought Lord of the Rings came out after the
no, because it was like it was from Phantom Menace to Revenge of the Sith was 1999 to 2005. The Lord of the Rings was 2001 to 2003. Now it could be because of the time crunches,
kind of like intertwined with each other.
Yeah, but I think funny enough, 2002 was the year of the two movies. There was Attack of the Clones, The Chamber of Secrets, and The Two Towers. All came out the same year. How could all 2002, all sequels, second films to a series, right? Maybe it's because of the time crunch, but I felt that the Star Wars prequels CGI and effects looked a little better than Lord of the Rings. Now, here's why. I will, just with the Star Wars prequels, I will say out of all of them, The Phantom Menace is the most visually appealing of the prequel trilogy. Because it used CGI appropriately when it still wasn't there yet. But
Pod racing. No, I'm just kidding.
Most of the time, it was still models. It was still miniatures, real locations, real sets. In fact, some of the shots of the Naboo fighters were actually models. Like the stuff of them exploding, that was still models that they did like in the original movie. Attack of the Clones, I will say, had the weakest amount of CG because that's when, look, as much as George Lucas, I'll give him credit that he essentially perfected and pushed the boundaries of what could be done with green screen environments. I will give him credit. But at the same time, you're sacrificing a franchise that relied so much on creativity and craftsmanship of the effects works that it looks like a PlayStation 2 game.
Hey, you know what? We have to start somewhere. I mean, The Mummy Returns was released with that CGI Scorpion King, and
oh my god!
Anyway, to the point, it's like, that one they were. I can tell ILM didn't have enough time to make that. But anyway, with Lord of the Rings, it's funny how I actually say the effects.
I'm gonna pull the image up because I just
can't. Than the Star Wars prequels because it's not necessarily the armies, the battles; those are all fantastic. The part that I think is pretty bad is the human CGI. Some of it, like I will say, especially I'd say like the one of that trilogy that actually suffers the most in terms of quality was Fellowship of the Ring. Now I know it was the first one they had to start off with. It all starts somewhere, like Sean said, but you have like a lot of odd creative choices in Fellowship. You have the weird close-up shots constantly. You have some of the worst CGI humans I've ever seen. Like, there's a shot.
Robo Baggins' face when he goes.
Well, no, that was fine. But I'm talking about like when in Balin's Tomb, when they're fighting the cave troll, and Legolas shoots the cave troll when he's on top of him, and then he kind of like jumps down, and you see that's a CGI Legolas. It looks awful. It looks like the fucking EA games that were released at the time. Like, it looks bad. And even Gollum looks, well, because they hadn't perfected Gollum yet. They hadn't come up with the final design. Gollum looks terrible. There's some stuff in Fellowship that you're just like, you tried, but over time you're like, that could be fixed up, which is why I want to get the 4K Blu-rays they put out, because they actually went back. They didn't enhance the shots. They didn't, like, add it or make it, we'll get to that in a sec, Sean. They didn't
I'm just leaving this up.
They didn't George Lucas the trilogy. All they did, they just took the original compositing and made it better. So they went back to the original compositing files and they actually cleaned them up to make them better. So it's still the same shot. It just looks clean in terms of the compositing, which I'll give Jackson credit. That's a very impressive thing to do. Instead of just color timing and clearing it up, he went back to the original raw files and recomposited the shots to look better. So, but let's see what Sean said here. Oh God.
Oh. Yeah, awful.
I still think what they should have done is just made him a full-fledged giant scorpion. It would have been something out of a Harryhausen movie.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
That passed. Somebody saw that and like, okay, we're good to go.
It looks like Shrek.
Hang on. In defense, that was like one of the first movies to do that, to do something like that. And
first deepfake, essentially.
yeah, it's like
I guess that makes sense.
So like, I mean, that I will say though, that became like the standard quality for video game CG. Because that totally looks like something from a video game.
You know, technically,
the thing is, they were so proud of this. My Returns is very rushed, though.
Oh, it is. It is. It's rushed to fuck.
They should have waited a year.
No, what it was is that, here's what I think it was, is that the first movie they didn't guarantee on being a hit, but they put it out, they were going to put it out in May, but then they realized, fuck, George is putting out The Phantom Menace. We're not going to make a damn cent off this movie because everybody's going to go see Star Wars. So they pushed it to April, and it actually became a surprise hit that when The Phantom Menace came out, more people went to go see The Mummy than The Phantom Menace. They actually said The Mummy was a better movie. So when Universal saw they had a hit on their hands, they're like, go, make another one, make another one. They just rushed that shit out, and that was the problem. They were cashing in on the first one, as it was still popular in the audience's mind. But with, I'll say this, that's not the first deepfake, CGI deepfake in a movie. You know what the first one was? It was in Jurassic Park, and it's very subtle. But you remember that scene in the end of the movie where Ariana Richards, Lex, she's on like they're in like the above the ceiling of the computer lab, and they're trying to get away. And the raptor comes up and like hops on Ariana Richards' panel that she's on. Alan Grant kicks the raptor, and she kind of slips and falls, and then like, you know, they have to pull her up before the raptor jumps at the screen. You remember that scene? In the first Jurassic Park, where they're like on top, where they're in like sort of the ceiling panels.
Yeah.
Crawling away, and the raptor comes up, and like Lex is about to fall, but she gets back up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that shot was originally the stunt girl, and she showed her face on the camera. So what ILM did was actually, for a very quick few frames, showed Ariana Richards' face on the stunt girl.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, that is the first CGI deepfake. It wasn't CG. They literally just photoshopped, took a photoed image of Ariana Richards.
First off, can we take a moment to appreciate that it wasn't the stunt actress that showed her face, but it was the person using the camera that showed her face?
Well, yeah, but it's like what they did was they basically replaced the stunt girl's face with her face, and it was only for a few quick frames, but that was essentially the first deepfake. If you really look at it, like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull up very quickly that behind the scenes because it's on the documentary.
I pulled it up. It sounds kind of interesting.
Let me find that. Hang on. I hope it's on YouTube because I know it's been known to be off and on YouTube.
God, it feels
Jackie, you've been
so.
streaming for over 4 hours.
Oh God,
Yeah,
really?
4 hours and 16 minutes.
But nothing will
damn.
ever top the CCXP one.
Oh, that was 6 hours. Fuck that.
No, I did DC Fandom. I did for like 9 hours.
Holy shit!
By the end of it, I'm like, I can't do any more videos. I can't do this. I was done.
You were like Frodo. I can't do this, Sam.
I really like
Been like, shut up, Frodo.
Yeah, I want to see if I don't know if it's on here on this documentary, but I know it's on like the original '93 documentary when they show. I'm just gonna try to find it because I think the documentary, it's not on YouTube anymore, but it was the one hosted by James Earl Jones, which is pretty cool. Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Hold up. Let me see if this is it. I want to make sure. Oh yeah, I got it. Hold up. Here it is. I'll show it in a sec. So it's this scene right here. Let me just pull up my screen share. This is actually really fascinating. This is essentially the first CGI deep fake of all time. So let me full screen this bitch.
Oh,
here you go. So they show the scene right where this scene right here, right, and this shot right here, right, and they show like her face right there. That's the stunt girl, and they basically did a CG deepfake. So here's the original shot with the stunt girl. And then they actually, for a few frames, deepfaked her face on that. And that was in 1993 on shitty-ass Windows 95 computers. They were able to pull that off. That was the first deepfake ever seen in a motion picture.
Windows 95, man.
Damn.
Good shit.
We're old. Windows 93 or fucking Apple. Like freaking that's freaking Steve Jobs and before he created Pixar. Well, Pixar was a thing, but it was like they didn't make Toy Story yet, for fuck's sakes.
Man, Toy Story was made on like several hundred computers or something like that.
God.
It was
apparently like what it took like 2-3 days or a week to do like render like one frame.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh my god. Well, you know, it's funny. I went back and watched it. There are some shots you can see some bad rendering, like on the puppets. Like you look at the scene where like Sid is like getting the big rocket, because you're looking kind of above shot, right? When you look at his armpits, you see like the puppets, like little digital problems with the puppet. Like you can see it's kind of like a game glitch. You're like, ooh, that has not aged well. God, that's a story for another time. I think we need to wrap this up because I'm getting tired.
I'm getting tired too.
So, well, basically,
What? You're getting tired?
Well, he might have
I've
to
been
come up
tired
here
since
tomorrow. So he might come up here tomorrow. Keep me posted on that, Brad.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do. No promises.
Josh
somebody brings up a
might
great
come
point. Somebody brought up a great point of the bad CGI in Breaking Dawn with the baby deepfake.
No,
Breaking Dawn.
it's a fake baby. It was a CGI baby. They couldn't get a real fucking baby.
You know what?
Tell us how you really feel, man.
You just couldn't. You couldn't just kidnap a baby, for fuck's sakes. Just bring it on set and put it back.
No, they could have done the American Sniper thing where it's just an
No, that was worse. No. The baby in Twilight was worse than American Sniper. So I guess we will call it a night. I'll have everybody plug their stuff. So let's go with Sean first. Oh wait, no, that's not what it is. Hold up, wrong button. There we go.
All right, so JTIsReborn here. God damn, this light is just making me.
Yes, we know, Sean. You are Jesus.
I am.
JT Jesus.
JT is Jesus.
That's right. Hashtag put that in the
JT is
comments.
Jesus reborn.
Hashtag JT. No, hashtag JT Jesus. And then when you get crucified, shut up, Sean.
God, fuck you, Jack. But anyways, you can check out my stuff, youtube.com/JTIsReborn, twitter.com/SeanJTKing. I got some comic book stuff coming up, got some movie reviews. One of the next videos I am going to be working on is a ranking of the James Bond franchise. I recently just watched all the films, and I kind of put them in terms of order of enjoyment, and I'm going to be working on that video. I'm going to be working on some other, discussion-based videos in the near future, and some Godzilla vs. Kong stuff, news and stuff, whenever that kind of drops. So next week should be fun. I believe trailer 2 is going to drop, or some sort of sneak peek with Adam Wingard. So that's what's new for the channel. I got a new computer finally, new editing software. This thing's really powerful. I'm very excited to start covering more content, and yeah, that's my stuff. So there you go.
Adam.
You can check me out at SCRYE Productions on YouTube. Make animations, music, tell stories. That's kind of what we do. Follow me on Twitter if you want. SCRYE Productions as well. Check us out on Patreon at patreon.com/SCRYE. $5 a month, you get all kinds of crazy rewards or perks or whatever you want to call them for supporting, including stuff to help you become a content creator yourself. So there's that. And Godzilla Apex, go check it out.
Rad.
All right. I'm Obscure Media TV on YouTube, all one word. I cover Lost Media and Obscure Media. I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers. If you guys can go over there and subscribe and get my channel to 1,000 subscribers, that'd be awesome, because I would love to monetize my channel, try to make a few bucks on the side, you know, that type of thing. So yeah, check me out, all one word, Obscure Media TV on YouTube. I do a lot of cool stuff on there. A lot of awesome things are coming too. I got a lot of plans, so check it out.
Hi, I'm Jerry Springer, and what have we learned today, boys and girls? We have learned today that CGI animators don't get paid. Disturbing images from my Spitting Under Your Grave are fucked up. These motherfuckers have not seen Meet the Feebles.
I have.
Nat talks about Greasy Strangler. D-Man broke the BigJackFilms virginity. And, God, I can't remember what else we were talking about. But thank you all so much for joining
Rhymes
us.
and Halloween Resurrection.
Exactly. This was a great stream. Again, I think we've broken the record. This is now our longest stream on record at 4 hours and 23 minutes.
I don't know, Jack. You and I had one that was over 4 hours, I think.
Well, that's your channel. That's
no, on your channel.
I know, but I think this is the longest. I'm not sure. But guys, go subscribe to my channel. We're almost at 16,000 subscribers. Follow me on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I have TikTok. I do skits on there. I'm going to try to do more TikToks. I got a couple more compilations coming. Don't forget to support our Patreon. Just $1 more will get you early access to all of our content, as well as other special features. Subscribe to all these guys that have been on my channel. Obscure Media TV especially, because he's first time on our live streams. Adam of SCRYE, JTIsReborn, Matt of Monstrosities, DMan1954, Gojira, LIGHTPOSTFILMS, Indie Fan, HEWY TOONMORE, LUNACHI BUNNIE, BATTYALANA on Instagram. Go subscribe to all these people. They are a wonderful part of this group, and I consider them part of this BigJackFilms family tree, essentially. And I do want to put more stuff on my website of their content. But, yeah, it was a really fun stream to come down. Tune in the next few days. I've got a couple more videos coming in for the rest of the month. But I will be slowly working on a couple of King Kong-related content coming out this month in March, because March is usually our month. But working on them slowly. I'll put out, hopefully, a trailer for my next Kong review on Friday. But other than that, yeah, just it's going to be a bit of a chill time until the spring starts hitting and we can finally get back to work on some big projects. So until then, take care of your friends and each other. Until the next video, guys, like, comment, subscribe. I'll see you guys later. We'll all see you guys later. Let me put all these motherfuckers back on. This is Big signing off, and everybody saying, I'm tired. And
I'm wasted. I love you, darling.
Oh, hi, Mark. I'll see you guys later. Take it easy. Have a good night, everybody.
Later, peoples.